Just getting a few numbers coming through. Initial jobless claims, one of those. We get U.S. housing start numbers coming through as well. 1.4% to the downside for U.S. housing starts. Change on the month-over-month number. That's much smaller than expected. Negative 4.8 was expected there on that number. We're also getting Canadian wholesale sales numbers, negative 0.5. U.S. Philly Fed Business Index, smaller decline than expected. Negative 11 comes out negative 8.9, so a little better than expected. There's that continuing claims number, 1.6 versus 1.64 versus 1.655. So a little bit better than expected there as well, in line with expectations more or less. Overall, futures back to the downside once again, coming off the sell-off that we saw yesterday. Kickoff mid-morning after that data we got yesterday morning came in negative. Remember, the market, for the first time in a while anyways, responding negative to that negative data that we got. So we'll see if we can't get a little bit of a bounce here, find some key levels of support and get a little stability maybe back in to the market. A number of individual movers to talk about this morning. Tesla, one of those. More negative analyst moves for Tesla, more negative analyst moves for Coinbase this morning. Yeah, BTC and Ethereum back to the downside after that crazy action we saw yesterday. A ton to get to here. It's Thursday, January 19th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at more negative numbers. As I mentioned, 0.86 for the Dow, the NASDAQ 0.85. It was the NASDAQ initially when I sat down that was leading the way to the downside. They're all about the same. 0.8 there for the S&P right now. But red once again, top to bottom. A little bit of a bounce there for Bitcoin and Ethereum. We were down more than that to kick things off. Just seeing the 10-year to the upside as well, back to 3.4 here. It was down to 3.2 yesterday for the 10-year. Sharif here, as always. Going to be an interesting one here this morning coming off of what happened yesterday. It was the first time, as I was mentioning, in a while that we saw a bit of a negative reaction to what was a negative number. Yeah, it's a headline-driven market, Brendo. So, I mean, anytime we get some of these bigger headlines, we're going to move. Looks like we're headed to the downside now a little bit on the S&P here. But, yeah, Jamie Dimon coming out with some interesting comments with respect to energy, with respect to interest rates. And so let's see how today pans out. Yeah, the CEO of a bank thinking that interest rates are going to end above 5% because they would like that. Neil and Sean, good morning. It's a busy day, or going to be a busy day here as far as what to look at this morning. We have more weakness in EV land, more weakness in big tech. Where do we go first here?
Well, probably big tech. Good morning, everybody. I heard that subtle shade that you threw at Jamie Dimon. How dare you, sir? No way that the banks would want rates higher. That's not how they can make extra money. It just... Dimon not really having anything terribly positive to say about the markets, but he's been honest about the outlook and what they've seen coming in the future for the last little while. So I don't think it's too much of a surprise. The theme I'm looking at today is reversal candles everywhere. Like, we were talking about this morning, about how so many like daily charts show you just classic like reversal candles with the way that the market sold off yesterday. And I'm starting with the SPY, maybe not a reversal candle, but the 50 and the 200 on the daily, we went right to 400 in the 200 period moving average, 400 on the SPY, 200 period moving average, pulled right back into the 50 period, and now breaking down. That's going to be that 390. So I look at where we're at here, and it's a pretty bearish setup. Like that number, like if we're going to start reacting to market data like normal, then you could be in for a bit of a doom and gloom day. Now we're only down 1%, so it's not quite crazy yet. But if we don't reclaim some of that support, there's so many things that set up for reversals yesterday that this is going to be a very pivotal morning. We don't have anything in the way of gigantic earnings. Procter reported they were in line and went down anyways. That's not a great sign, but we do get Netflix aftermarket, which is going to be gigantic. Wall Street, I was actually talking with Sharif, and he was mentioning a great point that in terms of sub-growth for a Netflix aftermarket, Wall Street and Netflix are having two very, very different sets of subscriptions added, looking at 4.1 for Wall Street and 4.5 for Netflix. That's going to be a big mover, I think, today. But the market, huge reversal yesterday. If it follows through, it could get very, very ugly. But you're going to be right up on support on a multitude of names.
It was basically exactly 6 months for Prad and what's his name over there? Fahad over there.
What's the question?
Been exactly 6 months. You did, but you guys were well confident. No, I think it's been a little bit more than 6 months. We'll talk about. There's a guy in the office that you had questioned about who hadn't been here in a while, and these guys think these guys think they saw him like last week.
No, you didn't see him last week, man.
No, it's been 6 months. It's been 6 months. You guys have seen him it doesn't matter. I just want to say tell them. Anyways, this has nothing to do with anybody in the show here. All right, so I mean, you talked about some stocks failing. We had Amazon again, and we have Microsoft failing at 240 and breaking back down below. You had Amazon yesterday failing at $100. I wrote this down, number one name, or one of the names here on the sticky note. Big time rejection there at $99 yesterday, and then it just faded all day, and then now today it's going to be disgusting because you're down here to $93. That's $6 straight to the downside. So you basically, from yesterday, you know, it's been about 23 hours, 22 hours now if it's 8:30 since 99.50, and now you're down to on no news, right? Now you're down to 93.50. So that's like, you know, 7, 8, 9% there in just a matter of one day, really on nothing, just a change in NASDAQ momentum. You can see how much Amazon's got to the downside. So I'm looking at a 93 break here to get short just because it's an even level there. 93.50 maybe is even better right there. Actually, I'm going to change that probably to 93.50. I'll fix that out. But I really like Amazon. And then Microsoft, you talked about, are we going to look to big tech or EV? I have big tech and EV written on the sticky note today. And here's the break, same way on Microsoft, man. There's the 240 right there that was trying to hold the last couple days. Breaks it right there, and then downside, downside, downside. And now you're down to 234. So this is not as dramatic as Amazon as a percentage-wise, but still not happy about Microsoft being down here. We're going to short this name again up to yesterday's close, which is 236. So yeah, look, we're ready to go here. Market already a little bouncing there on some of those on the number that Brendan gave us, 1135.80 up to the top side, and then back down. It's actually, the range is actually not that big. It's only about 50 NASDAQ points, so not a big move here. But yep, we're ready to go here, man. I've seen people talking about Affirm shorts. Yeah, like all these names, man. Palantir, DraftKings, Affirm,
Roblox.
Upstart, Roblox with the downgrade today. Again, on the sticky note, a lot of these names continue to get bumped up when the NASDAQ really rocks, and they're up like 7, 8%. You're like, why is Roblox up this much? Or why is Affirm going up? Like, you know, and then all of a sudden when the market drops down, these are the names that absolutely get slapped like that as well. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, that continues to be the case here with some of these names. Let's just see what happens. We also have banks starting to head lower. So I don't know, man, everything seems to be collapsing all over itself. Crypto at least is still 20,700.
Yeah, strong.
Yeah, Roblox, ugly so far this morning. We'll get into that a little bit more. Just seeing a note on PayPal. Minor, not to worry. First segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million and keep 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, whatever you like. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Promo code at the bottom there, TTV, will get you 30% off. Here's the main headline that we were having a look at this morning. Yeah, that R word creeping back into the discussion as it has been over the past few weeks. A number of earnings. We talked about Netflix there coming after the close tonight. PG out this morning. AAPL as well, set to report after the close tonight. I wanted to show you this as well. It's tough to see, I know. I wish I could zoom in on this, but 26.83 is the implied amount of basis points coming February 1st right now as far as the Fed tool is concerned. So about 0.25% still being priced in for February 1st. And then if you go out to March, it's actually 46.87. So call it 50 worth of basis points still being priced in. A lot of people I saw yesterday were discussing the fact that we might get 50 total, whether they do 150 or 225s over the next two meetings. It remains to be seen. But I saw that this morning and thought that was kind of interesting after what happened yesterday.
Yeah, well, Jamie Dimon actually coming out this morning saying he expects rates to be above 5% for a while and inflation to subsist. But you're right, you open up the segment basically by saying that, you know, finally the market is digesting bad numbers as bad numbers, because right now we had been digesting bad numbers as good, because then it would force the Fed's hand into slowing down rate increases.
Yeah.
But Did the market just wake up all of a sudden and decide this is how we feel about it today, Brendo?
No, it's a great point, and we'll see what happens today. But obviously, yesterday was definitely a negative reaction. Guys, I want to get your opinion on earnings season, or as we head into next week, we'll get the first of the big tech names, Microsoft, Tesla, coming through next week. We talked about the importance of this earnings season in the sense that, is this the next catalyst? Is this the next shoe to drop? So far, it seems like it is indeed.
100%. Like if last year was like the valuation reset, and then everyone's sort of thinking, okay, we're either in or heading into a short recession, and you've seen it with job cuts all over the place, then the bottom lines are going to start to matter, and you're going to get some interesting bottom lines coming through because, if we're not even, when you're meeting expectations in this market, it's not even seen as good enough. So, some of the growth that we've been seeing, it's not there anymore. Have the cuts that probably haven't been able to hit those bottom lines enough just yet. Are they going to be effective enough to have enough profitability? And I look at what happened with Procter today, and they were completely in line, dead on line in revenue, dead on line in EPS. As a matter of fact, they raised their full year outlook from, it was like 3 to 5% growth to 4 to 5. So they basically tightened up the upper end of the range. That's not a bad quarter. Now, year over year, it wasn't fantastic, but they're punished for it. They're down 2.5%. And some of that probably has to do with the rotation recently that had gone from some of the more stable names into tech in this rally. But if that rally was unwinding yesterday, then you would think that should be done. So it's not a great look when we're responding to muted news to the downside. We're going to get a big tell with Netflix, I think, because Netflix. We're talking about Netflix this morning as another topic going into those earnings, where if you just simply look at the trend that it has, a reasonable pullback is to 300 on Netflix at this point. Like, that's not an unreasonable number for us to see now that you're starting to reject some of these tops. I mean, I'll be looking at that 321 flat bottom and the 330 resistance today on Netflix. There is a lot of room for this to pull back in. Unlikely it makes that full move before reporting earnings tonight. I don't think you'll get, I don't think you're dropping $20 on Netflix today. It seems a little bit unlikely going into earnings, but if it's even the slightest miss on subs, and really we get disappointing comments when it comes to ad revenue, then there's more risk to the downside in this particular case, just given where these stocks have come from. So this is going to be important, this round of earnings here. Everyone's expecting, basically I think everyone is needing to be blown away for this to be positive. So I guess I'm leaning risk is going to be to the downside.
Man, every time I see Rahim Alani, I always feel like I've just seen the guy. But glad to have him back. He's going to be attending up on the big desk there with a man that he just met, Sharif, and Brendan very, very soon. I'll have a Rahim Alani on board. Maybe we could talk about future outlook and things like that. We'll see what they're going to be going through. Look, even some of the bigger names, Caterpillar starting to roll over, Deere starting to roll over, Eli Lilly, some of the names that have even been working, banks obviously off their earnings. Morgan was great. The rest, meh. JP Morgan's all the way back down to where it was pre-earnings right now as well. We already know, so we've already talked about how important price is. So we know what the prices of these stocks are and how wild they are. But part of PE is earnings, and I think that right now it's put up or shut up for a lot of these. And I've been getting some texts, some emails and things like that and on Twitter. What do we think of the future of this market? Where are we going here? And honestly, I think it's set up now that there's been a couple companies obviously sandbagging a little bit here where I think we can beat expectations. Like, I'm wondering about Netflix subs there. We haven't really heard anything about the ad tiers except for from upgrades and downgrades and whisper numbers and things like that. So that'll be really interesting to hear that. Is Apple still having, and have they been able to sell enough of those iPhone 14s with all of the supply issues? Or is that, again, sort of wool over our eyes? Maybe everything's fine and they're going to hit all their numbers. Are they going to complain about the dollar? The dollar's come back down now, right? So that shouldn't be the headwind that it was. So I feel like there are a few things here underlying that can solve a lot of the worries in this market, but supply chain should still probably be a problem. So that's going to affect some of the chip names. But we saw TSM come out and said some good things as well. And then you have Tesla. We've already heard about their car numbers, selling more cars now. That should be good. You got Rivian at 52-week lows. It's just right now you're just at an area where you're going to have to show up with your earnings. And if you don't, then you're going to get absolutely killed. So let's wait to see. I don't know. I think the PE of the market right now is about 18. That's probably too high. Needs to be reweighted down to 15 or 16. So let's see if the earnings can match the current expectations. If they do, then I think we fly, because we know the rates aren't going to continue to go up too much into the current year, right? 2023. We probably have one more raise coming in February, and I think it's April is the next one, or is it March? And then that's probably, I don't want to say probably, but the dot plot and what they've been indicating is maybe that's it, right? Jamie Dimon said today, maybe they stop a little bit north of 5%. So let's see where we go on the rates. But for me, earnings is right now. It's this quarter. We're either going to retest the lows on horrible earnings and break them and continue to make those lows that a lot of you are hoping for, or maybe these markets actually show up and can hold some of those expectations. So I don't know. We're going to wait to see what happens now. Big earnings today with Netflix, and then the tech sort of onslaught starts. So I'm really excited for that. It's amazing how much these stocks can trade with very little actually even happening in the market. What's going to happen when earnings come out and they're wild? So I'm excited for it. It's great for us day traders. Not sure for an investment. I haven't put new money to work in a very long time. So I don't, and by that means a couple months. Let's see what happens here moving forward. I'm still looking to pick up blue chip stocks, but it's going to be a wild ride here in the next month.
All right, Rahim Alani, Managing Director of OCI Groups here once again to have a discussion this morning about some small cap names specifically. We'll touch on a few larger ones, but we're going to focus on tech today. We're going to focus on crypto, and the hot topic that seems that everyone is trying to get involved with these days is AI. ChatGPT, first of all, have you used it?
I have not. I was actually, we sponsored a lunch the other day, and one of the speakers was talking about ChatGPT. And I was with one of our lawyers, and he just sat there and said, huh. And she actually made the reference.
That's a great response.
She made the reference that, there's a lawyer in South Carolina who put together this entire document just through ChatGPT, and he just realized that his job was obsolete.
Yep.
So,
listen, it's not just going to be about lawyers, but I mean that's a conversation for another day.
Yeah.
The more important aspect here, and the more important idea is, how do we take advantage of this? How do we get ideas at least to start thinking along the lines of where we can put some money to work in this, because hey, it's coming.
Yeah, and we were just talking off camera about some of the different things and different sectors that have ebbed and flowed and created value to an extent, and some of them disappeared value quickly thereafter. But the value that's been created is in these new technologies, and again, we made the argument a couple days ago that Netflix didn't exist. Like we have a film company that we're talking about. They've got Film 3, and where technologies didn't exist 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago are now dominating the market. There was an article that the amount that YouTube was purchased for, they are now doing in the biweekly revenue or something like that, right?
Right.
So it's tough to say. I mean, like a lot of these technologies are ebbing from master companies like Meta, Facebook, whatever. But if you can find those niches that have, those companies that have these little niches that are sprouting up these AI-themed opportunities, you just got to do a lot of homework.
Yeah, we had a great conversation last week on the show with Versus, a Canadian company that's working specifically in this field. I want to get into the first name here that we brought. Kinaxis, which is traded on the TSX here in Toronto. A little bigger name. We'll start on the larger side, but tell us a little bit about this story and why AI comes into play.
So AI will come into everything, like we chat, whether it's ChatGPT or whether it's who knows. So AI will touch everywhere. The reason that we looked at that name, again, it's a little larger name that we normally look at. Small cap, smaller guy around you two. I gotta up my stature a little bit. But supply chain was a keyword over COVID for the last 2.5 years. Supply chain issues. That Kinaxis has a software that deals with supply chain, and eventually, if you just use your AI hat, you're going to need AI as it goes into all of these, like we talked about, ebbs and flows. And so Kinaxis, with their supply chain needs in their software, was one that we thought was interesting. They've recently signed deals into India. If you take your vitamins, Jameson signed up with them as well recently. And if you're a hockey fan, if you look at the Ottawa Senators logo that they've got on, it's Kinaxis. So.
Yeah, I mean, look at the chart. It's held up remarkably well here in a very weak market.
And growing revenues and growing profit, Brendan, 47% from as of September 30th, year over year, and net income increasing from 1.8 million to 11.5. Do you see any headwinds possibly for Is it kind of a recession-proof business?
So again, one would talk about the fact that you need supply chain and how all the supply chain issues have occurred over the past 2.5 years. And so people are onboarding this technology. They've got a SaaS model and a subscription model, which is great for most tech companies. And like you just said, Sharif, they did 90 million in revenue with, I think it was about 15 million of EBITDA last quarter. So again, as long as customers keep onboarding, those numbers should just continue. Again, with the SaaS model, you're going to continue to ebb on that.
Yeah, KXS, guys, if anyone is looking for the ticker on that one. Another great looking daily chart here. Speaking of SaaS, it's funny, at the end of the year last year, I was reading an article that was basically pointing out the fact that SaaS has become a 4-letter word, or had, at least by the end of last year.
Right.
Absolute Software. Tell us about that one.
Focused on software as a service, focused on cybersecurity for your devices, which is going to be, again, another key topic that we'll probably talk about for the next years to come.
Yeah.
On that note, this is a tech company that we thought was a little different simply because they pay a dividend.
Okay.
And so if you are one of those people that do like dividends, and you hardly find those in tech companies, they're paying about 8 cents in dividend, $800 million market cap company, so a nice, small to mid-size, depending on your lens, company. Revenue up for the quarter. They just announced their revenue, their quarter, in November. Revenue was up 23%. EBITDA was up 21%. So nice looking company, 54 million of revenue. So 12 million EBITDA, making money and giving it back to the customer.
Yeah, another great looking chart as well. I mean, didn't even come close to the October lows on that last dip for Absolute Software. So good luck. PTK, I want to talk specifically about semiconductors. We'll get into PTK here in a second, but semiconductors, when it comes to AI, NVIDIA was mentioned, obviously much bigger name in the US, but NVIDIA was mentioned along the lines of AI and how there will be this huge need all of a sudden as this grows.
Yeah, so that's sort of like how you look at the steak and you look at the sizzle and how everything's made, and sometimes people don't want to know how the steak is made. I try sometimes. I come up with a little zinger. So sometimes people don't want to know how it all made, but PTK, NVIDIA, they're going to be sort of one of those pieces that you're going to need, a cog in the wheel, right? So you're going to need their pieces to horsepower this next evolution of AI, and semiconductors are going to be big.
This chart is obviously pretty impressive the past week or so. Was there a catalyst here going back to, I guess, what was it, January, beginning of January, the start of the month, just a week or so ago? This thing's doubled.
Yeah. So again, you want to look at their year chart. They were up at $13. So it just depends on which lens you want to take. But they're up at about $750. They got down to about $350. My assumption, because there really wasn't any big news catalyst outside of what's happening in tech. Money is moving back into tech. They are a horsepower for tech, and tax loss selling.
Okay.
Right. So if you come off, if you were buying it up in the 13s a few months prior, maybe you're looking to get that little dip, and now buying power is coming back in. So they got down to 326. They got up. They did a financing at 380 to recapitalize themselves just a couple of weeks back. Oversubscribed. Now they're up at what, 750, 740. So if you had your big boy pants on and you bought some at that point, then you've done pretty well in the last couple of weeks.
I mean, hindsight is hindsight, but I mean, great looking chart.
My hindsight's always 20/20.
Exactly, right? Like that's the
anyway,
that's the easy part.
to catch up.
This next one we've discussed on the show, NBEI, on the payment side of things a number of times, but talk a little bit about why at this point that seems to be an important industry.
Again, if you look at the Canadian bellwethers, whether it's a Shopify or a Lightspeed, and NV is up there as well. And to your earlier point that we just talked about, their low was at the year end. They were down into the 30s, right? 30, 32 at the year end, and have popped back up into the 43 range. Potentially tax loss selling, potentially just a little bit of stigma that was around some of those names. And now that money and capital is going back into some of these tech names, I think you're going to start to see that grow. They're rolling out customers, so that's all that they need to see.
This is along the lines of a Lightspeed.
A payment technology, exactly. I thought Lightspeed was a bad word, so I didn't bring that one up right now.
Another 4-letter word from last year. Crypto time. I mean, it's been obviously impressive the past week. 5-6 days anyways, back to the upside. We got this wild action yesterday on this DOJ headline, but it seems to be stabilizing around 20. Is it time to maybe look at some of these smaller names?
You know what? If
we're speaking of Hut, for anyone wondering.
Hut is an Alberta-based miner, and so they sort of they caught the crypto flu and everyone else had it. Came down to 78 cents, and that was, again, same thing at year end from their highs of $8. So did they do anything remarkable? No. They just
Yeah.
announced that they're continuing to mine. They're probably one of the biggest holders of Bitcoin in Canada, just on the amount of quantity that they're mining. And so you're going to continue to see them putting up those numbers. And now it just depends on your lens with crypto, because every bear is going to be right. Every broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah.
So every bear is going to be right on. I was right about. I called crypto correctly.
Yeah.
So it just depends on when you think your time to get into crypto is. Maybe it was. Maybe it is. Maybe it is again. Maybe it never will be.
Yeah, interesting couple of tidbits you found this morning.
With Hut 8 specifically, so I noticed that they have a couple of sites in Alberta and one in North Bay.
Yeah.
Did they choose those locations because of the cheaper energy costs? Because I see here they're using mostly renewable energy sources, which is, I guess, all the hype right now.
Yeah.
Especially for mining.
Yeah, and again, you wanted to go back again when these guys were starting out. You wanted to go to conducive government regions. So there was a reason that you didn't go to certain places in Ontario. There's a reason some people went to Quebec. There's a reason that some people went to Alberta. So temperature is a factor as well as what government incentives you might get. So they chose Alberta strategically. They are having an issue on their East Coast governmental relation-wise, but their Alberta ones are humming along, and they're continuing to go. They're doing 5 Bitcoin a day that they're mining.
That's actually high, I feel. The numbers at the end of last year were not that great, but good luck. We've discussed that one on the show many times. But I mean, going into this new year where there's so many question marks still on the overall economy, there's still, if you dig down, another level, individual catalysts and individual storylines that are exciting.
Yeah, no, 100%. We just talked about, again, off camera, China's reopening and how that affects all the Chinese names. And now the Chinese names are up 70%. And one of the analysts at Goldman said, hindsight, again, it's 2020. If everyone had known, but is this the time to dip your toe in? Or is it time to wait? Got to do your homework. That's what we try to bring you.
Yeah, crazy moves coming out of China so far this year. Rahim Alani is Managing Director of OCI Groups here in Toronto. Pleasure as always.
Thanks, guys.
All I can think about when I see the three of those guys together, it's like everybody is better dressed over there than over here. It's like, are you kidding me? The nice shirts, you got the handkerchief in there. I'm like, we get it. That's fine. You want to make us look bad. We always thank Rahim for coming in. It's just about getting a different perspective. But I love that software as a service is a 4-letter word now.
SaaS, yeah.
Well, it's because it's in that growthy, is that a word? Growthy aspect of the...
Yeah, well, you can't have SaaS without ass. So...
That's definitely, I lean that way myself.
Yeah.
You guys know what I'm talking about there.
I like that new veil there, similar to like a
Did you just
PayPal
look here?
Envy. Yeah, I just did that up there so I can choke myself out so I can look a little bit more professional.
That's not going to last.
Like those guys out there, and I can barely even...
I'm giving that 30 seconds,
Fix
bro.
my mic? I mean,
Whose
my mic
mic
is
is
pointed literally right at my mouth here. Prad saying fix my mic. I do notice that ever since Prad is on the board, we do have a few more issues every single day.
Makes us self-conscious about
He was
it.
turning off the stream at 3:45 all last week. Thank God he didn't do it for the spicy chip challenge. Oh, Rahim, have you ever done the spicy chip challenge? No, I saw you guys do it. No, Rahim has not. You want to do it next time?
Don't do it.
He's not. He doesn't want. He doesn't want to do that.
He's too smart to do something like that. Just absolutely chance. But just a couple of things here. The market is actually bouncing a little bit. So you're getting a little bit of a rhythm to the upside. I was just looking at Mobileye for some reason. We'll get to that one at some point today because I did want to talk about Mobileye. I meant to yesterday. We didn't. They report in 1 week. But yeah, you're actually getting a little bit of a bounce off of that number. And remember I was saying we're at key support levels. Like this is a NASDAQ. You're pretty much bouncing off a key support. You have multiple names which are trying to get off the schneid at support levels as well. One of these is currently NVIDIA. I want to show the daily chart of NVIDIA because I don't know if we're going to get to this. But the 200 period moving average, you got a break, you held it, and then you've gapped below it. That's about 172, 172 half. As it creeps up, this is a name I'm looking to short the pop in front of yesterday's lows and off that 200 period moving average on the daily. I much prefer Intel, but NVIDIA is definitely going to be in play for me. If it sort of takes that out, it's kind of obvious where I want to get out. I can't really hold it past 173. Just a key support, and I want to be fading into it if we get a bit of a red day. And I think we're getting a small pop here. It gives us a chance to get some of those fills. So it looked like we're just going to head straight down. Maybe we get one of those pops, and I'm looking to fade some of those pops.
Yeah, we don't have Rivian on our sticky note or on our watch list today, but look where we're at, man. We're right at the 52-week low again here for Rivian. So I'm going to try to play this today. We had it yesterday. It was a great trade yesterday for Rivian, and we're going to wait to see if we can do it again. Yesterday, 1650 all the way up to 1680. We had this long right there. Now that we've broken below this, that's a little bit of an issue, right? So you're at 1650 now. We're starting to break lower. So for me, you got to watch out to see where that's being held out right here. 1650, I like a lower bid here. Let's see if it can hold 16. If we get back to 1650, then we'll start to hit it to the short at that level. But, you know, if the market's going to be down, Rivian's down 1.27. Its 52-week low is 1580. So we've written that down on here, 1580. Now let's see where we go on that one. But for me, Rivian remains a sell. But we're going to try the bounce off that 52-week low of 16 bucks. I don't know if there's any, I mean, right now there's really no size anywhere. I can't see anything. We can't go down that low, but as the market will open up, we'll start to see some levels fill out there. If Rivian dips down, I'm already sitting there, and my bid is at 1603. So ye of little faith here on Rivian. Let's see where we go on that one, but that's another bid here that I'm looking for a lower bid. I don't have too many buys on my schedule here today. The other one I have, and we're gonna talk about this because it's on the watch list as well. Roblox today on a 6% downgrade by, not a price target, it's down 6% here from Morgan Stanley, looking to bounce off this 32. So 32 right here has held over the last week or so. Let's see if we get a 32 bid on Roblox. So those are the only two buys I'm looking at right now. If the market continues to rally up, obviously we'll change up our mind on this. You know, we can't go from being so positive over the last week or so after having one red day of minus 1.3% or whatever it was for the NASDAQ, and now we're so worried about what's going on. I just think we're set up here pretty good. We've had a nice little rally into earnings. Now let's see if earnings can hold that bar. So I'm really excited for the next couple days.
All right, quick look at how things over in Europe are shaping up, following suit along with North American futures here. Big moves to the downside. Once again, Spain leads 2.25% in negative territory, about 1+ otherwise across the board, including the stock 600, the index over in Europe, 1.5% right now. Let's get a check of how North America is shaping up. Bring Arun in here for a quick look at the futures. We're still, Arun, trying to hold some key levels here, but as you were mentioning yesterday, just working back into this range overall.
Yeah, well, the range was, we were tightening up. We were getting real tight up north of 4,000, and we finally got that break. 39.95 was the break point. As soon as that went, we were gone to the downside, right? We've continued this sell-off. We never really had any sort of bounce back towards the end of the day whatsoever. We continued this right into the next area, which I think is very helpful for longs. Obviously, it's been a big down move, but at the same time, given how far we've come down, we've kind of hit the next area, and there could be some longs here on the table. The market's starting to react here. I figured as much. As we got closer to 3,900, 3,910 was the starting point. We are starting to find some bids. You can go as high as 3,920 even if it can maintain this strength. I think there could be a potential long in play. You just got to make sure the setup is there. Stop on this is going to be 38.85. So pretty much from where we are right now all the way down, there's a buy zone you can work with for potential longs to the upside. Given how we've come down, there really isn't a whole lot in terms of big areas that I would say are big areas to focus on as stops. There are smaller checkpoints along the way. We saw some action around the mid 40s yesterday from above and now from underneath in the overnight session. So I would suspect 40 to 50 is going to have some sort of a resistance, but the big ones sit closer to 4,000. Given how far we are, I think the longest is probably a risk worth taking if they set up, and I think that's the thing. They need to set up for you guys. Right now, the market is starting to make a nice little bounce. We'll see if this carries through and actually does set up along and continue on.
And we'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's get back to what you need to know as far as the watch list is concerned. There we go. That's the link. If you haven't done so already, make sure you grab our free watch list every single morning. Comes right to your inbox. Just use that link. Enter your email address. That's all you need to do. We'll kick things off with big tech this morning. Obviously, yesterday we talked a little bit about Amazon, Microsoft, both coming out with their latest rounds of job cuts. Sharif, you were just mentioning Apple. Not there yet.
Bucking the trend, Brendo. No, they've got their own ideas at the moment. You saw 18,000 layoffs from Amazon, 10,000 more from Apple, but none, from Microsoft, none from Apple. How long can this last? We'll see. Earnings coming up.
Yeah, earnings, we were just saying off camera there. So we get the Fed on the 1st, guys, and then the very next day, Apple reports. So that should be a good week. Apple today, here's the headline, JP Morgan with a downgrade today and price target cut ahead of those Q1 results again. Feb 2nd is when we'll get Apple's earnings.
So Apple was downgraded. That just means they're going to beat.
When was the last time that someone came up with an update or for Apple that wasn't demand concerns, target cuts? It's just everything that has come out ahead of time projecting has been negative, realistically. But and it's been dragging on the stock. You can't say Apple's been doing well because I was showing the SPY earlier at that 200 period, breaking the 50. Apple is well beneath it. Apple's kind of holding things back a little bit here, and you always lead big tech with it. I don't know that Apple's the first one I want to trade today because, quite frankly, Amazon, Meta stand out, to be sure. I mean, some Tesla as well. But in terms of a key resistance of 135 on Apple, that's exactly where we closed. That's that line in the sand. You essentially had like a flat top break or a breakout at that price in the last couple of sessions, and just a textbook rejection top wick right back into the breakout level. And so to me, like that support or breakout level just turns into your resistance. And without Apple sort of cracking that, you do run into a little bit of trouble. But there's a couple of other names that just look a little more interesting to me. Like the rejection of Amazon was much bigger. It's the same type of setup, but it's just a much larger rejection on Amazon. I'm looking 95, 96 short in front of that last hump. And then Meta, maybe even just as clean, 134, which had been that support level. Look how good 134 was throughout the last half week here. You reject it, then hold in the afternoon, 134, any pop. I'm shorting Meta in front of that number. That's the obvious one for me, the Meta level, but it's further away. Like it takes a lot more for Meta to get back to that number. It has to claw green. So I might be taking multiple swings in front of that. I don't like longs unless you probably have to at least test 130 before I consider long. And even then, I'm really more thinking about 127 as the key price level. I want to stick to the good price levels, but it's definitely, this one's a short for me multiple times. If it could be a rollover at the open, it could be a press into yesterday's close. I'm just looking for the first curl I can get.
Oh, man. I forgot to put, I did forget, but AMD was the one that I wanted to put down here. AMD's, it's just, AMD. I want to talk about Apple too, but AMD right now, the market's pulling back a little bit, but look what just happened to AMD, man. It broke that shelf right. Oh, that sucks. Okay, that's fine. And actually, you know what I was thinking about this? You know, you could bang the table and, oh my God, I missed this trade, I missed that trade. But like I keep saying, man, there's 7,500 stocks. Now, I'm only going to trade looking at 10, 15 of them, right? But like, you know, that's just frustrating because it just broke right there. I was looking at like a 6. I didn't want, it didn't even break that far, man. It only broke 20 cents, 30 cents down. It was like that 69 level. And you mentioned about some key levels there on Apple. Now that we're below 70 on AMD, I feel like, and again, it doesn't look like it's huge on the chart or anything like that. But, yo, what's up, Randy? Yo, Randy, by the way.
What?
There he is.
There he is.
How was the snowstorm? Next time.
Why you? He
Next
didn't
time
do
we'll
it.
do
Am I supposed to fist bump you even though you didn't do it? The challenge.
I did it years ago.
Okay. It was a monster snowstorm that my wife was like, that was the easiest shoveling that she ever had to do.
How
during
much?
the day.
How much was the snow?
Like, get out.
3 or 4 inches.
It was like
3
this.
or 4 inches.
Okay,
Well, yeah. Randy doesn't live in the. What does it classify as a GTA? Or yeah, I guess it does. Not.
Outside.
Yeah.
He's in the sticks.
Yeah. So okay.
There was no snow.
Next challenge, Randy's down. When weather pending. So I haven't had a chance to talk to Randy too much. I'd love a refill. Thank you, Rob. That'd be great. Okay, so AMD through 70 there. It's always good to see the boys again running around here. And that's the thing, man. There's a lot of people that are involved in making Trader TV Live what it is, man. Randy's built these desks, this whole stage that we're on right now, all the IT that goes into it, the wiring. We have like a professional, I don't know if there's another camera we can show, but it doesn't matter. We have like professional lighting. Like the lighting is insane on us right now. So please mind all the blemishes. There's like
you
I
can't
can't
count.
even look up. There's 6 or 7 lights up
look
there.
at them.
We have 8 or 9 cameras. I mean, it's just there. You can sort of see the top there. What do they call those things? The racks or the I don't know, whatever. Anyways, Grids.
That was
Grids.
another name for it.
Good one. Yeah, so you can plug in everything up top there, all the powers up there. It's amazing. Yeah, and there it is. So you guys can see everything. And then we have our second neighbors beside us here for the midday show. Okay, just quickly though, because we got to get on here. It's 9:10. Apple. Okay, so I want to look at Apple quickly here on the daily chart. There's 140. Like it just now that we're below 140 significantly, you know, it failed up there. It tried to go. It made this huge bottom at 125. We were all celebrating because it went, celebrating. It went right back up to that 140 area and then just pretty much stopped on a dime. I mean, it got to 139 there and then just made that move down. I don't know what that wick up to 144. I'm going to say that didn't happen. I don't remember Apple breaking, unless it was in the pre-market on, it didn't. I was going to say on some sort of a Fed announcement or something. That didn't happen. We, unfortunately, and we've talked about this and we're working on it, we do chart all of these random D prints here. So I don't know, we're trying to work on that. But as soon as we get above 140, then I think you want to start to look long on Apple. But I feel like we could retest this 130 pretty soon, maybe even, I don't want to say today, but it could be today or tomorrow into the weekend, right? It's a shortened week this week, but Apple's been failing, and yeah, we're just going to have to wait. JP Morgan, yeah, downgrade this, downgrade that. You know what? It's put up or shut up time. We've already talked about that. Earnings are coming next week. Well, February 2nd, I believe Brendan said for this. It doesn't matter what the Fed says, honestly. It's not going to matter. Their earnings are already in. Like, we're going to have to wait to see what's going on. The Fed provides a great opportunity to trade. It doesn't necessarily say, oh, well, you know, we have to worry that Apple's a day after Fed or anything like that. Let's wait to see what happens with the Apple earnings. I'm surprised on the JP Morgan downgrade. I actually didn't even really know that much about it there, so I'm going to read it. But yeah, for sure favoring the short. We are already all shorts on here today. We've talked about Roblox picking up a dip and Rivian picking up a dip. Everything else, we're looking short. So if that means that we got to short this name on a pop, that's what we're going to do. We traded it yesterday. For some reason now, I don't know if you've noticed that, our ticks aren't showing up from past days. They used to show up all the time from past days, but we were short Apple yesterday.
I think I know what happened.
Nice move into the close to 135. So let's see. If we get back to 135, I believe it's another short up there. So we're going to wait to see. New poll up right now. What is this poll? I'm going to read it for the first time live here on the show. You do this, Brad? Fahad and you, okay. Would you rather day trade volatile stocks for high gains or stable stocks with consistent returns? For me, it's stability because I'm always trading those names, but volatile stocks, you know, the meme names, things like that, I think will probably wind up winning. Remember, the thing about what Neil and I do here on the show, we don't have PDT rules, right?
Yeah,
and
so
so that allows Neil and I to get in and out of position 5 times a day, 20 times a day. Speaking of, yeah, like
well,
we're like I was just saying, oh man, I missed that AMD trade. But if you can have specific targets and you can only make, thank you, Rob, a couple trades a day or weekly, you guys know the rules, then I think the volatile names would probably be the ones that you'd like to trade unless you are swinging Amazon or something. And then the volatile names tend to be lower priced.
Yeah, and so like I like the stability ones too. Every now and then, when there's a big opportunity, you want to take that volatile swing, like HKD when it's making moves. You'll see this CNCE pop in and out from time to time for me today, being bought at $8 cash. There is a $3.50 CVR, so it's going to trade above the buyout price because there's a contingent value, right? That when it's $3.50, it's does something happen or doesn't it happen, and then you get that extra payout, so it's going to trade at a premium. I just like the longs in front of that 8, so you'll probably see me jump in and out there, try and take some gross like I did, or just get in and out flat paying a rebate because, like Sean said, we can get in and out multiple times. I may make 100 executions on this thing, and it might not move a heck of a lot. So I just want to get that out of the way as we go to Roblox, Brendo.
Yes, sir.
We're still talking about ChatGPT, how it's going to take over the world. I'm kidding. Am I though? I know, right? Here's the note on Roblox. Not good. Downside. I mean, we were sitting here 2 days ago, guys, and this thing exploded on daily active users and monthly active users numbers that were better than expected. And then here's Morgan Stanley this morning downgrading to underweight on slower growth prospects. This is what I was talking about. Remember, if you go back just 2 days ago, this was the move that Roblox made. Now we give it all back once again. This is a big move, though.
It's a bigger move than most of the retracements we've seen on tech. Until this morning, until it retraced, it was up 28% year to date. Basically, what Morgan's position is, the accelerated user growth has already been priced in. In fact, it's been priced in for the latter half of this year. And any growth from their global segment is what they're saying unpredictable and therefore, not factored in.
I mean, it's not a concrete argument, I would say, but I mean, what do we do here, guys? Roblox down 6% after it was up 20 2 days ago.
BTFD, baby.
That simple. Okay, let's just get the bid in there. Look,
My bid's already in.
the stock, look, it was at $25 and got pretty much to 40. Kind of got to 40. Didn't really get to $40, but it pretty much got to that 40 area, and it's just come right back in here. You're going to see an obvious channel between 32 and 34 here, and I think that's, if we have an inside day, your resistance is up here, 33.5 to 34, your support down here at 32, and I don't want to do anything with the middle. That's a monster gap to be filled. So if it breaks 34, I'm not holding out on any kind of a short into 36. Too much of a chance that it squeezes on you. But that 34 is the first line in the sand on a pop that I want to take. 32 breaks, and you've got a little bit of a breakdown potential for Roblox. That's just the way I want to treat it. It's those two even dollar levels for me on Roblox.
Guys, 900, so we already have almost as many votes as we do likes. So 900 likes right now, 900 votes in the poll. Let's get that going. We got to get this to 1.5K in the next 2 minutes. So if you guys can hit that right now, please, let's do that. And let's just tell YouTube that you guys are watching here, and let's get going on that one. Over 1.5K. Please hit the like button and the subscribe button. As I think we've, again, for entertainment, for going over names, we're talking about stocks that are moving every single day. We're breaking news. Brandon's over there, Sharif's over there, guests of the day, so on and so forth. I'm going to reach out to Miss Danielle Shea. Someone was asking, am I still talking with her? I talk with her all the time. We're going to have Danielle Shea back on to talk about options very, very soon. Her son is absolutely adorable, and we're really happy that she's not part of our. Well, I guess she's kind of part of our team. I mean, if you're a regular guest, then that's fantastic. Okay, so I said buy BTFD, and I'm not joking. I really think that you can buy Roblox down here, man. This is 32 right there, trying to hold it the last couple days. Obviously, Brendan talked about that huge move 2 days ago, which sparked daily active users, right? I mean, are more kids being born every day? Yes. Well, I guess if you're being born, you're a kid, yeah. But people love Roblox, and we just talked to Rob here as well. Has a 22-year-old. So do I. Have a 20. How old is my kid? 21, 20, turning 21, and actually just a matter of weeks now. They were playing Roblox when they were younger. My kids now are playing Roblox. Your kids are playing Roblox. Your nieces and nephews are playing Roblox. And I just think that, hey, as long as technology is around, Roblox is going to be there. It's been there for a very, very long time. As businesses mature, they're going to figure out better ways to monetize. And look, I mean, whether or not you think Roblox is a buy right now, I don't know at these levels, but I was actually saying that, when it's all the way up here at 140 and drops down, you can't really buy it on the way down because you don't know where it's going to stop. And if you did, you'd be pissed off on the way. We talked about changing risk to reward and stuff like that in 2021. A lot of the buy the dips in 2022 didn't work. But right now, I kind of believe in this $24, $25 level. Again, earnings are going to rule the roost on a stock like this, but monetization is a big thing. I feel like Roblox has got it figured out, not because I pay $13.99 a month times 2 for my 2 kids. That's not that much money, but hey, it adds up. It's recurring revenue. I think Roblox has a lot of opportunity here, and I don't even think that the metaverse has scratched. Now, whether or not you think the metaverse is something or not, I just told you Roblox has been around for 25 years. So if they can get it all figured out, which I believe they have, and then, engaging kids a little bit more, obviously it has to be safe and there has to be things involved there. There has been sort of headwinds about some of their gaming experiences and things like that. But for me, for a trade, I really like this 32 level. Let's see if it holds. If it doesn't, we're gone. We're gone on that. But I still feel like Roblox is a buy, and I haven't bought anything down here at 24, 25 bucks. But if it gets back there, I think I'm talking myself into buying something. You got to be involved in some of this stuff. If Roblox does take off, I mean, Activision Blizzard was just bought for what, $68 billion or something by Microsoft. If it goes through, there are opportunities. I mean, what is Roblox? Right now, we don't have too much on our rundown. We're going to have Tesla in a minute. Let me just see here. Carvana, yeah, you're still at 58%. I know that. I don't think Roblox short oops, not BLX. I'm gonna say it's in the teens. RBLX. Let me just see what this
What's the
is.
short interest?
Yeah, not even 7.
Not even close.
You know, not even close, right? Market cap 20 billion. That might be exaggerated a little bit. Obviously, if you don't earn any money, you can't get any PE. But you know, we're gonna wait to see what happens there with Roblox. I think now that I see 20 billion, that's probably a little rich on the valuation even now. So maybe it does need to fly down a little bit. But hey, I like the stock. That's a dip name that I'm trying to get there 32. But I'm not getting aggressive until then. I don't know what this market wants to do, man. We're bouncing around here. Now we're at 0.75, and it looks like it wants to be pretty steady. So, yeah, Party City. Oh, did that open back up?
No.
Oh, someone just said 10 cents. So I don't know if that opened back up again.
No.
PRT. I'm just going to double check, even though someone just wrote it in there. It could have. Oh, did it go down?
It's not.
It might have gone down. I'm just going to PRTYQ. Sometimes in the pink sheets.
It's a good guess. Yeah.
What? Wow, that's pretty fluky there. Wow, okay, so PRTQ there. Yes, you're right there. Whoever mentioned that. You are now down on the pink sheets on a random guess of a symbol because it's RevRQ. So that's why I went over there to PRTYQ. So yeah, there's Party City. It did come down there. And look where it left at, right? PRTY. We can actually still call up the quote from the other day. I thought we could. No, we get rid of all the information. PRTY. Do I have it on e-signal? Nah. Okay, we'll find it out. But I think it was 48, 49 cents or so where it halted at. So PRTQ right now back down to 10 cents, guys, there on the pink sheets. Good luck, whoever brought that up in the chat. Thanks for that. Because, yeah, we were talking about that yesterday, but here it is right now. PRTYQ. So if you are looking to harvest some of your tax losses, or I guess it's January now, it doesn't make much sense, but you're going to be down here to 12 cents today on the pink sheet. So let's see how this one trades. We're not going to be able to trade it. We're unable to trade any pink sheet names that are under $1. So if you guys ask us about that, those are not allowed to be traded here on our prop floor.
Let's go on to Tesla here. We discussed in depth yesterday relative weakness coming back into play after 2 pretty impressive days to start the week. We were back downside, 1.6 here to the downside again this morning for Tesla. It was Piper Sandler this morning that was out with another negative note, jumping on the bandwagon, I guess, to the downside as far as analysts are concerned for Tesla. Just another day in the life of Tesla stock. A
saving grace maybe for them, Brendo, is that they're having to push back delivery times for their Model Y standard range from January to March to February to March. So pushing it back a month, not so for their performance model and their long range model.
Yeah, this Piper note did actually point specifically to delivery times and wait times extending once again on a cautionary tale ahead of earnings again coming up next week for Tesla. So look forward to that. What do we do today, Neil, with Tesla?
Well, the other thing to consider is I think it was just last week, you find out that U.S. auto sales are at like decade lows, right? So you do have a bit of a depressed market. That's part of why you're having prices come down, because that's what you got to do. And I look at today, and it's every single stock is rejected breakout, and then it's kind of like a head and shoulders. The only difference with Tesla is it is technically still like that break that we looked at 2 days ago, 25, 26. You're still above 125. So this is actually still above that channel that it was breaking, meaning it has a chance. It has a chance to hold 125 at the open. If that's going to be the case, it's going to get an order out there on that stupid CNCE stock. If that's going to be the case at 125, then you have some support where you can get a bit of a jump off. So this is one of the few names where it's got a level that I could maybe stick out in front of and say you can get a little bit of a bounce. All that said, if we get to 130 or 129, 130, I think this is a short. That's as simple as it gets. And then we're looking at some Rivian recently as another name to trade within the space, and I'll get to NIO in a second as well. Rivian's on the NASDAQ, Neil. Rivian is on a collision course again with that 16. Now, the last time we saw 16, you got a breakdown, it has a double bottom here, wick bottoms at 1580. Huge rejection of the break of 16. I mean, just monster rejections, because each time you break it, you're back at the next dollar in a heartbeat. And the same thing happened here, and you almost got to 18 bucks. At some point, if we continue this downward trend, this gets taken out, and 1580 is a monster level. Not the 16 even, but the 1580 here down on Rivian. At some point, like you keep making these wick bottoms, this shelf gets taken out, and it's going to get ugly. NIO's through 11. We talked about this yesterday, going long in front of 11 on the dip. It bounced to 11.20 a couple of times. Now you're beneath that 11, so some resistance here, possibly right away on NIO. Be careful. I'm always careful shorting right in front of the pre-market highs on NIO, so I wouldn't jump into this right away. But if you're holding a consolidation off the open, 5-10 minutes in, the opening range sets up below 11. Then kind of like Intel, I want to work into a short, give it to 11 even, and then bingo, bango, bongo. But that Rivian 1580 stands out.
Yeah, so if you come over here, we have our sticky note today, and if you follow me at Trader TV Sean, we're approaching 40,000 followers right now. I wrote down Rivian as soon as I came in. We traded it yesterday at 1650 long. Was a great long, right? But then we came in today and it broke. So right here, I've written it down, 52-week low, test the long on 16 for sure. But then 1580 is that 52-week low. So we wrote that down. It's right here right now. So let's see how many people like this already. 63 likes, 12 retweets. Thank you so much for all that. What does it stand for? Short sell. Yes, it does. Right there, Easy Adventure. So right there, thank you. I'll comment. I'll respond to the comments, but I just can't do it now with 5 minutes into the open. But there's Rivian right there. Yesterday, and again, this is why I like it. We actually had this long. You guys saw me take it, not there. We had it right here at 1 o'clock, and we got it all out pretty much in the 70s and 80s, which was a fantastic. Well, some of it was out right here, 64, 65, as you guys saw me trade this live. And then boom to the downside, retested that 1650. Now we're opening below it, right? So for me, I'm not going to short this 1650 right here, but that's probably going to be a great trade. Let's just see what happens. If we rip up, we've been caught on Rivian before where it just doesn't act the way I think it should. So I'm not going to short the 1650. What I'm looking at, Rivian, is right here, 1680. All right, crypto time. We could talk about Tesla. I know Neil went over some levels. Tesla's a levels game. Watch the momentum on that. The NASDAQ is down today, so you're going to favor short on Tesla for me anyways, and we'll watch some levels break on that. But let's go over to crypto with only 4 minutes left.
Yeah, let's talk some crypto here to wrap things up. I wanted to mention, we were discussing with Raheem a little bit, this wild action that happened yesterday. If anyone missed it, you have that story up about, what's that thing called again that got caught yesterday?
Bits Lotto,
Bits
Brendo.
Lotto. How did I not know?
Basically, an individual of Russian descent living in China, arrested in Miami, being accused of laundering more than $700 million in cryptocurrency on the Hydra market. So another scandalous headline for crypto. I don't know, this crypto winter feels a little different than the ones in the past, though. A lot of these companies going bankrupt.
Yeah, and it was interesting yesterday. This was the move we were discussing on the show yesterday, this wild move in both BTC and Ethereum to the downside. It seemed like a lot of people were selling into this announcement because if you remember, the DOJ said at 12 p.m. Eastern, they were going to announce an action. Turns out to be a complete non-event, but here we are kind of chopping around. Back at the bottom end of the range for both Bitcoin and Ethereum if you go out to a daily chart. So a lot of these stocks kind of following suit here. We had huge reversals. I mean, the daily candle on Coinbase is the picture-perfect reversal candle on a higher time frame. But here we are gapping down again, guys. $50 staring us in the face.
Yeah, you're not lying. Of all those wick top sort of setups for reversals, Coinbase is definitely the prettiest on the chart basis. On the daily, it's also the 50 period. I love pulling out the chart so you can see how 370 this was at. But you look at this 50 level, what a huge rejection. I just look at where we closed at 50, and it's like, okay, well, if it holds beneath 50 even, I think that's worth a shot. And then the next level up would be 53. However, there was more success for me shorting Silvergate for obvious reasons. It held the lower high from 2 days ago, from Monday. Well, sorry, the Tuesday, because Monday was a holiday. It held that lower high, 1420. We shorted that. We shorted the 13 break. Now I'm looking at this 1270, previous support, afternoon tops, exactly the same pattern. Like the afternoon resistance on a dump, that's the first thing I'm shorting in front of. So that 1270 to 1275. I'm going to get my orders out there because it's now at the open. I don't like having orders out in Silvergate too early in the pre-market because it's not terribly liquid. But now that we're getting toward the open, I'm shorting the pop just like we did yesterday.
All right. Yeah, we're getting, I mean, Amazon, things are starting to ramp up right now. We just got short Amazon right now, I believe. Yeah, so we are now short with only 2 minutes to go now. Market rallying a little bit here, back to the pre-market highs. I mean, obviously we've faded out, but you know, right back into this level of 11,400 now. Let's see what we want to do. Market only down 0.7. We thought it was going to be a little bit of a bigger day than this to the downside. I even thought Amazon had a chance to take this 93.50, remember, that we talked about, but still weaker than the market. But yesterday we really sniffed out that Amazon short wasn't going to work up to 99, and then it went to 99.50 and broke. So right now we're going to wait on this for that to happen. There's 95.50. That's yesterday's bottom. We'll take another short into 95 here because we're only short at 75. We'll take another one around 90, 95 there. And then if it goes back up, I'm thinking like 95.50 is kind of our no-go anymore. And then we'll just wait to see if momentum dies down at 96.50, something like that. We're not going to start the day averaging into these shorts until the moon or anything like that. So let's wait to see. I'm thinking bullish, bearish on a lot of these names. Got to check back on Microsoft because that's another one that I have orders pending on. 235.85. So that's a ways away. We're looking at 236. This one's not moving. You can see Microsoft doing nothing and Amazon heading up right now. So yeah, a different motion here. What's Apple doing? And just to see what the broader market's doing. A little bit of a bump to 134. So not much happening there. The other short that we are looking at, Microsoft, Amazon, Roblox, and Rivian. That's it. So, and then AMD up to 70 was another short that I'm looking at that I have an offer on as well. So here we go, man, with only 20 seconds. We're ready to go, man. We have our Rivian bid lower ready to go as well. That's bumping off a little bit right now. Roblox is ready to go. It's going to be a good day with only 10 seconds left. Follow us at Twitter, get our watches, and get ready to rock and roll. He's there.
No, he's there. In 5, 4, turn around in 3, 2, and 1, Fahad.
From not liking the camera to absolutely loving the camera.
Now.
That is Fahad. So here we go, guys. All right, short Amazon right now. It's the only position we have in. We are going to get a little bit more if we get to this 95 level, which it's trying to get to right now. I do have an offer sitting there. Maybe there it is. So now we're short. Oh, wow. Okay. So here goes the blow to the upside right now for Amazon. Let's see if it can withstand this. I don't know. Nice move upside.
Yeah, Roblox actually going right to the downside. So I wanted to short that pop. It looks like we're not going to get it. NVIDIA is starting to charge in with the market, though. This is following the market. That 172 can come into play. I just got my Amazon, but I want to get my orders out for NVIDIA as well. Want to check out some Intel, but Amazon blowing to the upside. I just got filled at 95.15. Meta is starting to press toward that 134 that I like for the short, so that one can come into play rather quickly. NIO was the other one that we're looking at to short the pop, but I want to see a little bit closer to that 11 mark before I dig into this one, into the south side. SI and Coinbase, I mean, it's trying to get up there. I want 1270 on SI. And Coin, that one getting very, very close to that 50 mark. It already got to 49.90. And I want to see it maybe press right up to that 50 before taking that curl. The market is trying to get to the upside. 0.5% now we're only down on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, not a great start for the shorts, but we'll see if they can continue to do something here. So we'll go short we are short right now. I'm just watching out for Amazon here because that's really the one that I have. Now we're short. I mean, it's going to get blown out at 95.50. Like I said, we probably won't get out of them all, but we will get out of some of these here at that 95.50 level. So now we're short. 98. So we're short right here, 94, 98, 99s. So we need this to get back to the downside. We're only out 20 cents right now. What is Rivian doing? Okay, so that's getting close to 16 right now. What was that bottom? 16.12? I don't want to take it yet, man. I want to let this come down a little bit more here into 1602, 1603 or so here for Rivian. So
there's Meta.
Just making sure that we got this one. Nice little flush down happening for us on Amazon as well.
So first of all, Intel broke 28.50. I thought for sure I wanted 29s, but 28.50 just broke on Intel. I might get something at that price, but that 134 level has already come here on Meta. This is the afternoon. This is where it needs to put a bit of a curl. I don't want to have a hard stop because sometimes you get that shock right at the open. I want to give it some room in here to work. I think if it comes back, you should be at least looking at 33s and 32s and a half. But the market is now screaming into the upside. Now got Intel to the short side along with Amazon, and I'm going to be looking at Roblox very quickly as well because RBLX, Roblox is just absolutely bucking that trend until now. So about to get some Roblox. If it comes into that 34, this could be the chance to short that pop.
All right, shoot, man. We're still waiting, man. We're still waiting for this to go up, or to go down here. We did try to get a bid there at O's for Amazon, but yeah, not coming in yet. Here it comes back down. We are going to try to regroup a little bit on this, man, as it's come back in. So let's wait to see what Roblox wants to do, or sorry, what Amazon wants to do right now at this level. So, so far so good. Let's bring it in a little bit here for Amazon. Oh man, it's just at that 95.50 $150 area. That's a level that we didn't want to really test from yesterday, right? We're right there right now. It's right here. So that's that last short that we just took. We're at a spot now where if this market doesn't fall, like look at this going back up to the upside. We thought it was going long. We thought it was going short today. Nah, it's going long right now. We don't get that Roblox bid down there, but we are waiting at that 32. Like Neil said, though, it only went to 33 and didn't even say anything to that. So let's wait to see what's happening. What's going on with Procter?
Procter just touched the 50 period on the daily chart, guys. So I probably tweeted this one, and we didn't get a chance to talk about it. Actually, no, I briefly talked about this. Procter, bad news. 50 period, 200 period moving average converging at about 145. That's my turnaround spot. I just grabbed 133.80s in here. That's Meta. 144.44 is what I have right in the middle of that 44 to 45 area. So I like that short in P&G, and it wicks right into it, rejects 45. But the way this market's coming in here, I gotta pay myself out if this one starts. It's the only one that immediately got to my target area and just rejected it outright immediately. So once it's back beneath 144, gonna take some out into that strong market. You want to pay yourself out on shorts. Intel's okay, but Amazon here, Amazon's starting to press a little bit more. Still a NASDAQ stock last I checked, Neil. There we go. Starting to press a little bit more. It was trying to pull back to 95 there, and now you're getting that push. The previous close was at 95.5. That's where it's sitting right now. I'm only giving it a few pennies past that level. It's the same thing with like Meta. Like Meta's holding beneath 135, but it's only a matter of time before it takes out that 135 the way the market's going. These lines in the sand are there. We haven't crossed them yet, but it could get pretty close to it. Oddly enough, I have not gotten a single share of Silvergate short. So that must not be, this isn't going anywhere. Silvergate's not making any moves to the upside. That looks okay. Coinbase did go. Yeah, you can't get Silvergate. Silvergate's 1,000 times weaker than Coinbase. I might want to short Silvergate where it lies.
Yeah, I was just, so we are now in the money. Amazon did not breach, but it came pretty darn close to taking us out there. So we already got some out for flat, down, well, 2 penny loss down here. We took an 0.2. Actually, we were short 99, 3 or 4 penny hit there. It's just bouncing right now. This is the only position I have on right now for this, and that's on purpose, right? I mean, I'm not going to sit here and take trades. I was reading that One Good Trade, and, you know, it was a very valid point, and that was that, you know, the market's open all day. You don't need to wait. You need to wait for your setups to come through. You don't need to go crazy and try to find something just because, right? So look at Google. ChatGPT, who cares? Right up there to 92. Google today ringing registers and necks apparently as this one right to the upside. Huge move here for Google, right to 92. That would have been a great short. Let's try to figure out what's going on. But right now, let's go sirens up, baby, because there goes Google, or there goes Amazon. Our best fill there, I think, was 90. But yeah, so we don't have too many great fills or anything there on Amazon. But let's get back to the downside now, as here we go, breaking through 95. We need a downside push here for Amazon.
Yeah, that 95 is going to be key. It's withheld that wick, so it looks like it's going to be pretty good. I did just get another fill there in PG. Well, sorry, not PG, but in Amazon. And I forgot about Roblox, guys. So Roblox was the other name that was looking pretty strong, pressing into that 34. It didn't quite get there. I just missed it by about 10 cents or so. I think it has a good chance. It's 3 consecutive candles to the upside after that down wick. So I want to get my order a little bit tighter. I was sitting at 80s, but now I want to sit at about 85. Meta has just gone back in the money. The weird thing is the only short that's out of the money right now, you can't make it up. It's Intel. Intel is actually trying to press back into the upside as it tries to go here. And I saw a lot of people talking about Netflix as these shorts are starting to work now. Netflix tried to get up to 25s. The flat bottom break was at 21, but that's just a wick at the open. I don't think it's taken out that level yet. Once 321 is cleared, this one has a lot of room to go to the downside. Don't forget they report after market. Brendo.
Chinese online education company moving here. EDU on New York up 8.3%. Jeffries with a positive note on this one and an upgrade this morning. So straight to the upside. $3 so far higher on EDU out of the gate.
Let's go, man. 2 for 2 right now. Amazon short, Rivian long. We called that Rivian long. Look where it is right now, guys. 15s, man. And look where your boy's long. We're long at 03s. So there it is, the Rivian. Ring the register. That was a good one right there for us on this name. So yeah, so far so good right now on Amazon and Rivian as they are both kicking it right now for us. Nice move to the upside here. You know, pretty happy getting that. We never have enough shares when that happens, but that did come down to our key level. So pretty happy taking that one out right there on Rivian as we continue to climb. So let's see, maybe this move is the other way today to the upside against that 52-week low. And I couldn't be happier making that move up. So good move there for Rivian and a good move down for Amazon. We did cash out, man. We did cash out of a decent amount of it. Obviously, we're short now at 12s. You could see here, just there's some outs right here, right where we started building this at 80s. We got out. Maybe we're just wrong on Amazon. That's very, very possible. And this name just wants to continue to climb today. And if so, fine. But we've already taken that cash out on Amazon. We just, not really. We still have a third of our position. We still have about 40% of our position left. So we still need this to get to the downside. But we're going to be here for that. Wow, look at Rivian. This is just, if you're going to, honestly, you guys want to talk about a stock where you can use that PDT, you know, you have a name here. Look at Rivian off the bottom. If that's not Sticky Note Nation, and if you guys aren't hitting the like button right now, then I don't know. But there's that 16 bottom that we gave you. I told you the price I was waiting at. It's 1603. What do we have long in our account? 1603s. So right there, we gave it to you, and that's that big move upside for Rivian. Bang! That's a good one right there. Let's go, man. Still making new highs.
Yeah, and always wait for your specific prices. Like Roblox, the whole time, like I'm shorting Roblox on a pop, I'm shorting Roblox on a pop, but you wait till 34 comes in, and once it gets to that price or close enough to it, then you engage the trade. So I got 85s, I've already paid out 1-to-1, now I can hold the trade, see how far it wants to go downside here. Now, obviously, I was talking about Intel, and this is the first time Intel's really done this, where it's showing some signs of strength. The market is significantly up, and this has not broken the high. Now I want to roll into more shares, because that's a double tap at the high of the day. If it takes out 28.79, I know I'm wrong, and I can get some more shares in that 60 range. But this one, it's about respecting that pattern. I want to go over to Meta, and I should be showing you guys the 15-minute chart. If the levels are off the 15-minute, then you want to trade off of the 15-minute. I show you guys the 3-minute often because it's easier to see on the executions. But this is the wick high that it's trying to make on Meta here, and the room that I think it can go. Like first stop 33s, 32, 31. And if we retrace, I think we can go that far. You want to give it some more room. But I just got tops in here. My price being 34s. That first $50 I'm going to take out, then the full dollar, then every 50 cents from there, I'm going to look to take those shares out. As far as the longs go, I just wanted to go back over to Netflix because that's been a relatively strong stock. It's now held that 321. So you got a wick bottom through 321 on Netflix. That's that line in the sand. I'm not at the point that I just want to jump in front of it because I think I'm still feeling like we could have a bit of a red day. I'm not convinced that we're going green just yet. But Netflix at 321 is a good support level.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that in the pre-market as well. All right, so I don't know, man. We're well in the money here on Amazon, but that doesn't mean that we're necessarily happy with how it's trading here. So let's see if Amazon can't get down to the downside. I mean, we are absolutely destroyed. We're not destroyed. We absolutely destroyed this trade here on Rivian, man, as it's continuing to go back up to the upside right now. So nice little trade there. We do not have anything on Amazon. It's not making that move to the downside. Let's go over to Brendo.
It doesn't happen often, but notable when it does. Typically, ARC, guys, just popping up on volume. So one of those type of days. Back to the upside after what happened yesterday. Reversal on this one as well. You can see big time volume for ARKK.
All right. It's all about that ARC. So I just got NVIDIA. Remember we said wait for 172? This is just like Roblox. Wait for 172. This is previous support the day before. The last 2 days, once it gets to that price, I'm short in front of it. I got myself 80. I always do like 88s and 77s. But we get in, pay out at 1-to-1. I like 170 down here if this wants to continue to the downside. So it's just rinsing and repeating some of the same price action. Amazon's working in the money. NVIDIA's in the money. We already took some out of Procter. As that short just came right into that 145, but you're still trying to churn upside. But if you don't break 145, then I can just hang on to this. I'm looking for 142s, get in, get out, like a little bit of a sniper. I like some other names to hold a little bit longer. Like if we roll over, I like Meta to hold all day, not necessarily Procter & Gamble, because I think value buyers might be sniffing at this one today. Amazon fine, Roblox, that's still doing exactly what it was before. All of these have these breakouts at the top on the 15-minute, and then they're trying to continue. This is a rejection at 34. I think you can get to that 33 level. 32 is where the support is. I'm flat if we get to 32 on Roblox because that's an obvious support level.
Man, this is a good day so far here, man. You guys can see that's been happening. Amazon just continues. I mean, this is the one that I'm really happy with, obviously, here. As Amazon continues to make a move to the downside right now, we are now 40 cents in the money on this name, but I couldn't be happy with Rivian. Now we have about 12% left as it comes back into the downside. We'll take another 22. We just got a bunch out there. Like, this was good, man. As soon as we went to the 200 period, and again, just be smart about how you're trading, right? Make sure that you respect some levels that come into play for you, right? And I mean, there's the 200 period, came right in for me, and yeah, we were able to make some money on that. That was a good move for us. All the way up there, all the way down, respected that level. That is what Rivian gave to us today, and that's what we took on it. So, you know, sometimes you just got to take what the market gives you, and Rivian came out to 16 bucks, and that was a great take down there. And look at this market, man. We are absolutely Sam Bankman-Fried right now, banking on Amazon as bang goes Amazon to the downside. It's always great when it works out, baby. This is why we look at stock, man. This is why we study. This is why we're here. This is why we love this game. I told you, Amazon 95.50, right? We had that break yesterday downside. As soon as that happened, that's that level that we like, and it's just one of these kind of days one more time as we are now $1 in the money on this Amazon trade and making lows, man. We have it 3 times. We took shares on this name, so yeah, we're happy with it. We're very happy with this Amazon trade.
Yeah, Meta's now rolled over. It's well past that 134. The wick tops are complete. This is exactly what the market did to you yesterday, where essentially you had that attempt to break out, and then you had that big time rejection candle and that wick top. So now that's happening. We got to start thinking about scaling out of some of these. We're going to get out of, I already talked about Roblox where I want to get out of it. And it's starting to get to that 33.5. This is where I think it tests that low of the day. Pretty much even Intel's starting to go. But I'm out of NVIDIA. I slapped a target on NVIDIA. And obviously, I'll tell you why. So 172 into 170. We'll take a couple of dollars and ring the register there. But if I'm holding a chip name short all day, I'm holding Intel all day. The only problem is this is the first time this is doing this, where it's not as weak as everything else. If the market falls, I think Intel's going to go as well. But I will take some out in front of the pre-market lows. If it cannot get through that, I have to respect relative strength on Intel. And I always go to what is not working as well. I'm sitting in 5 shorts. I did have an extra one, but we just got it of NVIDIA, but now I have 5 shorts instead of 6. But Proctor is right back to our re-entry price. If this takes 145, then it looks like the dip buyers on Proctor have won out. But all net short the entire way, patiently waiting for it, looking for that turn. Looks like we've got it.
One good trade. I mean, that's all you need. I mean, you don't need to be going crazy here with different trades, man. We have great returns today. Great returns on Rivian. And what else can we say here about this Netflix trade, this Amazon trade? We were actually waiting for this to happen down to 94 bucks. We just cashed out. Let's cash out one more piece here. And you know, that's what happens when you take shares. You can get in and out multiple times, right? And so that's something that, you know, really believe in your spot there. Then when it comes down, you saw me destroy Microsoft yesterday on the same kind of logic, using more shares and hitting it. You're welcome, Philip Flipsky there. Good game there. Thank you, Rizwan, for all the talk about this Amazon short. Thank you so much for everybody in the chat about the Rivian trade as well. The good thing about Rivian is we just got more out, baby, right here. 23s there on the 50 period, and then it bumped up and we got 25s there. So I mean, now we have 5% left on this Rivian trade. So really emptied it out up here. Pretty happy, obviously, with everything. Let's just see if Rivian continues to make this move right now to the upside. But hey, man, there goes Amazon, Neil. It just broke 94s. We're at 93.90 right now. I can't even speak. I'm so happy about this trade.
Yeah, it's just, this is a hold situation for your short. You can scale out of it, but the bigger moves here, it looks like we're coming in. So I got first fill. I'm going to ring the register. I think we're powering up the shorts at this point. So we're about to break low of the day on Intel. I did take some out in front of the low, and I'll rinse and repeat. Any pop into 60s, I'm grabbing that and adding to the position. Meta's now back at 133. That's $1 in the money. And I don't mean to ignore, it's not about ignoring stocks. It's just that, so Tesla was a little bit stronger than everything else. And it did not quite get to 130. And I would have been short another name here, and it would have been Tesla if it got to 130. It got to 129.50, and even this is rolling over. So the weakness is everywhere. The only one that's not going to be working out, we did pay ourselves out once on Proctor. That's a gentle upward trend. So that's the one that has to be managed, I think, the most by myself because it's the one that's not following suit. I'm going to try to scale out on every single dip I get, but this seems like it wants to take out 145. So if the tech and risk names are going to the downside, sometimes that means the rotation can come back in on the value type names, which is Procter. 145 is a complete line in the sand for me. I'm just adjusting my stop order as I just got into some more shares there, and I don't want to have this one go against me. Roblox, $1. Amazon's still working pretty nicely, but is this Procter is going to be that real story for me? Could be the one loss that we take to the short side. Brendo.
Only real notable earnings name to discuss today, AAPL, we mentioned right at the end of the day yesterday. Big move down aftermarket on the report, but back higher today. Still very, very high on relative volume so far today, even though it's down 2.5, guys.
All right, good question from Abdul there in the chat. And guys, be a subscriber, man. Get in that chat and we can answer questions just like this for you every single day. Abdul asks, why does my Amazon position, the price on the position keep changing? Well, it's a good question because it's an easy one. We work on first in, first out. So unfortunately for the show, it's not great because it keeps changing. But every time I get out of a position, it just like now that's my last fill. So those are the shares that I'm currently holding. I know it's a little bit like it's not the way that a lot of you operate and not the way that, you know, many stocks, you know, in your portfolio, when you average in, it just sticks to that price.
Yeah,
but as this continues to work, like that'll show my price, then it'll give an average price. Then it's like, that's why I try to tell you what my actual average price is. My average price on Amazon was $94.99 was the average price that we had up there after averaging all in, right? And it just keeps changing. So like when I get out of these trades right here, it's gonna show a loss because it says, oh, you were short at 80 and you just covered at 95. So that's a 20-cent loss, right? So my portfolio is actually red at this point. Even though we you know, it's come down and we have a nice trade, it's showing red at that level. So that's just how, you know, I don't want to say unfortunately, it's how it works here. That's how we calculate it. So that's why it keeps on changing. But like that's my last fill at 30. So that's the short that it shows me. And I hope that helps you understand a little bit, but I know it is a little bit confusing.
Yeah, that's actually relatively for day trading. It does it makes sense for a day trader making multiple trades, but if you're trading on normal
it's
retail,
not great for the show to see our prices.
It's a little bit confusing. That's why we'll tell you like where we're getting in. But even on Procter, like I still had some 144.44s when I added into it, so you'll see my price
so
changing
Momo
as
just
well.
said the same thing.
Yeah, it's a pretty normal
That's
thing.
what they do on his or her program.
Okay, so other people have it as well. We only know our trading platform. That's why you always hear us talk about that. Procter is coming back downside, and given that that's the case, I'm just going to cross the spread a little bit here. Not cross the spread, but sort of make the spread to get some shares out. This is the one name that looks a little bit strong. So as it's gliding to the upside, I'm just going to release some pressure. I'll edit my stop order just to, because you have to do it manually. I would love, that would be a ticket. As I get out of shares, if I could automatically set my stop so it changes with my position
you think
size.
that would be awesome?
That'd be pretty cool. Actually, but I haven't put a ticket in for that. I'm going to go ahead and do that.
Nice,
But if this rolls through VWAP, I think it goes down like pretty much everything else. But it is showing signs of strength. I did want to get over to Gap and Macy's. There's so many things that you forget about. And now that the shorts are working, I do feel a little bit more confident to kind of just look for some new ideas and go to some different names. Gap and Macy's were relatively strong. It was 13 that Gap GPS was holding. It looks like that 13, which was support all day long, has turned into resistance. So on any pops, there could be a trade. I mean, there might not be pops, but I'm just saying on any kind of a pop, GPS at 13, and I'm going to assume even Macy's at 23, could be a good look. I'm looking for things to short if we come back to the upside thinking a red day. Brendo?
I saw one of the first to go green today was this one, Starbucks, guys. BTIG and Citi, both with positive notes on Starbucks this morning. It was down in the pre-market, but back to green, trying to hold 105 for S-Bucks.
I like S-Bucks, man. I think as China reopens a little bit there and we get some of that COVID zero talk and some of the policies easing a little bit there. Yeah, hard to not like Starbucks. I've talked about that earlier. That was one of my calls heading into the new year here, was Starbucks on, again, some of that Chinese strength. I felt like you've seen some of the ADRs start to go a little crazy. You talked about NEO and Alibaba, things like that. Okay, so Rivian just came back in. This could be, you know what? I mean, this could be a reload area here for us. We can test it. There is a big buyer here. It did, maybe we should just, all right, shoot. Let's try 30 then here around 05s. Here it comes. We're going to get out, guys, if this takes out O's, right? So this is just one of those trades, again, where now we have another position on. If it takes down O's, we're going to get out of Rivian. Pretty simple right now. That name just came right back in. So, yeah, we're going to take it and see what happens here for the downside of Rivian. But, hey, we just took it again. So let's see. I don't know if it's going to get back up there. We're going to have to watch out for the futures. The futures may be bottoming here. So that could be something to look out for. But right now, Rivian, if it takes out 16, which it's going to do right now, there it is. We don't have to worry. Bang, we're out. That's fine. I'm going to be fine with that trade despite losing on that last piece there. I'm really happy with that trade. It's obviously my number. I've only traded 2 stocks. This and Amazon. Amazon's a little bit better than Rivian for me today, but just by a little bit. So that's going to be my number 1 and 2 stocks here as we look for some more names that are bouncing around right now. Things at highs. XOM. We're going to watch out for some oil today as well. As it's only 9:53. We have Nat Gas coming out at 10:30. So Nat Gas has been crazy, as you know, Neil. Some of those moves that can happen in the market there has been pretty insane. So
be careful trading Nat Gas.
Yeah. Or Tellurium or something like that.
It's the most volatile. It's been like literally the most volatile commodity that I've been watching. And I don't trade. I know Arun he'll like dip his toes in there, but the actual futures contract is like the risk on it is a little bit crazier than you think. So sometimes trading like cold, if you can trade that, maybe a little bit more reasonable. It's to update a couple of things. So Meta's now 150 in the money, but you're right at. Come to the chart for a second. Meta's right here.
Nice.
Yesterday's close at 133. So all of the decision points to be made inside of the afternoon range, those have been made, like scaling out inside of that range. If you break 133 and go lower, then you're right back into the bottoms. So I'm not really doing anything, unless we go back to the tops, I'd reload. I'm not really doing anything unless you press through, and then I want to see how far we can go down to the downside. Procter, I was worried about it. Well, I'm not as worried about Procter & Gamble anymore. It just tested VWAP. Now I'm looking for that 142. As a matter of fact, I'm going to get my order out there. If it does continue to flush, I think we can hold on to this. I'm going to rinse and repeat Intel. Maybe it just holds the inside of the range. I think I started too early here. Now I want to be only shorting in front of that 70 level. So I'll wait till it gets into the 60s, try and take that 15, 20 cent standard on Intel, and then just see how far it can go to the downside eventually with this market. Looking for kernels of strength, man. I thought that Netflix at 321 could have been a thing. So here's the thing about flat bottom breaks. When it breaks the level, guess what you have to do? You got to go short. Prad just said go short. So there's
your guy's learning over there.
He's learning. There's your flat bottom break. I'm short everything except for Netflix here. However, that is the opportunity cost of looking at multiple names, right? Like you can be short the world. But yeah, Netflix, there's a flat bottom break. It couldn't hold 21. It's now all the way down to 317. Remember, they report aftermarket. Not looking too good for Netflix, however.
No. I remember. I think it's very difficult to judge a stock on its reporting day. You got to wait to see what's going to happen with it. We have a new position alert right now. As Rivian just goes right back to the upside. So that sucks. We did get out of that one maybe a little bit too early when that broke 16. But we got to stay with our strategy there of getting out when a key level is broken, because Rivian right now just went back to 08s, 09s there. That sucks. What's up, Brendo?
A ton of strength in these Chinese names once again today, but again, it's the smaller ones, not necessarily the big guys. EHang, a ton of volume. Not seeing much on this, but just took a 13 there on its way back to the upside after a down day yesterday.
Oh, EHang.
So we haven't talked to. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I didn't really talk too much about my new position here. We just have Google. We saw it rip up to 92 there, and now it just came right back in. So let's see. I don't know what that was all about. I don't know if there's news or anything, Brendo, on Google today, but that was a huge move to the upside where it really got going and got positive. Like, it was positive as the market was tanking there. So now on a pullback, let's test the Google long against this 90-60 here.
Yeah, I was just about to talk about NIO because we haven't really mentioned the Chinese ADRs. This broke that 11 level very quickly. Like, there was no curl, there was no slowdown, but it's rejected it for now. And now you have the lower high being put in at 11. So this could be the decision time where you might actually get into some NIO here, reject that wick top, hold below, break the channel down, kind of short it in and around those 90s, give it to 11 even, not the high of the day. That'd be a setup I like. I'd never trade it in a complete vacuum. So there's two things I'd look at. One, Alibaba and the general. I could look at K-Web, but I like to know what Baba's doing. Very similar look. Like, you're breaking out, getting the resistance and pulling back. So I'd want to make sure Baba's falling to the downside. And then I always look at what the EVs are doing in general before trading that. That leads me over to Tesla, and Tesla's relatively strong. So I think if something's going to crack up here, Tesla is approaching that 130. And I wouldn't put a short on in NEO if Tesla's going to take out that 130 level. I think I want to see a rejection at 130 on Tesla.
All right, so, oops. We did it again. Spin it, baby. Let's go. We're going to go 3 for 3 today and pretty damn big again on these 3 names, man. It's too bad because Rivian, we could have just, that's huge now, Rivian. Look what Google's doing right now, up to 30. We'll take a piece out right there as we just called this move for you right there. We just put it on. You know, we just got back from Brendan, and I'm like, yeah, let's go, baby. And there's another win for us. So, I mean, I told you a couple of days ago that we were on one. That was about a couple weeks ago. And right now, we're going to go 3 for 3, all super clean trades, man. Like, nothing against us, nothing, no problems. I mean, Rivian, I'm still going to, like this breaks by 2 pennies. But regardless, man, Google right now, 50 cents, 40 cents in the money. And Amazon, we're just waiting on this one. It's still, I still am short. I'm short 5%. I think I gave you that number before on this name. So not a big deal, but it's coming up to 95 right now. That high, I think we could probably reload this up to 95 possibly here for this. But I don't know. Let's just, let's wait. Like 95 is a good level, but this is better. 95.20 up to 95.50. So let's let this go a little bit as we continue to cash in on Google. That's it, man. We have Amazon and Google looking for some more, but this is what we're doing, man. We're just trying to stay calm and just trade better, and we're definitely doing that. Someone said Tesla's the version of insanity. I don't know.
The virgin of insanity.
Yeah, if it's your first time trading Tesla, then you are a virgin trading Tesla, but that would not be me here. We've traded Tesla a lot, and it's coming right up to 130 again. So what a good move today for Tesla. You could see positive against a negative market. So what about a 130 break? Pretty clean there on Tesla. I don't mind that move at all. What's up, Mark?
Mark in the house there. Just going to adjust on Roblox here. It's now double wicked the bottom, so I think it's probably put in a bit of support. It got enough shorts on that I think taking out Roblox is going to make some sense. That's not tight enough to 33 there. So I'm going to get a bid out in front of 33. I see a wick bottom. I typically like to look at it and say, okay, well, it's rejected that low, and it has a chance to shoot to the upsides. You got to pick and choose which ones you want to go and ride or die with. Roblox already down that 7%, and to get to SSR, it needs a lot of market weakness. So I'm going to take that out at the low of the day. It'll be a solid one, probably end up with like $1.50 to $1.80 on the trade on the next leg as we go to Brendan for Happening Now.
Yeah, at 10 o'clock, Happening Now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They make useful tools for both day and swing traders. New features for the new year, including multi-time frame support and resistance indicator and so much more. Use the link below. Get yourself 30% off right now. Shout out to Chart Prime. Here we go. Red board once again today to show you here. 0.66 right now for the S&P 500, the Dow 0.63, the Russell 123,000. Again today it's the 2,000 leading as far as small caps are concerned. The NASDAQ tried to form a base there. We'll see if it can hold 0.8 basically for both to the downside. If you joined us at 8:30, we got you caught up on Apple, Coinbase, day 2 after a big move yesterday to the downside along with cryptocurrencies, Roblox as well. Yeah, Morgan Stanley downgrading to underweight after that huge move up on the monthly active user names going back just 2 days ago. There's Roblox. No love yet, trying to hold 33 right now for RBLX. Coinbase, same story. Bounced off that pre-market low, trying to get positive for coin, guys.
Neil and I were just talking about Coinbase there because we think short all the time. And yeah, if it's strong like that, that would have been a losing trade for me for sure on Coinbase. So thankfully, we have no Coinbase in our accounts today. So that's going to be a good one for us, at least for now. No Coinbase in, and hopefully no Coinbase for a while. As yeah, it hasn't been a great stock for me to short lately, as I've just been too biased one way on that name, and it's just has hurt trying to go short Coinbase lately. So we'll stay away from that one, and then just regroup, man. We're going to see what's going on here. Oh, there it is. That's what I want to talk about. It just came in just now. We just got hit, not got hit, but we just got an out there on Amazon. I'm only trading a couple names. Can't figure this out. Amazon right there. It just came back down into the 200 period again. So we do take that out right there on Amazon. So yeah. So far, good out there. And now we only have a very, very small piece left. So let's just continue doing what we were doing here on this name, watching it and looking for something else. So yeah, let's check back out. What's Rivian doing? I still don't mind shorting it. Maybe if we get up to the 200 period. So that's why I'm on that. Tesla, a green name today. We've talked about that. What about our boy Meta?
Woohoo, TSM's interesting.
Oh, TSM, you got something? Are you even trading Meta today? I thought I heard you say
I'm in Meta. Well,
you
my
are in
reload
Meta.
on Meta's 30, 40 cents from here. I got 134.40s. It's at 134. So we already scalped that for like the greater part of that dollar. But I'm looking at some strength in TSM. Look, NVIDIA is looking pretty strong too, but TSM held a higher low at the open. You got an obvious sort of breakout here, but it's at 89.50. It's not at the even dollar. It's still above the 200 period moving average. Just trying to outline all the reasons I like the trade. You closed at 89.50, obvious area of resistance. So if this wants to go, if we're going to head to the upside, is the best way to put it, I like TSM. If it goes green, there's plenty of room to yesterday's highs. You can take an 89.5. If you give it 50 cents, you've definitely got like $1.50 worth of room to go to the upside, if not a little bit more than that. So I'm going to get a stop long. Like I'm still short Intel. I'll probably take a second short in NVIDIA at 172. But this is pretty close to setting up for a bit of a breakout. The thing with a breakout trade, always a tighter stop because I'm not buying in front of support. So I never want to give it till forever. But this one sets up pretty well.
Yeah, I'm going to go. I just punched the short here on Roblox. I hope we're not going to be wrong on this one. All right, so the reason why I say that is like the 200 period's right up here. I should probably be waiting for that and then give it to that top. Again, on a downgrade today. Let's just see if it works. We're going to go short now on Roblox. Pretty confident about it, but would rather be short in the 70s, excuse me, than the 40s. As we're gonna hit some water in a minute. Yeah, so Roblox, it's a new position. We'll hit the new position alert siren here. It's a new one, just came in there. I am gonna take that and just looking where, that's why I do this little lineup. By the way, let's go Google right now. Daking out VWAP, we're gonna put an offer right around here, 91.60 for this trade, and maybe even a little bit higher than that. If that comes into play, great for that. That'll be a great one for Google. If we can get up to 91.60, that's good. Okay, so here comes, as I'm talking, here comes Roblox right now, back up to the upside. So we wanna be able to sit, I'm just going to do what I just said there. I'm going to sit at 70, like a little bit high, a little bit lower than that 68s right there. That level is 70, so we'll wait to see. It's bounced off there. It only broke it once. It got to 93. If it does it again, maybe it takes 34. I'll test it if it does, but right now we're short Roblox. What's up, Brendo?
A little tiny one just popping up and halting here. GRRR. 62%, big move up on a halt here. Not seeing anything yet on this, but this is a tiny, micro cap. 405 million on the market cap for GRRR, Tiger Technology.
For some reason, all I can think of is Invader Zim and his sidekicks. No one knows who Invader Zim is. You have to be You're a legit nerd if you know Invader Zim, but if you like Rick and Morty, you'd probably really love that show. And Gurr is one of the best characters in it. I just reloaded on Meta here. Wait for it to get to the top and then make a decision, right? So it has a wick top through 134.50. So that's where I'm kind of short in front of. You have that wick top there to 75s. We just got that reload. Intel's gonna start pressing higher here, right back into its high of the day. If it starts to roll, then I'll get some more shares back in, but I need it curling first before I add to this position at all. So the market's starting to go green. I actually keystroked into TSM as I was putting my stop order in. I got out and waited for it to actually break out, but I am now long TSM. So we'll see how far this one can go. Taiwan Semi breaking out and now green on the day. This looks poised to make a decent sized run. I want to find some other longs in case we start flipping in the other direction here, not just TSM.
Yeah, we're very close to getting out for that Google 91.50 right now. This is a 60-cent winner on a move that really hasn't gone too much. We basically got that bottom. Let's see if we can get that out somewhere near. Maybe we're making a mistake by not getting it out at 50. All right. Let's just take a piece out there. We just offered 49s. That seems to be a mistake. Let's see if it gets back up to the upside right now. All right, Roblox. So where's our first target? Now, I don't think 34 is very reasonable here. Normally, we do take dime pieces. You guys know how much we love those. But, we're not going to do that right now. I think Roblox has a chance here on negative news, obviously, today on the downgrade. And as I say that, it starts to go a little bit back up here. But if my risk is going to be 30 cents, which it is, because well, our average price will probably be like 65-ish once we get this fill at 70. So I'm going to, at least try to get 30 cents, even on this first part right now. So I'm thinking like right around here, 33.20 could be a good spot. I'm just going to put a bid right there right now in case we do dip down there and I miss it. 33.20 right there for Roblox coming down is my target, and we also do want to short right there as well. Neil, there's 20 bucks from a noob trader there.
I'm going to shout this out.
Yeah, go ahead. Yep, good.
So thank you. I'm a noob trader. Neil never changed. Thanks for the Invader Zim reference. Here's the thing. I'm actually too old to change how much of a nerd I am and the kind of things I like. And anybody that watches the show knows that's going to be true because, quite frankly, I'll drop references that I hope other people get, but I got to be true to myself. Like, it's a very wise person told me that if you're going to do something and put yourself out into the public, you got to be yourself, because if you try to be somebody else or something you're not, it's just going to be fake. And people can always tell when you're being fake. So that's me. It's a great show. I'm not even making that up. It's actually really hilarious. But I got to get out of Procter & Gamble here. And this is the thing. Like, I can believe that short area is a good one in front of 145. But there are buyers galore at 143.5. The market is trying to get, we're trying to claw back positive. The ES is about to just start going up here. So you can see, we've been climbing off these bottoms on the ES as I watch over and over again, and you're coming back up into resistance. And the shorts were fantastic and paid us out this morning. But I'll take the win here. On Procter & Gamble. Meta, the reload is not going to work. That just came out there. So you got to be able to take the W, understand where you're wrong, and there's a bit of a sea change happening in the market. Amazon's still holding in the money. Roblox is getting really close for me as well. So this one could easily start taking out the top, but I want to give it some room to curl. I'm holding out for the absolute bottom on Roblox, and it has not broken that top. I still have room to add for that one. And then TSM, which we just took the top break on, that just gave us that first quarter. Now we'll look for some 90s, some 95s. I'll play the dips on this. If the market can head green, I believe Taiwan Semi, having turned green itself, has a chance to lead the path here. I mean, Intel could break the top. That's still down actually 0.5%. And just going back over to NVIDIA, that was the first short. I think that was one of the first shorts that we had. I have not reloaded in NVIDIA. It hasn't really come to that 172, so still a little bit of relative weakness when it comes to NVIDIA. Still hunting for some long opportunities, though. All I see is TSM. I want to find something else, maybe something in the – I want to see if Gap can get back above that 13 maybe.
Yeah, we've got Google right now, 70 cents in the money. So that's the long that we have. And of course, we had Rivian long, which was a great one. And Amazon still 90 cents in the money as well. We have a new position. Roblox came into play. Look, man, I just want to say, Nerd Nation, step up for your boy here. There's 1.9K likes, man. Let's get that to 2.5 right now. Let's get going on that. Hit the like button, man. Over 8,000 watching right now. Let's get going on all of that right now. There goes Roblox. We got our short. So this is the price that we said we'd be short around 63 or 64. Our average price, as you can see right now, 61 now for Roblox. I am going to sit around 33.50 to get a piece out. Whatever, we'll get out 10% on this one, because now that we have our trade, I still do have these bids down here in the 20s. Let's see if that can come into play right now. So let's go, man. Here we go. Get to the downside right now. I don't think Rick and Morty's a nerdy show. I don't think that's the case at all.
It's a little more mainstream.
Yeah, that's a little more mainstream.
It's very mainstream.
People saying, if I watch Rick and Morty, am I a nerd? I can't speak for you. That's up to you.
You just have good taste.
Yeah, you just have good taste.
Really good taste.
Pickle Rick right there, right? All right, let's go, man. Roblox right now. We talked about being freaking patient right now. And when you're patient, this comes in a little bit better for you. So there it is right there. Hopefully you waited, not like me, and you wait. There you go, guys. The 47s there as well. Hopefully you waited for that 70, because right now you'd be pretty cash in the money, about 25 cents. So that's a nice move to the downside on Roblox as we get elevated right now, man. 2.2K. Thank you so much, guys, for hitting the like. And I saw Blind Jedi there talking about our Discord. Make sure you join the Discord right now. You can hit pound Discord or exclamation mark Discord right now in our chat. I know Blind Jedi has been doing that. I want to give a big shout out out to everybody there who's a member in the Discord. Thank you for supporting the show that way. It's completely free. Trade ideas, chat after the show as well there. So yeah, hit up the Discord. Thanks to Blind Jedi and to Prad for everything they're doing on that front. So yeah, man, the more the merrier. So let's have a bigger relationship with our fans, our viewers, not fans, with fellow traders there as well. Bye-bye. Ciao. See you later. There's another one for your boy right now as we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 for 4 today, including this nice little Roblox banger right here.
Oh, here's the thing. You can trade so many things. It's like I just took Roblox 2 and got some. We were just talking about it and got some out of VWAP. But all I can see is Tesla 130. Tesla, I'm not making this up. Tesla went to 130. I mean exactly 130. I see 130.01 as that high, and it's right back into VWAP. But you got to pick and choose where you get in and out. And opportunity cost, it's so true. If you got Tesla, fantastic, kudos to you. I'm starting to get a little bit concerned about that TSM breakout to the long side because you're coming back south rather rapidly here. I did add to some intel because once I saw that, no, I missed the fill. Oh, I know what happened.
Amazon.
I had the Edge A stop, which sits in your order log, which means it rejected my sell because it said wash trade, so I did not get the fill up there. I went to punch short on Intel. So we have two kinds of stop orders. One stop order sits server side in your order log as a buy order and then gets triggered when the condition hits. But that means I can't offer to get more shares. I used the wrong stop. In that case, didn't allow me to add to my position. Intel's back at VWAP. That's entirely on me. I shouldn't go back and forth using those two stop orders. I know I shouldn't. But I'm starting to get a little bit concerned about TSM here. Intel's rolling back. The shorts are starting to come back in. You never got to 90 on this move. And I don't want to reload this at 89.50. I think it has to hold the quarters. So I'm going to step back on the bid at 89, like 30. Well, if you've been watching the show long enough, 89.32, because I like Magic Johnson. That's not a good
42, 30. You have too many lucky numbers.
That's not a good reason to do it, but like
yes, it
I love
is.
Will Clark 22, Magic Johnson 32, Jackie Robinson 42, and for whatever reason,
You can find someone 12.
if I'm bidding in front of 30, I just put 32 instead of 31. It's just a habit of mine.
And then, of course, Tom Brady 12, another one of your favorite numbers. All right, what's up, Brandon?
Fidelity National Information Services, FIS. This is not a small stock, $71 just popping up on some M&A rumors, apparently some interest coming through for this one. FIS, a big move.
All right.
By the way, no, Tom Brady, no. Just no. Not Tom Brady.
12, 22.
No, I don't like Tom Brady, okay? Y'all know I don't like Tom Brady.
All right, let's not get Neil tilted here.
No, but I don't like Tom Brady. I hate Tom Brady.
You don't prefer Tom Brady.
I hate him. I hate
That's
you,
why I tell
Tom
my
Brady.
kids, don't say you don't, like, oh, I
not
hate
fair.
this food. I'm like, you don't, no, that's not how
You
you
guys
talk
know I'm
about
being
food.
tongue-in-cheek. He's literally the greatest player in the. I know he's the GOAT. I just don't like him. What do you want me to say? I'm a hater.
He probably has just as many haters as he probably has more fans than haters, but that's what happens, man. You can't be great without hate, you know? I mean, so
I'm a
right
Bills
there.
fan. It's impossible. Like I literally get PTSD watching Tom Brady. I'm like, okay, so that's not exactly true. Not
Yeah,
literal
that's-
PTSD.
yeah,
You guys know I'm being figurative here, but it was not fun watching him tear up your team for the greater part of a decade.
And that's why everybody, I feel like, Neil, has some sort of a love-hate relationship with Tom Brady. The guy won 7 damn rings. So whether or not you're, an Atlanta.
It's not fair.
I mean, imagine you're an Atlanta Falcons fan. You guys were up 20, what was it, 27-3? Or what was that score there at halftime right there? But we just had a crazy game in the AFC wildcard division there between Jacksonville and Chargers there when they were up that huge number and then lost at the end, which was crazy. They were up 30-3 or 27-3 at halftime. Yeah, so we got out. Let's talk more about trading here. We got some more out there. We got that 25 fill that we thought we'd get on Roblox. So nice move to the downside right there for Roblox off of that number. Google's still working. Amazon, Tank City as well down to the downside. So we'll do cash cow for that one as it just retested 94. We're just sitting on some of these plays right now and seeing where we're going because the market is below the 50 period. I like the shorts that I got on board right now.
Exactly, and okay, of course there's a poll up that has to do with it.
Yeah, but that's the wrong poll again.
No,
man.
we'll talk about that poll in a second. I think it needs a bit of a correction. I'm actually about to possibly trail out of Amazon. I'm going to sort of tell you why here. It's got a double bottom on a higher low, which You know, he held the pre-market levels. It's got that double bottom. I wanted to play that range. Typically speaking, when I short against the grain, I'm looking for a target, and I thought we'd get pre-market lows. It's telling me it's a little bit higher than that. So I'm going to slap a trail at the quarters and then just see what happens. That's about $1 clean, which is fine. I'm just not completely convinced just yet that I want to hold on to every single one of these shorts for the long haul. So slapping a trail on that, I still like that intel. Roblox looks a little bit more solid. And TSM, I didn't give it enough credit. Like it actually just bounced off. I remember I said I'm not getting more shares at 89.50, the breakout price. It bounced off 89.50, and I'm waiting at the quarters. However, it's double tapping the top with the market coming down. I'm going to get another leg out at that first quarter just to allow me to maybe buy more on a dip. So this will give me a couple of legs to be able to buy in that dip. I still think we can get to 90 and maybe higher than that, but this is the one long that's working. Congratulations if you got something else. Speaking of which, speaking of longs that are possibly working, Coinbase was a good long. Now I don't have it, but I don't want to go long Coinbase. I'm thinking in the other direction. It just put a wick top at 51. If it goes back up there and rejects 51 even, then I'll try shorting in Coinbase. Finally, I get another shot at NVIDIA. We liked NVIDIA right in front of 172. I'm shorting NVIDIA right in front of 172. If it breaks out, great. I'm already long TSM. That one can go.
Now the markets be popping, boys and girls. We have now $1 in the money right now for Google. So that's starting to really rip upside, man. We got a good position there, and it's a nice net trade for me on that one. We're at a half of Roblox. You could see 5 outs here. We are out of a half of our Roblox trade, 10% each one, but it's come right back up. So I just altered my stop order, not averaging into this one. If the market wants to rip, go ahead and rip. That would be awesome. If it wants to rip to the upside, fine. Our Amazon, again, we're just kind of holding on to some of these trades. I don't think that necessarily we want to average back into some of them. So we're going to wait to see what's going on right now in this market as we just took the 50 period and just topped out again, we didn't get stopped out of anything. Right here at 114.20. That's the same wick that we just made about a half hour, 20 minutes ago, right there on the NASDAQ. So we just popped up to it and just faded back in again. So yeah, definitely some short opportunities. Maybe we do go short Amazon there on that 50 period. Sorry, that's VWAP right there. I still like to get it back closer to 95. Let's short if we get, what is that? That's 60, 70, 80s. Let's put, we're nowhere near now as it's going downside. But yeah, I like this trade here at 94.80. Check back in on Rivian. Okay, so that's come right back down again. Not too interested in it. Just want to check back to see where we were on that name. Anything else, man? Bed Bath & Beyond. We haven't really looked at it. You're in Bed Bath & Beyond, weren't you? No, maybe you were.
Not today. Obviously, we traded some meme names yesterday.
$4.
Today wasn't a meme day. I just got to be honest with you. Like some days, it's one of these. We're looking at those. Just not today. Too much in big tech. Too much. Like everything today has been essentially big tech. I don't think I've traded something, well, in Procter & Gamble, I guess, but they reported earnings. NVIDIA 172, I just want to recap this one. Halfway to VWAP, I'm taking some out. It's only 50, that's about 60 pennies actually, because I don't have 172s literally. I got 171, 77. I think we got like 80s last time. But if it gets down to 170, I'm going to try to hold it past that 170 level, but it's higher lows being put in here, so the scalp trade is going to be in play. Roblox is right back up to 34, so you know exactly what's happening. We got one scalp in there the last time it came. I'm adding at one price and one price only, and I have to cancel my stop to get more shares. I made that mistake before, so I'm going to get this curl in Roblox. If it breaks 34, I'm out. As we go to Brendan for the small cap recap.
Yeah.
Hey guys, busy morning across the board. Small cap brought to you by Seeking Alpha, the world's largest investing community and your one-stop shop for all your investing needs. Subscribe today to unlock all of Seeking Alpha's premium features, including access to their exclusive quant rating system. You can now receive a 1-year subscription for 50% off. Pinned link in the chat right now. Check it out. Shout out to our friends over at Seeking Alpha. HUDI, one that was higher in the pre-market, actually higher than this initially, up around 750, 780 initially. It comes down all the way through to 650, and we get a bounce to 660. I realized that I took a shot at this at 818, I believe it was, and said, what the hell am I doing? It's 818. And just got out for a flat trade. So revisit this at the open. 660, 690 to 7 really was that level from the initial move down on HUDI. So you had to wait on that one a little bit, but finally starting to work back to the downside for HUDI. NRSN was a tough one this morning. Tested that high, broke it, got me out, and then right back in again. So starting to work, still holding a piece of NRSN back downside. EVAX, another one I was watching here, popped up early in the pre-market, popped up to 195 there around the open, but there's just no volume or follow through really on EVAX today, still up 10%, guys.
You know, Brendan's mad when he uses the word hell.
I don't think I've ever seen him or heard him.
What the hell is he doing right there? But yeah, you know what? I don't like trading the pre-market too much. You can trade in the pre-market. You just gotta slow down on your shares.
The rules are different.
That's really all. Yeah, I mean, because stop orders, you know, you get bad ticks and bad, you know, triggers, and then the volume. I mean, there are some dangerous spots there in said pre-market. I don't know. Someone said that they agreed that they're bullish on Amazon. I ain't bullish on Amazon, but I do see these bottoms forming. So whether or not you're bullish down here or not, maybe. We just had a great move to the downside. We just ticked down 5 straight 1-minute candles straight to the downside there off of that VWAP. So I'm thinking right now, this looks foolish for me not to get out at this level. So let's go over to Amazon now and put a bid out. I want to get a good bid though. Like I mean, we could just punch out now. That just topped out at, let's just put a bid at 10. If we, I mean, what if this market continues to go? We are below the 50 period here right now. It's the only short, well, we have that and Roblox on. But maybe we continue to go a little bit lower here. All right, let's just watch Amazon. I'm not going to put the bid out. Hey man, we're $1.30 in the money on this trade, so it's a good one for us. We are also 90 cents in the money on this long right here for Google, and it's like, it's amazing that we went long Google and short Amazon, and they both are printing, and they're both moving in completely opposite directions. So I don't know how we got this one figured out here today, but really to bottom pick that Google and then have it come right back up here into 92 again, I'm feeling like this is going to be a good one, man. We ticked around 92 off the open, especially if this market wants to fall. Probably a decent out right here, breaking 70 back to the downside. So let's watch out for that. Again, we don't want to like count our chickens before they hatch here. It's a nice move to the upside. We do want to hold it. Look what's happening to Amazon right now. An absolute money collapse to the downside as Amazon right now breaking day's low again. I know it shows 93.46. That's not really the low. We are right here right now, 93.85 as Amazon continues to go lower and Google continues to go higher. So I don't know, man. But what about this? I mean, look at Google running. Again, I don't know if there's news on this or not, but Google's a nice trade here.
Tell them that they just don't know. They don't know that this market is going all kinds of sides. What's crazy about this is, and by the way, if you don't like this show, then I don't know I don't know what you're doing. Because reality is, look at the inside move that the market is putting on here. However, you're finding all kinds of opportunities, and we're trying to point out as many as we can, not just what we're trading here, but whatever that we see, which is giving you a shot at returns. You're getting stocks that are moving like these dollars. Like we just put on NVIDIA, reload at 172, it's back at 170. The market's not even breaking out of its range, and this is what you're able to sort of get here. Amazon back at those lows. Now Roblox, that's going to be in trouble a little bit here because it's coming. Oh, I was just bidding 33.50s. It bounced off 33.50 on that last reload, and it's heading back toward that high. This is now the one that I'm concerned about. At least relatively concerned, I should say, is going to be Roblox. I think it has a chance to still roll back over, but these are higher lows. If it takes out 34, there's lots of room to run. If you see this order up here, that's just how aggressively my stop order is crossing on a 34 break. I don't use market orders, so essentially this is saying if 34 breaks, I'm crossing up to 34.35 with a limit order. NVIDIA, I'm going to look to take some out. I have my trailing stop on Amazon. I'll do the same thing on NVIDIA. TSM, the one thing I'm long here, I never got that reload, but look at it now, triple top at 90 even. If the market can go, this is the one that I want to hang on to all day. On a 90 break, I'll just let it ride and probably put a trail in at some point. But TSM looks like it's going to show some relative strength. I mean, NVIDIA is working short. Intel, I mean, it's back beneath 2850, but it's not flushing the way I want to see it. And one forgotten name here, Silvergate. I'm waiting for you, Silvergate, and you just don't want to give me the fills. I'm in front of 1270, and I'm trying not to compromise because it's been grinding higher. So I'm waiting for my 1270s on Silvergate. I'm not going to step away from that. If this starts or continues to go the way Coinbase was earlier, I think I can get my price.
Yeah, we just, so I don't know, man. It looks like a mistake now because we're up to 95. But honestly, I just tweeted it out. If you guys want to follow me, you'll see some of my reasoning right here. As I just said, like, you know, market heading southbound. Let's just get out of our Google trade as holding longs here seem a bit sketchy. Like, you're right back into this area, so there's the out right there at Trader TV, Sean. But look where Google's going, man. It's still ripping to the high side. So I did get out there at 88. What you know, I'm happy with it. I was gonna say, what can I do? I could hold it, but yeah, I just didn't. You know, I thought the risk, I just explained it to you there. I think the risk is to the downside right now. As I don't know, there apparently is no news on Google or anything, so I don't really know what's capping this move or what's making this kick off like this. So I'm just going to do what I know best, and that is, you know, let's just get out into support and resistance. And, you know, we could have held it a little bit. I apologize if you guys, I don't apologize for anything. This is a $1.20 move right now to the upside, but we did get out, and yeah, that is what just happened right there. Roblox 55 just held again there for RBLX. I'm going to hold on to the Amazon. 55 just held there for Roblox.
I'm covering some at 60s. This is stupid.
You're going to cover some? I didn't average, yeah, I'm trying to cover some as well. We're short 70, so yeah, I don't know. It went to 90s there. It was close to getting us out. I should have reloaded it. It went right back in there. But again, wasn't confident in this name possibly breaking higher now. Whenever you get a name that's down this much today on a simple downgrade, I don't know, it's just one firm downgrading it, right? So, you know, you could be someone out there that's like, oh, takes an opportunity for this downgrade to actually buy some of the dips, right? So we're going to wait to see. I'm going to get something out in the mid-50s here for Roblox. But again, we're going to go perfect today. Amazon, Google, Roblox, Rivian, all really, you know, really traded well, and I just hope that you guys were able to get some of these trades in as well into your accounts. So, so far so good here, and we just keep on going, man. We buttoned up our shirt today because we had, you know, the handsome Sharif over there, Brendan and Raheem, so I couldn't compete. So tried to go a little schnazzy, and we're perfect today. So hey, maybe you know, come well dressed, and you'll get the results. So far so good here today.
That just looks uncomfortable.
Yeah, on a perfect day. It's actually not that uncomfortable. Oh, Roblox. So you probably covered. We got some 55s there. Let's now bring Roblox to the downside. We're really ringing registers here today right now as we're going to be at our highest spot. Amazon continues to go to the downside. So like Google, Amazon continues to be short here.
Yeah, look, I just moved from 51 to 61 on Roblox. Like the second I do it, it prints right through to the 50s. But my next fill is not going to be VWAP. It's actually going to be down in front of the quarters. You can probably have at least a little bit of a guess where I'm bidding. It's not going to be, it's obvious. You guys kind of probably know. Intel just got back down to the low of the day. So as usual, I'm covering some shares on Intel. I'll kick myself over and over again for the reason why I missed that reload. My order rejected because I wasn't careful about it. But I don't want to look gift horses in the mouth. If it never breaks the low of the day, then I'm waiting for these 60s up here, and then I'm trying to take that 20-cent scalp every chance I can get. For those of you watching Tesla, I'm sure there's still a lot of people that are like, what's going on with Tesla? That clean rejection of 130, it's all the way back to the bottom. It was a breakout at 127. I wasn't looking for the breakout on Tesla. If this does not hold 127, this market is in further trouble to said downsides. It's one of the things holding it up here. Alphabet is one. Tesla trying to hold 127 is another. I'm not trading Apple because I always feel like it always feels like there's other things that set up a little bit better than Apple, at least most of the time. But that 135 for resistance on Apple, that's got a wick top and a rejection. These are the things holding the market downside. Apple 134 breaks, Tesla 127 breaks, and there's pretty much nothing holding us back at that point. The ES is going to head down to 3,900 if those two things can happen.
All right, so just quickly here, just so you guys are aware, 94.10 is going to be my out there on Amazon. It just ticked up there, didn't break, so I'm going to use that as the breaking spot. And then we're just going to watch it go lower. If it does happen, then great. I don't know if it's going to go lower or not, but we're going to watch out for that play right now on Amazon. And we do have another out right there. Let's go bang it out right now one more time there for Roblox, because there's an out again. So we have a great out there. We just got a 44 out on Roblox. So yeah, man, I mean, this is going to be another #1 stock here today on the board as Neil and I just continue to put up winners for you. Hopefully that is enough for you to hit the like and the subscribe button. Oh, I just want to talk about Party City because we talked about that. Shout out to our friend Jeff Mendel over there there at OTC markets. Look what's happening right now with this name.
Probably getting destroyed.
No, it's actually up. That's what I was going to tell you. Well, it's down 54%, but you know, it opened at 10 here, and it's a straight move higher to 22, 23. Like, it really blasted out. It's 14 million shares. We're unable to trade it. I just wanted to talk about it there because of, you know, what's happening there. You also have GBTC over, which is the Bitcoin trust there, the grayscale product, not doing much, just to check in on crypto to see what that's doing. And down goes Roblox right now, right back in, man. And you want to talk about an awesome hold right there. Pretty happy to be able to hold that. Oh, wow, just on spot right there, on cue. It's Crypto Minute now with Brendan at the desk. Let's go find out. I might have just teased it there. I don't think much is happening, but let's go take Brendan's word for it.
Bit of an uptick, guys, right now for both Bitcoin and Ethereum. I'll show you the charts once again here. We were chopping around, if you remember, this morning early on. Within this range, bottom end of the range, anyways, on the daily chart. This is an hourly chart, but bottom end of the range on the daily chart as well. But back above, that last little pivot there after the move down yesterday that, I mean, seemed to come as we got that DOJ announcement at 12 o'clock or ahead of that announcement at 12 o'clock that ended up being a non-event. I just saw this headline kind of jumped off the page this morning, 1021. The SEC officially charging SBF with defrauding FTX investors. Remember, the SEC investigation came after the overall criminal investigation. So more piling on to SBF. BTC, 20,888 right now, down 2%. 15 and change there, 1,500 and change for Ethereum. 3%. Remember, it's had quite the week. Look at these numbers down here: 4, 9, 7, and 9 for ADA, Doge, Matic, and SOL. Guys, back to you.
Oh man, I just tried to go short. 2-week low. Unfortunately, I don't have shortable shares. I got to go in there and buy that, so I'm not going to do that right this second. Let's just watch Rivian. That was that 1580 mark. That's the 52-week low. So yeah, it sucks to be Rivian right now and a shareholder as you hit those lows. You know, Tesla's bounced off pretty nicely here. Rivian continues to obviously be a problem for many traders, as there it goes, breaking that 52-week low, and I have to pay for shorts because I did not do that. So, you know, that's a nice little break lower there. Look what else is happening right here, guys. Big trade alert for Roblox. I mean, we just got out more there at that bottom, so we will spin that one more time for you because, yeah, man, it is a money trade for me. It's a nice move to the upside there, and then the fade right back down 2 days low. Again, not days low, but into these levels here for Roblox. It just would have looked so sweet if we would have reloaded it there. But again, I wasn't super confident in that reload. So, yeah, I didn't really, you know, love it there for a reload, but hey, we took it anyways that first time, and then there's the downside move again. I see you guys in the chat asking about shorting Google. No, I'm not doing it. You guys can do it if you want. We just did have a nice top there, 92.20. That could be an area right there to short it. It might have just came in. So unfortunately, I got out there sub 92. Yeah, it does look fine. It's up too much today. I don't trust the short there on this name right now. So for me, whoops, it's going to be a no on that short. Look at Amazon, man. It's just still making lows here on Amazon. 93.80 just touched out again. I don't know, man. What do we think about this market? Can we continue downside? I think so. I'm going to hold on to this Amazon short.
I think we can. Yes, we can. That's how I should say it.
Yes, we can.
I actually don't do. I can't do an Obama impression. I wish I could. Impressions are fun to do, but I have so much respect for people that can do a good impression because that's not an easy thing. But if we don't roll over this with 170 right here, right now on NVIDIA, it's still a wick bottom. This is the thing about a trade setup, right? It's still a huge volume wick low and a couple of higher lows in here at the same double top. So if we end up holding this higher low and then grind higher to this 172, this suddenly looks a little bit more bullish. So at this curl, it's really important. Like, it either holds VWAP beneath and gets to the low of the day, or we're probably going to have to take this one out. Amazon, a little bit easier to hold Amazon, a little bit easier to hold on to Intel. Roblox is very, very similar in my opinion. It's a little bit weaker than actually. Oh, I just got a fill. Thank you very much there. We just got another fill at 33 1/4. So I'm essentially making decisions at all the same prices, the 60 level in front of those quarters, so in front of 50s, in front of quarters, and then see if we can get down to the low of the day. We'll rinse and repeat as many times as we can. I'm not going long either on Google, but or sorry, going short on Google either, but I think you need to have something in your back pocket that you think is relatively strong here. So that's why I'm going back over to TSM, which for the second time bounces off 89.50, my entry price. Why am I not just getting long in 89.50 like I did the first time? I'm waiting back here for the quarters, and the bounce is at 89.50. Now that it's double tap 90, I think I've missed that opportunity to buy that price. The market is too weak to be buying these tops. As a matter of fact, I'm now canceling that dip buy. If it's going to crush through VWAP, no need for me to be buying that one anywhere but at the low of the day. It needs to hold some of these highs if it's going to be my one long that works. So pretty much all the shorts are good at this point. I see people talking about the Chinese ADRs, Alibaba. So I want to come over here. This is pretty strong. If there is another long to put on here, I feel like this is the group to do it. If you have a look at the higher time frame, though, I always say when in doubt, zoom out. Look at 117. Like this sets you up. If you take a break, you've got overhead resistance at $1. So if it does do this double tap breakout, I think you got to watch out to make sure that you're taking profit into that 118 mark, just given it's got overhead resistance. I always hesitate to go long on a break into huge overhead resistance, which I think is there. If 18 goes, there's way more room on Alibaba. So I kind of prefer that 18 level going to 17, but that's just me.
Look, we wrote down Microsoft today as a good short. Yeah, it was a great short. Still making lows here, Microsoft. Microsoft just continues to go. Get this daily chart out of here. Deals lower, lower, lower. I mean, we just bounced. That was, again, another missed opportunity, man. 233 was right there for us, again, on Microsoft. This name's gotten absolutely killed, actually, lately on these moves downside in this market. It's been really not, we broke 240 yesterday. Big move to the downside. We were looking at 236, man. I just looked at it because my order was 235.50 or so, and we just missed that. I don't know if that wick was real or not, but we got to about as high as 235.20 or so, and wow, that would have been the short for me for sure there today, as it's the #1 name on the sticky note. So couldn't be happier with the movement downside. At least we called it. We had our visions right there, but we do not have the trade, so that's okay. We know we had it, and that's all good. Amazon, of course, we still have that one. It looks like it just rebounded here from 93.80, so we're getting close to taking that out. Now that we keep on retesting these levels on Amazon, it's going to break, so it doesn't matter. I'm going to put a bid now around that 93.80 again, just in case we do pull back. Too many times testing down here to not get it out. We will get it out if we break above this 10. We've talked about that, so right now that's what's going to hit, and that's going to suck because, yeah, that's a sort of a bad hold there for us. Roblox was an absolute disaster today to the downside, down 6%, but it's actually behaving fine, as you can see right there. There's Amazon. Amazon is now out. My next trade idea is AMD right now, as a lot of you are looking at that. Wow, okay. Now the market's popping. So those of you that shorted Google, I told you guys not to. I should have still been... that would be a huge move now, man. We got out at 90. It's 50 cents the other way right now. Still a good trade, Not going to beat ourselves up over one of the best stocks here net-wise today. But, still, Google continuing to make a move to the high side right now as the market's really starting to blast up. So let me just talk about AMD, as I just noticed that Google right now still going. Yeah, so right there, 68, 69 bucks. That's the level that I want for AMD. I'm actually waiting right now at 68.80. I'm waiting for the bid. So it's almost getting in here right now, bid to climb. So we're on the offer at 68.80, looking to get that short right into VWAP right there. So that's a level that I'm waiting for. Let's be patient on this market move up to grab that. But that's so far so good for AMD, waiting for that short. It's down 3%, so I think we can be patient with this one.
Wow, Netflix is all I gotta say. Netflix is making a huge move right now. I'm about to get trailed out of Nvidia. I got trailed out of Amazon as well, but forget about that. Look at what's happening in Netflix. Bottom to top, what a huge break back to the upside. This is a super bullish looking chart. We're gonna go to Sector Watch right here with Brennan, but wow, Netflix.
Sharif enjoying that move back to the upside for Netflix today. Sector Watch, guys, brought to you by Stock Odds. Get 10. Count them, 10 of the highest probability stock ideas from the S&P 500 delivered straight to your inbox every single morning. Try 10 top odds daily from Stock Odds. Check out the link today at the bottom there. 10% off with that link from Stock Odds. Here we go. Red board right now, 0.7 for the overall S&P. There are a few areas of strength, but overall, a bit of a different story from yesterday. It was more individual names kind of leading the market downside, where there was underlying strength, but not so much so far today. It's the banking group that's leading right now. CMA reported they're up 6.5%, but everything else, basically insurance, diversified, even the individual banks, all lower. Industrial stocks also all lower on the day. Transportation back to the downside, including the airlines, after some positive earnings from that group over the past couple of days. UAL 2.8, AAL right beside it, 2.8. They're up next as far as earnings. AAL is. Consumer discretionary names, the travel names in this group also getting hurt. Cruise lines leading 4% right now for NCLH, CCL, RCL also. LVS notably strong here, 1.4%. Rest of the casinos are downside so far today. We just got natural gas storage numbers out there, but energy stocks basically flat on the day so far. Consumer staples flat on the day. So widely negative so far, 0.75 for the S&P, guys.
Yes, sir, and thank you, Brennan. I just got to, this is a crazy move in Netflix, but I just got to set this one up for you guys, because if you look at that 321 level, this was that sort of flat bottom breakdown. You got that $4 move, and I know they report tonight, so you know there's going to be a lot of volatility in it. We got a wick bottom and a potential break at 325. However, I'm looking at that lower high. I always, if you can buy a dip as opposed to buy the highs, I think that range is reestablished. I want to take this support in here in front of 321. If it breaks 325, then you're already sort of in the money. So going long in front of that to set up for the afternoon. What a bullish move into a negative market. If it holds that higher low, this one could be insane this afternoon. So found another long that we like to add to TSM here with Netflix.
Yep, I'm in Netflix, so I took that long break through 324, so we're already in it as well. Obviously, I like the position. Let's just see if it does continue to make this move to the high side. My out for Netflix right now, guys, is going to be 322. So obviously there, we take this long now on Netflix and see if it's going to work. Back to 322, we're going to give it a little bit of space there and see. Again, you know, that's all we're going to do, man. We're going to wait. We're going to see where it wants to go, and I think Netflix wants to go higher, so we're going to wait on that one. Good out. We'll average back in on that bottom right there for NFLX. New position alert right now. So that's what that is. We're just going to see again, like I said, let's see if it works. You know, might not work, but there it is dropping down. We do going to average in. There it is. So now we got a better average. Again, the market is breaking lower. So if the market breaks lower, this could be our first L on the day here on Netflix. Our average price 86, so we're out of the money 60 cents. But notice the spreads, right? That's really the interesting part here. As spreads start to increase, you do find yourself in a little bit of trouble, right? So here we go. We got this order in. My target is 325 or 322 drop. So yep, not great position here on Netflix, but we're trying to hold out for that one. Roblox, of course, has been great for us today, and that's the only other position. And then we should have been more aggressive with our AMD. Instead of waiting for it, we could have got short at 60 when we talked about it. And look at AMD, straight downside push. And of course, Amazon pushes lower as well. Some of those outs that we had, not great on those names. But yeah, man, for sure, Amazon was fine. And then AMD, we should have just got short there, which we didn't. So that one sucks. But we'll still watch it. AMD, I still like the short. Just got to get back up here into 70s before we take it.
Yeah, and I did ring the register finally on NVIDIA. It did look a little bit bullish in that moment, and maybe I was just looking for too many things to the long side and didn't have enough faith in this. As it got back to 170, I just took the $2 here. It looked like it was holding that higher low. I'll end up being wrong. I still have Intel, and we still have Roblox to the short side, but they're all starting to come out for me. You can't hold on forever. I'm about to get Netflix on this dip. It's that 321 I like in front of, so I'm very close to getting filled into the long side. But the only other long I've had has been TSM, and now it's coming into VWAP. So this is key. Like, does it actually hold and bounce here? I want to see it hold first. If it can bounce off VWAP at 89.50, then I'll add back into it. I like it for relative strength, but the market is pressing toward those lows. And speaking of lows, remember Rivian's bottom? Rivian's still a NASDAQ stock, Neil. One of these days, I'll actually get it right the first time. You now have broken that 1580, wick above, and then back into the downside. So this is what it looks like on the 15-minute. That's your double bottom. Every single time it's broken this 16, it's gotten to 1580 and held. This time, it's pressing right back below. So I'm going to now short this. I wanted to see confirmation that it's breaking this one for good. I feel like we've gotten it, so I'm going to go ahead and grab this Rivian, try to get like 80s if I can to the south side. We'll see what happens. It doesn't mean it has to go lower here, but like it's too big of a bottom break to not try to something on that short. It could easily go another 3 or 4% and double it up as significant as that level is. I just got dipped into Netflix, so we kept talking about that one as it was a flat bottom break. Then it reestablishes that level. It tried to get through 325. It couldn't do so, but I'm now long. I want 321 as my support level here. It needs to be able to hold that. Give it some room, because if I think it's going 325 or 330, a dollar matters, but not as much compared to the upside.
Yeah, we just got out there. 322 broke for us on Netflix, so that's an out. But yeah, we should have waited to average into that. We did take that break at 324, not good, as you could see right now. Downside move here for NFLX. It's against the market today. The long is actually, I don't know, I got carried away with it. Should not have been in it. So yeah, no, I'll wait. But now it's down at a more reasonable price, but still, I didn't even got carried away in the move there. It's not, I don't want to be long these names, man, that are against the market. So that was bad by me. So that's, again, sit back, regroup it. It's fine. Even if it rips back to the upside, that was not a good trade for sure for me on that one. That just didn't set up, and we lost on it, so that's what happened. Okay, right now Google, and it sucks. We don't want to take hits. That's going to be the first loss for us here today. It's 1047. So again, trying to make something happen when you don't really need to. So that's that. All right, so we're same way. We're in the Rivian right now as well. We'll get this up to like 90s here about. I wouldn't be surprised if it does try to get going a little bit here, but we are going to short Rivian, and we are short Rivian right now at this price. So that's going to be a level that we're at, and let's just see where it goes on that one right now. Bed Bath & Beyond, yeah, back up to $4 one more time. Thanks to our sponsor there, Seeking Alpha. You can see that in the top now. Rivian, still the same trade. Roblox still coming back in. AMD not back up there yet. Amazon continues to go to the downside there as we got out.
Ouch.
This was a big trade for us, man. 95.40. Wow. Right there, $2 right there on Amazon, still downside, and we don't have it. Oh, I want to look at Google.
Meta's strong. Oh,
yeah,
right.
Meta. No, because Google finally might have topped out there at 92.70. I don't know. We gave that up $1 ago as well. So, yeah, a little frustrated here because we have some big winners. Look, it's a big day. We're really positive and we're really happy with the day, but definitely giving some up there. Maybe Google ran into some sellers. Let's try the short now on Google.
Yeah, so Meta is also relatively strong here. That's another name which it started out looking really good to the short side, came back into 143, 133, sorry, check that. We were able to take the greater part of $1 on some of that move, but then it stopped out. You got to have an out. We had our out, and it's actually climbing higher. So higher lows on Meta the entire way through. I think if you draw a trend line, you can kind of see 135 holds. I mean, look, you can imagine the line. I'm not going to draw it. 135, if that holds up, this is going to look relatively strong. We got 10 minutes to go, or a little bit longer than 10 minutes to go, so we send you guys off to the midday. It's been a fire trading day,
yes,
but the
sir.
market is looking relatively weak. We ask you one thing and one thing only. Well, two things. I always say hit that subscribe, because we try to interact with the chat, and you cannot join the chat unless you are a subscriber. However, let's get us to 3K likes so we can get this start this off well. I know the midday guys are going to absolutely crush it. Sharif's locked and loaded, ready to go. Let's see if we can't get to 3,000 likes. And if you want to join that chat, make sure you hit the subscribe as well. It's a fun atmosphere. It's a great community. Let's grow it.
The professor.
Oh, in the building.
Right now, he's in the building.
He has better handles than the professor.
This guy's in the, yeah.
No,
this guy's in, no, he doesn't. This guy doesn't know who that professor is, maybe. Do you know who the professor is from And One? No, see, there you go, Neil. 1-0 me.
You don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, 1-1. Okay, all right, just in case you guys are wondering right now, let's go. There's Rivian to the downside as it keeps on going, man. We talked about taking that short on the break. Again, another sticky note trade. Rivian today really beat down, man, by the market and by me today for sure. As Rivian, good move to that downside. We'll take some more profit right now on that name as it's going to break below 68 and continue. There it is, and continue its move lower. We actually have a 69 bid as well. Needs to clear out before we get that fill. But that's going to be good. So far, so good on a lot of these names as we go. We did re-engage in Google, but look at that one, man. This one not working, needless to say here, on that upside for Google. So let's just go have a quick look at that again. You know, it's funny, like as Amazon tanks, which we should still have, as Google's still ripping up, and for some reason we're short. You know, this is like what has to go through your head all the time. You need to be able to sort of, you know, sit down and reassess some of the positions that you have. Don't let the market sort of take you out one way or the other here, because, you know, you got to be comfortable with the trades that you have, and as long as you are, then you should be fine with them. But you know, hit the key levels and be patient. And right now, I'm second guessing, of course, this Google trade as we are short, at 55 against 75. So let's watch out for 75 right now on Google as that's still moving around.
Yeah, we're just going to the downside. The question now becomes, do we hold the morning lows, right? Like this is what it's come to. We've come full
Amazon,
circle.
man.
The ES is approaching 39. So can it hold 3,900? That's the key. The NASDAQ is already at the bottoms. I just got a fill on Rivian in the mid-60s. I'm going to get one in front of 15.5. I don't see any reason why this can't potentially get down to 15 even. Like that could be the case. I'm going to kick myself if I miss this by a few cents. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? So Virgin Galactic, I knew this was going to be the case. There'd be some obvious trades. Fail break at $5 on Virgin Galactic, and now it's flushing beneath. But that's going to happen to you. Netflix, which is one of the two longs that I have with just a few minutes to go. So it manages to now start holding that pre-market bottom, that flat bottom breakdown that happened at 321. If it can bounce off that, I'm going to take some out on the way up to 325. But the question becomes, can it actually even follow through into this market weakness? Yes, it's got some relative strength, but that doesn't matter if the market wants to absolutely flush. Speaking of the market flushing, I'm going to guess we're going to learn something about the DXY here with Brendan and Money Talks.
Kind of flat so far today, guys. We did have an initial move to the downside once again, 2 days in a row coming off of that data we got yesterday. But exactly, in fact, right now, flat for the dollar index here, back to 0.01 on the positive side, 102.3. But you can see a lot of wicks forming at the bottom of this daily chart now for the DXY. If you zoom out a little bit, you can see where we are overall. You got to go all the way back to Q2 of last year to find some support levels after this epic run up that we've been talking about over the past year or so. So not much to speak of here. A lot of very muted action today as far as currencies are concerned. Canadian dollar, British pound, both basically flat. There is some negativity in Australia. There's some data overnight from that country that was worse than expected. BTC, ETH, and Ripple at the bottom there, all green on the intraday time frame. But the dollar's still kind of chopping around, guys, at these lows.
Yeah, I know, and that's the funny thing because we're just hearing about the day's low on the ES, but look what's happening right now. As we go Google short, man, we have the 60s short right now. We just cashed them out at 44. This could be a banger of a trade, man. If Google actually gives up the bid here, I don't know. I mean, this name could really fall. So let's just wait. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what's going to happen over there. We got the professor bouncing the ball back there for sure. Hopefully working on some of his handles there. But
we're going to need him.
Yeah, he's going to definitely need them. So here we go. Let's keep going, man, on this. So there it is, man. Google, see? Didn't keep falling. So good outs there at 40. I mean, good. Look, we take 15 cents or 13 cents on that. So let's wait to see. Hopefully the market gives it up, but it wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't. So we're going to wait on this one. We're short a strong name. Never a good idea. Let's just see if it gives it up. That's literally all that we're doing. Roblox, 20 cents in the money. That's pulled back. Amazon, I don't even really want to check that. And then Rivian, we're out of more than half of this when it dropped down here. So we got out lots at 68. So that's my best out here. For Rivians are 68s. And then we're back into Netflix, but yeah, it's going to take down 321. So we'll wait to see if it does hold this. Netflix, the only red stock I'm in today. Wish we weren't, but we are. So Netflix red on the day for me. Let's see if it holds that 321.
I like that. I like this in the chat here. Anthony Kerr, the only thing the market is holding is its breath. Well, I mean, it is holding the low for now, but it is definitely holding its breath because it's been one of these kinds of days. You can guess I just got some Intel because Intel broke the low of the day, so we're taking some out in the 40s at 44. This is It's at 34. Now I'm at 34s and 44s for some reason here, but 44s earlier, now 34s. This could be headed to 28 even. I think we're going to get there. However, Netflix, I like that 321, as Sean mentioned. This is where it needs to hold. Even this long can't hold out. So there you go. My hands were doing on the keyboard. I was showing these guys. It just broke lower. I like that Netflix for a long setup. It could still reestablish, but against the market at the low of the day, I'm not holding it up here while it's trying to break out that low of the day. So Netflix will turn red for me as well. As we go to Brendan, because we got some earnings to talk about. Oh, yeah.
Speaking of, perfect timing. Yeah, let's get you up to date on what's coming up tonight, after the close, and before the open tomorrow, guys, for earnings.
What else is there?
Okay.
Just Netflix.
Yeah, I don't really say anything that I might even care about right now. Nah, forget it. Who cares? So for me, look, man, it's going to be the same story every single day. We keep coming back and absolutely destroying the names that we trade the best, right? And then we go over to Netflix, and it's like disaster strikes. Look at Google right now, right? Another name. My best. I mean, who has the bottoms and then the tops, right? Like, this is part of what you got to do if you're going to be a successful trader. Analyze the stock and take the right risk. I cannot be more upset at myself for this Netflix trade. What a stupid trade this was. I can't, like, sometimes you just got to say, you got to admit those, right? Like, I just got carried away on the break. I was like, oh yeah, here we go. We're going to break this high. Didn't happen. We averaged it back to the 200 period. Didn't work. Took another shot as we thought it was going to hold, and then back down. I should never be doing that on a stock that's red against the market. That was just pretty amateurish there. I do not like that trade, and I apologize if you guys took that, because that was weak sauce, man. Should not have had that trade for sure on Amazon. But hey, everything else, I ain't gonna apologize for that, because everything else worked out perfectly fine, man. Roblox is now 50 cents in the money again. Rivian has been really an awesome trade for us today, as that's been really cashing in for us even now as it continues to go lower. We had the long here, huge long. One of the best stocks for us net-wise today is gonna be Rivian off that long alone. And then the short right here, printing as well. So yeah, man, everything a jam right now for us, except I am very disappointed in myself for that Netflix trade. And again, you guys, piece it out however you guys want to. But for me, that should not have been taken. And so I am a little bit disappointed, but not disappointed in what's happening for Google right now, as we are now 40 cents in the money. Like, we just took that trade. We just took this trade, now 50 cents in the money on Google, trying to go lower here.
Yeah, for me, I don't have any regrets on that trade, because it has to be the setup. And the cost of doing business is, if a setup that you like and that works as a positive expectancy, you take a hit on it, you just got to live with that. Because if you don't take positive expectancy trades, then you can't really make any money. However, the shorts here are not giving you any concern. And I think that's sort of, like, the longs you have to have, obviously you have to have an out in every single trade. But some of these shorts, it's been as simple as, yeah, just sort of line up in front of a resistance level and just short it, and you can't lose this morning. And that tells you you're in a bit of a red market. When resistance matters more than support, that's kind of an obvious thing to say, but it's very true. And you know what? Sometimes oversimplifying things matters. But when resistance matters more than support and is free money, then that tells you you're in a bearish type of day. We just broke the low of the day. We're heading to 3,900 on the ES. I know nobody likes a bear market, but now it's 6. Look at what Roblox is down. Roblox was just down 6.66 as I was saying all of that. But when you're in a red market, all you can do is make sure you pay yourself on any longs that work and have a stop, and ensure that you are holding shorts, getting in and out of them, rinsing and repeating, and staying net short. That's what you're seeing here yesterday. That's what you're seeing here today. It's just how to trade when the market wants to come down, wants to go to the downside. We got 1 minute before we head to the midday, guys. We got halfway to 3,000. Still some time to get to those 3,000 likes. Mr. 3,000 actually wasn't a very good movie. I'm a baseball fan, and I love Bernie Mac, but that kind of sucked.
Yeah, it should have been a little bit better for sure. Mr. 3000.
I love Bernie Mac. Man.
All right, man. Yeah, everything's fine. Thank you for the comments there on the chat about that Netflix trade. What am I supposed to do about it? Amazon, still a nice little move to the downside here. We still have got Google, man, that's really cashing out for us. So, happy on some, sad at others, right? And that's going to be, like we just mentioned there, the life of a day trader. We battle these markets every single day, and we're coming out green again. So, hey, man, we go in there with gloves on, and we come out fighting. So, good trade there, and pretty happy with our trading today. And, one loser out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're going to go 5-1 today. you know, hard to complain on positive nets. And yeah, good for that. So yeah, look, happy. Thanks everybody for watching. I see there's some size there on Google right now at 40. So we'll see if that means anything. I don't know. But Google right now is going to be my short. We're going to try to hold on to this for the rest of the day, to be honest with you. At least until we get to VWAP down there at 91.80. But it was a great day.
There's nothing wrong with holding on for the rest of the day if the trend continues. Nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing wrong with that. We did get out a little bit too early on our other trades. So we'll see what happens here with Google. The trend is to the upside, which is why I'm so disappointed in this Netflix trade, man. But okay, let's go.
It's on me there.
It's 11 and 40 seconds.
It is.
We've got Luka in a nice Raptors sweater there. Shout out to them, as well as the Raptors look to rebound. And I think they should tank, but I hope they trade Fred VanVleet. He's been fantastic for us, but we need to regroup a little bit right now. He's not going to sign here anyways, so
no.
Let's move off of him, and he's going to go to
do.
Phoenix apparently.
There's nothing you can
as
do.
they're looking for that. So we'll see if Masai can work his magic. He's really messed up the last little bit, but we'll see if he can get a better roster construction right now. All right. A little bit of Raptor talk there. The professor's ready, so is Luka. Let's go over to the big desk now. Thanks for watching.
What is up, guys? I'm Sharif. That's Luka, the Scalp Demon. This is the midday show. Let's get it started, Luka. What do you got?
I actually got nothing here, just loading up a few different things. But yeah, I had a couple scalps here on Amazon, one on Tesla that I'm pretty happy that I actually let go very quickly. And yeah, we'll see if we get a few other trades. I know Sean's saying he wants to hold that Google short going into the end of the day, if that's what he was mentioning off this double top area here. We'll see what happens, man. Hopefully everybody's having a great day, enjoying the show, and staying profitable. Yeah, Spro Bros in the house. You know, Sharif, I don't know if you got anything going right now.
Yes, sir. Good couple of trades on NRSN. This one was basically, you know, it was up over 100% on the day. I believe this one was the biotech. Let me just double check real quick. Neurosense Therapeutics. They do is an Israel-based clinical stage pharmaceutical company. They're active in the field of drug development. You know the drill. And the headline is an Alzheimer's biomaker study that had positive results. Sorry, I can't talk today. So anyway, basically looking for the same setup that I look for every time. Below VWAP, a big flush and a consolidation sideways, and then another flush. And got it again here, got in around here. Had to wait basically for the retracement, added it around 261, then waited for the flush down to 2.25. It's since retraced though, now it looks more bullish than bearish, to be honest. So it's reclaimed VWAP around that 260 level. For it to make a new high, we're definitely gonna have to break through that 280. This wick up here, you know, I'm not making too much of this 290 wick up here. That was a very brief moment because I was watching this live that it made it up there. The better level, in my opinion, is that 280. We're printing 260s right now. So there's a battle between buyers and sellers on this one. I'll keep my eyes on it. I've got shorts, and I'm going to wait for this one to set up. Same goes for EDU, an education play, I believe, that popped up earlier today. Bit of a nice move here. It's a $40 stock, so the actual, you know, notional move is quite large. 42 was the base. I made a top here at 46.20, but it's very bullish right now. It's above VWAP. It's not really making much in the way of lower lows, so this one's got to set up anywhere below 44.5, maybe 44.60. I want to say give it an opportunity to consolidate sideways after that big move. I definitely won't be jumping into this one. You know, even though it hasn't gone too parabolically, I think this one could get me in trouble, especially if I get in with size, right? And that's the idea here. We're trying to take advantage of that larger notional to add a little bit more size, right? I mean, obviously it shouldn't make a big difference, but my next play that I'm looking at is Google. You heard Sean trying to basically to scalp this one to the downside. I'm kind of looking the same way. I feel it's really extended. This one and Meta, they're both kind of counter market moves. And, you know, I don't really like taking these, like Sean was saying, taking them to the north side when the market is to the south side. So I'm going to be looking for opportunities of weakness here for you know, a mean reversion or a retracement back to a key level. That's what I'm going to be looking for on Google and Meta, and I'll be doing that with small size. The idea here is kind of just trying to maybe build into the position. So those are my three plays that I want to keep my eye on for the rest of the afternoon. I know there's other stuff going on. There's this GNS stock that's all of a sudden moving and making new highs. This is a dollar stock. It started its day below $1. In fact, we were at about half a dollar in the pre-market around 7 a.m. We've since made a 119 high, and we have a series of bull flags all to the high side. So this one's very strong, but my only concern, it's really extended off VWAP at the moment. I want to see some sort of retracement before I really commit to this one. Lastly, Lucy made a bit of a move this morning. How many times have we seen Lucy on the scanner and in small cap crapper world lately? You know, it's been a little bit, maybe a month or so we haven't seen it, but it's back on watch today, making that move off that 140 bottom, 210 top, but you know, look at that V-shaped move, as Randy used to call it, the Christmas tree. 168 is where we're trading at now. We're closer to the lows than we are to the highs, so you're still going there. Okay. All right. Let me have a look at what else is going on. Guys, we're having a look at the scanner. Those were my setups, and I was kind of living with those. Let me just make sure that, oh yeah, look at this. GNS is really moving here. And RSN also moving to the high side. All right. Let's bring in the trusty scanner and see what we're up to here. Okay, so GNS we talked about. Oh, there's this other one, GRRR. You heard Neil talk about that this morning. Gorilla Technology is a provider of video intelligence, Internet of Things, security, and edge content management. The company offers products and services such as AI models. That would have been a nice little talk with Raheem Ladani this morning on that AI. Perhaps maybe he would have given us a little bit of comment on there. But anyway, big move up to that 960, halted. You heard Brendo bring you that news. But since we've done basically nothing, really retracing below the VWAP and really giving a great opportunity for shorts here. I'm going to keep my eye on possibly a breakdown into this key level here. I want to say that 730 level. I like to play these halt levels on stocks that have halted. They seem to be good areas of support and resistance. So maybe a bounce off here, or if it makes its way back to VWAP, we could look for a short back into that halt level. So there'll be a couple of plays that we can do with what
I like that.
Yeah. What else we got here, Luca?
Sorry, I'm just trying to load up things here. But yeah, position alert. So I am short Google. I am long Amazon here. Just basically starting a couple scalp positions. We'll see if Amazon wants to pop back to the 50 period. I mean, it's shown that it wants to kind of test it a few times. So let's see if it wants to get back up there. I mean, I'm trying to offer out, you know, like low 70s, let's say. I think that's a good trade there, potential. And yeah, Google, you know, kind of gave that feel of the double top, now curling back to the upside. But maybe that 92.80. Let's see how it reacts over there. I sort of want to add to this, so let me just add a little bit more over there and maybe get a flush down into the 40s for the scalp trades that I will look to recycle over and over again. I mean, you guys know the rules. And we go from there. Why do you Google price difference? So if you have a question on that, Google and GOOG are two different stocks. It's the same company, but two different stocks, different voting rights. So they will be priced differently. I think the one with voting rights or whatever is the more expensive one. Just a rule of thumb there for anybody wondering that. Bob the Builder, or I should say Bob Builder, saying HKD. Let's have a look at where HKD is now. I probably don't trade HKD today, just going to be honest with you. You know, when it really does move, then I'll get into it. But yeah, no, it's done until it's not. And then when it's back in action, you guys can let me know, or I'm sure I'll be all over it as well. So we'll see what happens there. This is a great poll here. If you could buy an EV car today, what would you pick? Man, can I pick nothing? Yeah, I think I'm going with nothing. I'm going with nothing on that one. Definitely not the EV type. And Amazon, let me just fix this here. I gotta definitely fix up my charts here. They're kind of a little bit wonky for some reason. Yeah, let me just add a little bit more Amazon here. I feel like this 93.50 area for the time being, it is down, right? So I don't want to get too committed to this, but we'll see what happens. Maybe get a couple pops there. I'm giving myself room to, you know, add a little bit more. Same kind of plan as yesterday, but we'll see what happens. Melissa's saying, how does Adobe look to you guys? I can have a look at Adobe, and I think I did get the first flush fill down. Or no, I'm stopped out. Oh no, that was an old stop. Okay, let me get back into that. That was not what I wanted to do. Okay, here we get a nice little pop here on everything. Yeah, let me just sell some. I'm just going to recycle this level over and over again, guys, just a heads up. So Amazon, Google, I'm basically scalping over and over again. We're going to see how this wants to go. This was, I put a stop because I was reloading my system, so I just want to be in that trade. But if it continues to go higher, I mean, I'm long Amazon, so the longs are good. But if Google keeps going here, which it does look like it is, you know what? Yeah, let me just get out of Google altogether and maybe just load back a little bit more in Amazon. Okay, we go from there. And I'm just going to kind of fix this here. I don't know if Sharif,
Yeah,
if you're
yeah, of
looking
course,
at stuff.
absolutely. I've been looking at this GNS, Luca. This has been going. I kind of missed this. I got to admit it. This bull flag here, and then you have that rocketing up off that $1 level. Now we're at 1 1/4. We're up 132%. So this one's looking good, to be honest. I don't know what the levels look like on this. In fact, let's have a look now. GNS. Let's bring in the daily chart here. Yeah, there's been requests for me to have the ticker for my black charts up. Sadly, this platform does not allow you to do that. So what I'll do is I'll just repeat constantly what ticker I'm on when I do use these black charts. Right now I'm on GNS, guys. I'm looking at the daily chart. The idea here is to glean any levels that we can get, because we're basically at high of days. We're at 119, high of days 126. So where's the first level of resistance here that we can encounter? I'm seeing this red day here back on Halloween. On the 31st of October, this was 141. So we're not that far away from there. 126 is a high, so 141 seems to be a level. The next level I'm seeing here is a day prior, which is 169. So I've got a couple of levels with which I can work here. I'm looking at 169. I'm looking at 141 on this one. Now, what am I going to use these for? Am I going to short off here, or what's my plan? I mean, well, I could just punch in and then wait for that level to be reclaimed and maybe look short. I don't know exactly what my plan is on this one. I want to see in action a little bit more, but the idea is to have the levels ready so that when your plan does come into action there, you got the levels you need. You got the tools that you need. So GNS, I'm going to keep my eye on this one. It's kind of extended now. Let's see if it makes another bull flag or whether it continues. All right, EDU. Still making higher highs, even though it's retracing it, and definitely making lower lows. So I'm definitely not ready to get into this one on the short side yet, but I am going to wait for this 44.80. I want to say, I said 44.50 last time, 44.60, but VWAP keeps moving up, and VWAP's my marker on that. I'm going to wait for a break below VWAP, I'd say, and then I'm taking this short. Google, you saw Luca on Google right now. Remember, I wanted to get short into this one, but this one just has other ideas. It's looking to go north, rejecting off 93 for now. How long does that hold? My level 2, by the way, if you're looking at my my book here, the book is messed up. It's showing the ask lower than the bid. That's obviously not the case. We're obviously flirting with that 93. We're not at the half dollar. So take that with a grain of salt. So I'm looking at all these stocks here, and obviously NRSN. We're going to wait for that to break below VWAP. What's people up to? What is the chat up to? All right, Apple flying. Somebody's saying yes, Apple is making a move. In fact, Apple just made high of days. Let's pull up. I'm going to have to bring in the black chart again because I don't want to remove any of these ones. Yeah, Apple just made high of day. You know, we're finding a bit of a bounce on the market. We bounced off 3,900. I'd say 3,904.5 is a low of day. Retracing a little bit, but we definitely are still not in a new uptrend. We need to see a lot more. 135.32 high of day on Apple. It's continuing to print higher. Obviously, buyers stepping in at this point. Volume really supporting this move. Almost 1 million shares done on that last or the one prior. The volume candle there. There we go. Now we're printing more on Apple. I don't have a trade on Apple at the moment. I'm not going to trade this market. I'm looking at these small cappers today, but yeah, Apple making a move. Google at high of days as well. I'm not going to be stepping into this Google trade either. Tesla, the laggard though, look at this. Tesla and Amazon really do not look good. Tesla had a V-shaped move back down off that essentially 130 high. 129.99 was the high, bouncing off that 125.63 is the low there. And yeah, it's definitely the laggard. Obviously, you saw Amazon as well. Sean was talking about that one this morning. He had that good short on Amazon. Meta's been strong. Meta's been flirting with high of days all day, right? 135.83 we have as a high of day. We're printing 37s now. Obviously, Microsoft, the laggard as well. So you got a couple of good, 3 of them are decently strong. The other 3 are kind of weak. So that's where we stand in big cap world, but nothing for me quite yet on that. You're still good to. You're still working.
I'm just trying to like fix these charts, but they keep crashing on me. I don't know what's
yeah.
going
Okay.
on here.
No worries. What are other people talking about? CVAC moving. No pullback yet. Let's have a look at CVAC. What's this one up to? I don't even know what this is. CureVac. Okay, CureVac, New York. So this was a $10 stock. What do we got here? So we have a big move down. It's up 5.25% on the day, but the market after the bell rang, the market really flushed, and this one flushed with it, making 960 low, retracing, excuse me, back into that $10 area, but not really reclaiming VWAP. So this is either a short rejection off VWAP, or if you're taking the VWAP break, in which case I'd wait for a period of consolidation above VWAP before punching long and trying to take the high of day. Not much in the way of movement. We've got a 960 bottom and a 1069 top, so a little bit anemic in terms of movement there. I've got nothing on that. What are other people saying? Vana, let's have a look at Vana. We haven't looked at Vana today. I had that on my side chart earlier, but it hadn't been doing too much in the way of volume, so I kind of ignored it a little bit. It's down 10.6% on the day. Surprise, surprise. What's the volume on this one? Let me just double check real quick here. Where am I at? Yeah, the volume is about 8 million, 7.98 million shares done. We just made a new bottom here on Vana. I'm going to keep repeating the name of the chart because I can't put the name of the chart in the background. So 620 bottom, we're printing 627s. We're below the 50-day moving average on the 1 minute. We're also below VWAP. I'm not shorting this at lows, and I'm not taking a bounce play here. I've got no play on Vana, to be honest with you, so I'm going to skip that one. CTXR says Mike Base. Let's have a look at CTXR. Just make sure none of my other plays are moving here. Okay, so nothing is really materializing for me yet. Okay, CTXR, Citrus Pharmaceuticals. It's got $191 million market cap. Obviously, needless to say, that's very low. It's $1.31 per share, and it's done 1.4 million shares on the day. Obviously, very tight ranges and not much in the way of volume. What's the catalyst on this? Is there any news catalyst today? No. This is basically just a sympathy play with other plays. Let's have a look at the daily. Okay, so it's a multi-day runner. So this is looking like, it's one of these good swing trades that you get here on news catalyst. I guess the news catalyst was sometime maybe early January, mid-January here, because that's when the uptrend and the volume started picking up. Not sure what it is, but if you've got information on that, feel free to at me in the chat, and I can look into it further. Luca.
Okay, yeah, guys, I'm going to roll with this here. Hopefully this doesn't crash for me again. Yeah, so happy that I punched out of that Google short, but it did go to 93, and I don't think we actually broke 93 there, so it could be a good look at 93. Always interesting when this runs into a level like even dollar level, and then doesn't actually break. So I find that pretty interesting. So yeah, let's see if 93 wants to give a little bit of a retest. I'm gonna throw an offer closer to that just to see if I can get like a hope order offer, and then I'll risk off 93. I like that setup. Amazon has been working, so Amazon long was good. For some reason covered, added back. That was the right idea because I wanted those shares. Now getting some out over here. Waiting for a potential push up to 94. Market is definitely range bound today. So that 39.10 into 39.05, sort of long playing off the 3900 is kind of the feel that I have. So we're gonna see if that one wants to sort of come to fruition, and then we'll continue with this Amazon long here. So yeah, let's see if we can get those 94 outs. Google waiting for the fill over there. Tesla did not break 125 today. If we dip back down into the 125 area, I'm going for the long. This is lining up with pre-market bottoms, as you guys can see in the morning. Everything today is just, what is this? Oh, I have vertical lines here. Yeah, no, so, playing off that bottomish area, 125. If we dip down, I do like the idea of kind of make a new low, run into 125, and then scalp the longs there. Is that a flush or what?
What a flush. I'm not in it. No, continue. Sorry. I just get excited.
Yeah. No, every time you go, woof, I go, what's moving? What small cap is flushing? Yeah, guys, heads up on NRSN. This thing is definitely in a very, very tight range. You had the morning kind of drive, breaking the high, and obviously, small cap, I think it's like 6 million float. Something to note here is the fact that it runs up, dips back down, holds trend, runs up again, market opens, makes the high, does the volume, and then quickly flushes back down and then never reclaims that high. So, this was pretty textbook in terms of, that 280, it breaks, it cannot stay above 280, tape sort of spazzes out, then flushes back to the downside, and then goes all the way. That 240 level is interesting. For whatever reason, 240 was holding before the pop, then the flush. This move over here, as you guys can see with the volume spike, this move over here, it made a high into 265, quickly reversed, had the volume spike, flushed lower, broke the low, but then didn't continue down. So if the shorts are going to be really good, you would imagine that this move would be down here, or this move would be down here, but we are still, at 240. So, I mean, my general feel of this thing right now is that this could definitely squeeze into end of day and then make another high. It definitely has the volume, 6 million float, already rotated multiple times, kind of that same setup. Every single time that it dips down, it kind of catches itself, then dips below the support line, comes back above, goes to the high, runs it again, dips down below again. So this is definitely candidate on my radar. As for like, if we kind of dip again and then reclaim, could be going for a high day move towards $3. So this is definitely, again, this is going to be on my radar. As I sort of talk myself in, I'm going to get into a very small size right now, just so I can watch it on my board. If this goes lower, it's not really a problem. And I can actually, if this flushes into 2, I'm not really too worried about that. But I want the long to just monitor it, because if we actually dip down, I'll maybe add more to it. Or if we start to go up, it'll be on my radar, and then I could actually take a couple more trades on it. So yeah, NRSN, squeeze candidate for myself. We'll see what happens there. I know I'm sort of anticipating the move, but I'm not really going to size into anything until I actually see a setup and then kind of react from there. Amazon finally, dipping back down here now. What is this, 10 cents out of the money? I am going to add some more here. I'm going to add some more, just kind of playing off of this bottom area that it kind of set into place. It's already down 2%. It rejected off 100 yesterday. For anybody that wasn't watching yesterday, this was Amazon yesterday. We ran into 100 and then just failed into the rest of the day. I was basically holding the bag long the whole way down, kind of scalping in and out. So that's sort of my general thesis. We're now back down at 93.50. I think, does this have room to get to 92, 91 today? I don't think so. I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities to scalp this in and out. So that's kind of what I'm going with. Going with the overall market, kind of setting itself up above that 39.05. I like the longs. We'll see what happens there. And go from there. People also asking about BBBY. I can have a look at BBBY for you. BBBY is sort of dead. I kind of feel like BBBY, ever since yesterday, something told me that this was dead. And I mean, yesterday the 4 level was pretty interesting. Let me pull up the 15 just to see where we're at right now. The 4 level was interesting, and I sort of said to myself, if we hold, yeah, don't mind all these fills. If we hold at 4. And then curl back up, maybe we get to 5 and then break. It's sort of dying off now, right? The kind of feel that I'm getting is, I mean, I don't know, maybe you could justify if like a 320 to 350 holds, maybe it's making higher lows and then it goes back up. But again, guys, BBBY, they're going bankrupt. This is not something that you look at and say to yourself, oh yeah, higher lows, up and down, whatever. Squeeze candidate, yes, really good. Optimal to trade, but look at the volume, right? Volume is there, volume dies off, volume really drops. Today, there's just no volume on it, right? So, as a short seller, I almost want to say, when things are going nuts and you're on the front side of these things, don't step in front of a moving train. That's how you get smoked. But when they actually start to die off, the short is easy off. It's easy. I mean, this is hindsight, obviously, hindsight bias, but it's just definitely easier off 5. Into 480, this is like day 2, day 3, where it just kind of retests, just loses steam. As you guys can see, volume drops very, very quickly, and then, it just kind of fades, and I would just expect this to, basically as fast as it goes up, maybe stair step all the way back down to 2. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that at 2 in the near future, but yeah, we're going to have to see there. I'm just going to revisit this Amazon trade, maybe get a couple more longs here going, build this position, and yeah, market is kind of flushing. Let's see how it reacts around the lows, which are 39.07. Will be interesting. And before I do pass it back to Sharif, Renata saying, what's going on, Renata? Luca, what do you think of Baba long 5-minute chart? We could have a look here. Let's look at Alibaba at just below 116. This is a 15-minute. Let me just load this here. Actually, this is actually a good look. We're sort of at the top. I feel like it's going to range. So I was talking about this before, and this is actually a good point. We had the move up to start the year. Very strong move from 90 into 115. And now it's sort of setting in the channel, right? So I think it's safe to say respect the technicals that it's showing you. This is overhead resistance. This is kind of support-ish. You can even give it a wider and say 110 just because psychological level. Right now, based on this, I mean, it's at VWAP on the 15, so let's have a look here at the 5, because that's what you're asking. This is wick off top if I've ever seen. I think, if we do get back to 7, wow, okay, wait, let me pull up the 1 minute, because this is actually super clean. I mean, not every day do you see it like this, where we top out at 117. That's I kind of like that there. So if we get back to 117, I mean, I doubt if the short is good. The short has already shown you that it's good, but why is it going there and then reversing the whole move so quickly? So it's like pop and drop, and then what was this? This was like this is like 20 minutes. So it's like pop, drop, pop, drop, pop, drop. So I mean, this is now
range bound.
Yeah, this is almost like a confirmation that like, yeah, maybe we do actually break VWAP up. But then at the same time, you know, it's sort of, you could justify this as maybe a bull flag. So maybe going long might be the right idea. I mean, I would say just respect the range that it's in. It's showing you right now intraday that 17 is the resistance, 16 and below is sort of support. If we break, you know, we probably go lower. If we start to bounce back up, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we do inch back to the upside there. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. And you know what? I sort of convinced myself into this one, so I'm going to jump into a long one.
I'm going to have to spend the money. I'm sorry, because this Tesla short was money. Okay, so here's the move. We got the big move down. Now, this is complete. This chart on Tesla does not look like any of the others, save and except for Amazon. They look a little similar. So Tesla's setting up independently of how the market's setting up. And the way that I took this was, you heard Neil talk about it all morning, flat bottom break. We get that big move down, then we get that retracement back up. It's almost like a bear flag, right? It's exactly the bull flag in reverse. We get that big move down, we get a retracement, maybe it's like a quarter of the way, and then you take it right back down again. Sadly, I didn't get into it like where I wanted to. I wanted the 126 and a quarters. I ended up getting in 125.86. We rode this down into the low 40s for a nice 45 penny winner there. Nice little scalp. Retracing back now, let's see how 126 holds. The 50 period, though, on Tesla has been nice for the short. Like, look at this 50 period rejection on the 1 minute, another 50 period rejection. And that basically works into the thesis here that these are bear flags. Moving down, and you're just shorting the pops, shorting the retracements on this one. A lot of movement on Tesla, obviously down 2.5% on the day with the overall market gain. Tortoise says at Sharif at Luca, good day and how are you? We are well, my friend, and we just printed a nice little short here on Tesla, so we're pumped about that. Now, let's get back to business here and see what else is going on. Guess what is going on? GNS is just flying to the high side. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at this. My goodness, this one has just got legs for days. This one started off as a 50-cent stock. We're up $1. We just broke the $0.50 like nobody's business, like it didn't even matter as a level. 155 is where we're topping at now. Expect obviously some resistance here. There we go. We get the nice flush down off that 150 break right into the 140s. We're extended, in my opinion, off the 7 period, which I use actually more on the 5 minute. So let's switch to the 5 minute here for GNS and see how far extended we are off the 7 period. Yeah, we're 1.25 is where the 7 period is now, right? So we got to get down, before I even look at this, at maybe the 130, 135. There's no way I'm punching long at these levels. No way, no how. Shabby Broom, $10 super chat. Luca, the legend.
Thank you.
On a fall like Rivian, though, low of the year, what actions prompt you to consider to eventually buy the dip?
That is a really good question. I'm quickly looking at GNS. What an up move. What an up move. This thing probably eventually fails, but let's have a look quickly at Rivian over here. I mean, if you're saying buy the dip from a fundamental perspective, where you're saying to yourself, like, I think, buying the dip because I like the company, then obviously you want to be looking at fundamentals. You want to be looking at, future guidance and kind of what you believe is possible for the company, where things can go in the future. You want to look at sort of market demand. How is the consumer? Are they going to be spending? What are they going to be spending? Where's Rivian? All that fun stuff, all that, or boring stuff, depending on how you look at it. I think from a technical perspective, though, it's easy to say, yes, I'm just going to buy the dip because it's low and it's cheap. I think, as a day trader, for myself, this is kind of easier to comment on. There's definitely bounce plays to be had, but you want to trade them in areas that make the most sense. And so, for example, has this thing ever touched 15 before, right? So from the looks of it, I think 15 would be a 52-week low, and let me just double check that.
Amazon.
Very broke it. Yeah, no, but 1554. I know it broke so 1554, which is right now, is a 52-week low. And I hope that's covering everything. I'm just double checking on this. I don't see the data, but yeah, 15 would be a new low. And so in regards to when do you buy the dip, it's hard to comment on that. I mean, things that are dropping down, do you really want to buy the dip on that? It could keep dipping, right? It could keep dipping. I mean, like, you know, price is always the tell, at least for myself. This thing was $150 if we go back to early 2021. And then, you know, here we are all the way down, just kind of going down, right? So you think 15 might be the bottom. Well, it could be 10. And I almost want to pull up Coinbase as a completely different perspective on these things. It's like Coinbase IPO'd at such a high price, and then it went to 100. It's like, okay, maybe 100 will be the bottom. Then it went to 50, and it sort of gave you this bottoming channel, showing you that, 50 or 40, like, oh, maybe this is now the bottom. Then it actually broke the bottom, and now, you know, reclaiming. So I would almost say that if you have time on your side, you know, you never have to rush into anything right away, just because, you know, you always have time. It's not so much timing the market. Obviously, for day trading it is, but you know, as an investor, you want to be time in the market, in the right names, names.
Goodness, bro.
And so, you know, maybe 15 comes into play today, and it gives you some sort of bounce play. Like, that's kind of what I'm looking at on Rivian today. If that comes to fruition, I think there's a potential that it could be good. But yeah, we are still 50 cents away. I personally will not be buying the dip on Rivian. I don't think I'll ever own them long term. You know, they could go all the way back up to 40, and I will never look at it and be like, oh man, I shoulda, coulda, woulda. No, like, there's, for myself, better things to own in my personal portfolio. But yeah, as a day trader, I just think, like, you know, you get a chart like this, we're going down, maybe we break that 15.5 and then go to 15, then maybe you get that kind of flush, you know, bounce play, and then for myself, it'll be a 30-cent thing, right? So yeah, it's hard to comment on the longer term, but yeah, intraday, I do kind of like that 15 bounce setup, so I'll keep that on radar.
Amazon tanking, Sean says he's short Microsoft, he's printing. So if you're on that boat, time to bring the money train. All right, guys. Wanted to mention GNS. I mean, how could I not? The levels that we had on this one were 141 previous resistance and then 169 previous resistance. And looks like we just made a 164 top, another retracement down, but we did that already here on this 1127 candle, and then we moved back up 20 pennies off that dip. So this one's setting up nicely, giving you retracements, trying to get in. I'm not comfortable with it at these levels, so quite frankly, I'm not going to be punching in at this point. Up 200%, show me something, show me some retracement. I'd rather take it short, to be honest with you. I'd rather take it either long off a key level, like this 1 1/4. That would be an interesting hold. If it did hold that level, I'd be looking long, but my preference, take it below VWAP, take it short, take it sub $1, and take it to the ground. That's how I see it. We'll talk about that and more after we get back from Brenda, who's at the big desk with the Euro close.
Hey guys, yeah, just wrapping up the session here for European markets for the day. Red, to say the least. We'll get you the final numbers here in a second as we're just waiting a few final prints to come through, but the FTSE downside 1.34%. That's basically day lows. We're finishing the day at as well. England fares the best, 0.9 to the downside, but 1+ basically outside of the Swiss market there. 2% for Sweden. Leading the day, following North America to the downside was Europe today, guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, okay, so another negative board in last couple of days, but negative, Luca. Nothing really new there.
Yeah, nothing new there. And I'm kind of glad that I punched out of Amazon. I was sort of playing off the 93.50 area. Then we broke. I'm like, no, not this again. I'll revisit this if we get to 93. We are now here at 93, so I'm sort of building this long. I expect 93 to break to the downside. That's kind of what I'm looking for. So kind of building here, giving myself room to break 93, kind of build the long, and then, you know, maybe we get that rip back. Could take some time, so that's something I'm going to be definitely cognizant of for myself. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Somebody's saying GNS boom.
Boom.
GNS boom. Where are we at now? This thing is making new highs. I want to short this. I'm waiting. Get to 2. Let me
salivating, as am I.
Yeah, like, you know, I know you're looking for some type of setup, guys. This is the thing that I see on this from technicals here. This level, which is just over 2, seems to be that general resistance area. I mean, normally we don't get there on these kinds of moves. Anything's possible, but like this is like up, up, up. You know, I would love to just break that high and then kind of reverse from there. So we'll see. This is on my radar as well. I'm watching that around the 2 level. It'll be interesting. Ryan, welcome to the Trader TV family. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. You know, staying profitable and having a good time. I think Amazon's flushing a little bit lower here, so let me just add a little bit more on that one.
All right, guys, I just got into an EDU short here. I'm kind of, look, I know I said I wouldn't preempt this. I know I said I wouldn't front run it, but it's setting up, and this is a quarter position, okay? So I'm gonna work my way into this. We're really close to VWAP. We can get a VWAP hold here, but we're creating constantly lower highs and constantly lower lows, and now we're consolidating sideways. So you know what I'm thinking. You know what I'm thinking. I'm thinking flat bottom break. Yeah, I do like these below VWAP. How much is it gonna cost me to find out? A new high. That's how much it's gonna cost me. And the new high is gonna come via 45.46. So that's a 50 penny move. I'm not going to be scalping down. In fact, I'm going to be adding into this one. So we're in a quarter position here. If we break below VWAP, I'm going to be punching in on another quarter position, maybe even more, maybe even a half position. So holding 75 total, depending on how, what the move look like and how does it sustain it or do we retrace immediately? That's my thinking here. So I'm setting up for EDU to go short. I'm not really. I remember I saw the catalyst earlier. Let's find out what it is. The viewer is probably wondering what in the world is EDU. Quickly here, EDU stands for New Oriental Education. We used to see these like a year ago, these Chinese online education plays. They tend to go. New Oriental Education Technology Group is a China-based company mainly engaged in delivering comprehensive educational programs, services, and products to students through its nationwide physical network of schools, learning centers and bookstores, as well as pure play online learning platforms. All right, do we have a headline on this today? I don't see one. Is it a multi-day runner? Let's go to the daily, let's find out. Yeah, okay, it's like in terms of a swing trade, yeah, sure. Let's bring it down the chart. We'll show you guys, oh, geez. Louise, let's go, come down. There we go. Yeah, it's a multi-day runner. There's no question about that. Look at, we bottomed out. Wow, what a move on this chart. There's a reverse split here back in April, and then look at that move up from April from 11 all the way up to 44. This one really has looked good. I don't know, this one slipped under my radar, but had a bit of a negative red day back on the 17th. Looks like we topped out at 44, and then we finished at 37, so a lot of volatility that day. Let's see. This one has a tendency to close more in the middle rather than closing near its high. So if that's any indicator, we'll retrace to around that 44. Let's see what it does. We're in a quarter position. I'm going to be looking. There we go. Now we break through VWAP. So already printing on it. Let's add another quarter position here. One moment there. There we go. So where are we going to get? We're going to get 79s, 77s maybe. Let's see if we can add there. Okay, so we got another order to add now that we've broken below VWAP, and we're looking to head further to the south side. Luca.
Yeah, guys, the Amazon long is working. Scalped some out over there, waiting for a little bit of pop to continue. NRSRN, I added a little bit more here just to kind of, build this very slowly. I do have a stop in below 225, so if we break 225 to the downside, then I'm going to just get out of that trade. Somebody in the chat was like, Neil called it, that 130 level on Tesla. Yeah, what a level. Like, went to 130, didn't break 130, hard reject. I think the high is literally 129.99. How many times do you see that where it runs to the level, goes 99 and reverses? Not every day, man, does it do that. So that's pretty cool there. Below 125, kind of glad that I didn't buy the dip on that one. Sometimes it pays to have everything crash on you. So yeah, we'll see. We'll revisit that one in the future. Amazon, I just want to continue to scalp this level. I think it could be good. And Apple, where are we on this one as well? Because I feel like I missed the 135 there. And okay, yeah, so everything just wants to continue to crash there. Sorry about that. I don't know. Sometimes things just don't work. And, then you kind of need to just go with it. So, yeah, we'll see what happens on this one. I mean, at least my position is working for me, so I can't complain on that. Michael saying Bank of America. Sure, that's an interesting question. Let's have a look at Bank of America if this wants to load here. I'll just drag over this next chart. Yeah, Bank of America is dipping below 33. I mean, the one common setup that it doesn't matter what you look at and how you cut it is like you have this kind of, let's say you start the day and you're at like, 33.30s, sort of runs up, sort of dipping down into the even dollar level, breaking the 133, right? Breaking 133, quickly reclaiming it. I feel like these setups, whether you're looking at Bank of America, Tesla, whether you're looking at small caps, they're going to show you the same thing over and over again. It's like it's running, and then where's that capitulation point? It's the break of sort of an even dollar or an area where then volume kind of increases. I mean, in this case, it didn't really increase on the drop, but it did increase which is kind of like on this little dip over here. Then the rip back up. Now the question is, does 33 hold? And do we go back up? Yeah, Nick. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good. Same with the charts, man. Sometimes they're good, sometimes not so good. But yeah, I don't really care anyways. As long as my execution is good, then I can't complain there. What else are we looking at here? Alibaba, I did cut that one for a loser. It was sort of showing, I mean, we talked about it, how it was like in that channel and then sort of breaking, right? So I was like, this was the support, this is the resistance, sort of breaking that. I kind of averaged, I gave myself room to average, so I was closer to VWAP. But still wrong in the position, so I just kind of cut it there. I mean, now at this point, if we do dip back, it'll be the classic, you know, bamboozle, dip, and then rip, and then back to the highs. Would not be surprised if that happens. I don't necessarily want to take it long again. You know, I wanted to try this one time. If it worked, great. If not, I'm going to let it go. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities. So yeah, small L on that one, no big deal. But if we do get to 117 for whatever reason, I kind of like that short there. So I'm going to have orders closer to 117 to take it short. And we'll go from there. Mario C saying F long. Let's have a look here at Ford. I haven't looked at Ford in so long. The only thing I know with Ford is it's always at $11, $12, or $13. Call me when this is over like 16 to 18. Then, you know, then I'll be a little more excited with it. Kind of showing you that maybe 12 is the bottom. I mean, my charts aren't loading here, so I have no idea where the daily is anymore. But let's have a look. Maybe 12 was 12 the bottom? No, it was 11 from before. Yeah. Okay. No. I think the better level, just kind of, you know, when in doubt, zoom out. This is just my take on Ford. I don't usually trade it all the time. You know, if you see something great, I just don't generally see it. But the 1150 to 11 sort of feels like that value zone in the sense that, you know, we had the big run up. Everybody remembers this thing was at like 25.30, then finally failing. And where does it stop? 11 to 1150, sort of holding, giving you another bounce, sort of holding again, giving you another bounce, lower high, something to note, giving you another bounce, lower high again. I mean, Sharif, does flat bottom breaks on the daily? Is that a thing? This looks like this could be flat bottom break. We break 10 to the downside. I mean, I don't know. Do we go back to 6? So it's you know,
Lower highs too, bro.
yeah, like it's just like, you know, this thing. I think the more notable area is the 11 to 1150 if that area holds, and then if kind of breaking the lows, call it, you know, 1050 into 10. You know, that's a flip short for myself. But then we're far away from these prices, right? So as of right now, 12. Like I don't even think long. Don't really like anything. But yeah, I do kind of feel like the day that we break 1050, which might be a day in the future, but that day that we break 1050, this thing probably tests 10. That's kind of the feel that it's giving me. Just gut feeling looking at it right now. So that's my thoughts on that one. Let's have a look back at GNS to see where this is, because I want to see if this thing, okay, 160. Yeah, this thing, if we get to 2, I'm shorting this thing. So we're going to see.
Yeah, it's moving. I was going to get your attention when
yeah.
you were talking, because it looked like it was about to break. Like, look at this. It looked like, you know, it was about to make a new lower, but boom, there you go, to the high side. I'm not touching this one, man, to the short side, until it really shows me that it's going to go. And then we'll just take, we don't have to, you know, Lucas says this a lot, Brad used to say this, you don't have to anticipate, participate. And I'll participate, definitely. Saying my mic is fine, guys. Yeah, okay. All right, my mic is good. Yeah, so I'm looking for, this GNS, wow. All right, let's talk quickly about EDU, because we get the ad here at the top on EDU. So our average in now is 44.85. So we'll see. I'm looking for a continued move south on EDU, maybe into that 44.5. Building a position. This is a half position, quarter. So let's see what this one does. Okay, so the market just flushed, and I heard a whole bunch of wows coming in from my side. We just made a new low, 39.02. That's a low on the ES March contract for the day. Look at this. It's just been one big move down after, you know, just popping up briefly here after the bell. We made 39.33, I want to say, high there. High of day obviously goes back to yesterday. It's not even showing up on the chart. That's 39.48. That was earlier today. That's not from this morning. So 33 top is where we're at here. All right, guys, making newer lows, lower highs on the ES. So this one, yeah, it looks like it's going to be a tough day for these big caps. Maybe that is, of course, until Netflix comes in with solid earnings, right? That's what I'm hoping for. Can you guys tell I'm hoping for that? All right, guys.
Netflix, it should be interesting.
I read an interesting article about it this morning. So basically, I'll just give you guys what I'm kind of regurgitating. This is not original thinking. Essentially, the play is they don't want to be a subs-based system anymore, where they're judged based on how many subs they're getting. Okay, I just got to take a piece out here because we're printing big on EDU. We're going to cover a tiny bit there. They don't want to be a subs-based business. They want to be a revenue-based business based on new ads that are coming in. They want to grow their platforms with their two-tier model, with the one with advertising, essentially. So they want to be judged on that. And so, I mean, that's obviously a fundamental shift in how they do business and how analysts look at them. So we'll see. Do those numbers come in good? I feel they're going to be judged on two things: how their advertising, their cheaper subscription does, and what their advertising numbers are like. That's the play for me. Chat, if you have anything to add, put it in the chat. Let's have a discussion about it.
That's pretty interesting. I mean, I think any time that you switch, and I remember that discussion. It's all coming back to me now. But anytime that you sort of switch how you want to be perceived, it's always interesting to see how the market reacts to that, right?
Sure.
So everybody remembers Netflix last year not really doing so well, and I think it was
GNS is flying.
GNS is flying.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, yeah. Let's have a look here at GNS as we can revisit this Netflix thing in the future.
Wow,
nothing,
just top nicely there. We'll see. Yeah, you can go on, but the next. Netflix
I'm trying to load this. It's not.
Okay. So yeah, I'm looking at GNS guys here. Yeah, you guys are on my screen. Awesome. We just made a new high. That new high is 177. So we're breaking through that 169 top. So now let's bring in the daily chart on this, because all the levels that we previously had, now we have to look at new ones. So daily, let's go up here. All right, where now are we looking? We're looking obviously at the top of this wick. That's going to be, I think, 193. Yeah, that's 193. And then above that, we've got 197, 198 basically. Let's just say $2. I mean, we're looking at a $2 top here. Let's not really look at these resistance levels anymore. We're going to go with the the whole dollar here at $2. And then really what stands out is this consolidation area all at 2.25. So I'm looking at 2 and I'm looking at 2.25. Then obviously you're looking at every whole dollar and half dollar thereafter. At least that's how I'd be looking at it. But this one really defying the odds. For me anyway, I did not think that it would have that kind of legs. Guys, this started at 50 cents, Luca.
Yeah. This is interesting. Yeah, it's okay. We'll see how it reacts at 2 over there. No, sorry guys. Yeah, when you have technical issues, it's somebody in the chat said it best. Frustrating. Frustrating. Ponzi Fonzie with the name there. What's going on, Ponzi Fonzie? Netflix too stretched here, going down. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. Going back to Netflix just very quickly, I think that Netflix is. That 320 is kind of interesting, like intraday, and I'm debating if I should go long here for a little bit of a move back up. But I tried that last time and it danced around, and then I took the L, and then it went up yesterday. So I'm going to just wait to see if this actually wants to dip, test 319, reclaim something like that, then maybe revisit it. We'll go from there. But going into earnings, I have no idea. I really have no idea what to expect. All I know is Netflix is. Oh my God. Okay. All I know is Netflix is one of the movers.
On you?
Yeah, so let me just let me do this.
Are you changing the time frame?
Yeah.
Were you changing the time frame?
Netflix stock. Let's do this really quickly. Netflix stock, everybody remembers, from 500 all the way down, this thing got destroyed. And who was the big investor on it that got destroyed? That was Pershing Capital.
I'm not sure.
What's his name? Ackman. Ackman was long, saying blah, 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 Netflix, this and that. And it got destroyed, and probably took the L somewhere down here. But we're sort of just grinding back up, right? I mean, the last 6 months we're just kind of grinding back up, in this channel. All these technicals don't really mean anything right now, just because, obviously with earnings coming through, it's going to have a move. I want to say that the expected move on it is probably around 7 to 11%. So take kind of 10% as an example. Maybe you get a $35 move. That would be kind of my guess. Billboy Ackman, yeah, exactly. And who knows where this goes? I sort of feel like if we rip up, where's the potential top on this thing? I don't know. I almost want to say 350. 3, like kind of like where we were before. So 350, which sort of lines up with $20, $30 move to the upside. I would be surprised if it goes down. like by a lot, I would, because it already was down there and it already kind of got beat up really, really bad. But if this thing's at like a 180, you know, tomorrow morning, I mean, I won't know what to say. I'll be lost for words. So, you know, maybe even though expected move is usually higher, even though Netflix usually, you know, like has like extended moves, you know, the past is no indication of what the future can be, right? So if it does kind of come within a closer range, as opposed to being a $30 move, it's like, you know, a $17 move, I would also not be surprised on that one as well. So
I
yeah,
tried to find the implied volatility. They were saying
you could always
plus
Google
or
it.
minus 10%, 9.9%. So for all intents and purposes,
Yeah.
they weren't showing me the options volume though. Let's bring it in and see if the options volume got updated on that. Hello, let's go. So what I use, guys, I use Market Chameleon. Market Chameleon, there we go. And then if you go to earnings on the top, and then calendar, and then you'll see here once we scroll down. Netflix, there we go. So a lot of options volume on this one, 122,938. From my experience, that's pretty high. I used to track these a lot because I had an earnings trade that I was doing constantly. By comparison, look at Procter & Gamble had 40,000. Really nothing coming close to it. Tall Education coming with 11,600. So Netflix really taking the bulk of that with a bigger market cap, half the market cap essentially of Procter & Gamble, but a lot more riding on the line. Last time though, the previous move, it shows you up 13.1%. Obviously, this is plus or minus. They're expecting a 10% move, either the high side or the downside. So let's see what's going to happen. What I also use is Market Whispers, which shows you Market Whispers, there you go, which shows you what the time is. I mean, you could always go back on your charts on the 1 minute or the 5 minute or whatever and look at what time it previously came out, and to some extent that I do that too. But if you're looking, if you want to just, you know, make that a lot quicker, you go to Market Whispers, click calendar, click after market open. Netflix comes out right at 4. I think my previous experience shows me it's come out at 4:01 or 4:02, but that's not a hard and fast rule. So this one will be coming out right at the bell. It's going to spare no one. All right, Luca's going long. Amazon, he says. GNS. So GNS, okay, I thought I had. There we go. So he's anticipating that 2 break. Why don't you take over and let him know?
Yeah, if this breaks 185 to the downside, I'll be out of this trade. I just kind of taken the long, somebody slamming, where's that, 2,000 lots there, and 1,000 lots on the offer. Okay, this could get spicy. Yeah, watch your orders on this one, guys. Who knows what happens next here. It should have went right away, so that's the first thing that stands out to me in this position, but I'm going to quickly throw a stop just to make sure. Because we have, 85s have been pulled now. 1,000 lots on the offer is what I see, give or take. Could be a lot of hidden orders too, guys, so just keep that in mind on this thing. You know, doing lots of volume, that doesn't really matter. Okay, so I'm out of that position. Worth a try. 2,000, I mean, size popping up on the bid in front of that 2 level. I'm like, okay, maybe that gives it the steam to get to 2. Take the long, I'll go into 2. If it fails, I mean, I lose whatever, like 5 cents or not even 4 cents on that. So a little bit of a paper cut, but now let this break 2. Like, please break 2 to the upside. That'll be interesting for the short play. Guys, I did scale some out of Amazon, just a heads up. I'm going for now 20s. 20s would be great if this thing wants to just kind of pop over 93.20 on that. I'll take the rest off. NSRN's kind of slow, not really doing much. So yeah, let's watch GNS around this 2 area. I think there's a chance for one more pop to the upside before we actually fade back. Hopefully it does. I mean, if it fades from here, I don't think I'm going to punch short on this right now. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Finch Jane saying, I should have short everything in hindsight. Yeah, man. I mean, you know, I should have bought Apple, you know, when I was born. In hindsight, hindsight's always 20/20, man. Don't beat yourself up for it. Just try to build a plan that you can repeat over and over again. That is the best. That is the most that you can do. And then you kind of try to get better from there. I am going to continue to watch this GNS. Definitely interesting. And Tesla, I wonder if this, yeah, I should have went long, hindsight, I should have went long Tesla at 125 because now it's going back up. I missed a lot, but it's all good, man. It's all good. Let's just see where this thing wants to go. Does it want to make another high? And then, yeah, Tesla bounce, not too bad. Does this one, GNS main focus right now, does this want to go and actually test 2? I feel like very simple. You could risk off 2, probably gets taken. I sort of like the break of 2 and then come back down and flush. So let's see, maybe I will try to get 94s on the offer. See if this wants to fill, and then, you know, risk off 2, and then reevaluate and kind of take it again and again. until it wants to actually fade. I mean, if this fades, there's room to the downside. You know, as fast as we go up with these names, we could come right back down. Okay, so there's the first fill. Let's see how it wants to react at 2. Are you trading this as well?
Oh, GNS?
I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, I'm basically waiting for, okay, I'll tell you exactly what I'm waiting for. What I was anticipating, not saying I really have any reason to believe this, as we test 2 and then I see basically a reversal candle, which is a candle with a really big wick and a lower body. And basically, if I saw that reversal candle off 2, I was punching short. I was going to take a half position because it goes against my rule of shorting above VWAP. That's what I'm looking for. Not saying it's going to play out, but you know, you gotta be on the lookout for things. So I'm ready to go with a half position here, and if it if it rejects off that 2 basically and shows me what I want. Show me what I want, baby. I'll punch in long on. I'm sorry, short on this one. But I'm also nursing this trade over here on EDU, looking for that continued flat bottom break. Took a piece out there on the descent down. Now I'm looking for that 44.70 bottom break. Let's print new lows. That's what I want to see. We're definitely printing lower highs. Now we need to see the new lows come in on that. So those are my 2 looks. I'm looking at EDU, and obviously I'm looking for that GNS. You know, just put it out there. I'm not putting anything in the way of longs on this one. It's just, that's not my play. I don't punch in at these levels, and you know, I tend not to do well, quite frankly, when I punch in around here. So why bother with that? All right, just quickly going back here. There we go. Wow, EDU printing. All right, that's a nice little move down on EDU. We get that 470 break. We're printing 65s now, 63s. Can we get any lower? How much am I holding? Still holding half the position. Very nice little trade so far on this EDU. Let's go ahead and take this many shares out. There we go, baby. Woohoo! It's gonna halt. It's a lot of fun, guys. I'm just having fun. There we go. We get the flush. That ends up going exactly how we planned. So happy with that flush on EDU. Now only down 11%. Luca.
Yeah, well done. GNS is now halting to the downside, so I am in the short, and I'm going to hold it for the halt down. We'll see where this thing wants to go. That was great, man. You know what? I wasn't going to lie. For the first second, I was like, this doesn't look like the fail is good. But
nice short, dude.
Yeah, I was waiting for like the break of 2. I would have gotten stopped out on that, and then I would have tried the short again. You know, sometimes it's better when it actually breaks the level, goes to the upside, gives you an even better opportunity, then flushes down. You get the liquidity vacuum back into a halt. But yeah, sometimes it does this, where it just halts to the downside. So yeah, let's see. Let's see where this one goes. Neil, hopefully you're short this one as well. You're 90. You have 94. Yeah, I got 9. Wait, you got 93.5? Wow, okay. See that? Half a cent better. Sometimes that's all I need, man. Half a cent better.
That's so good.
That's day trading. So yeah, let's see where this one wants to open. Yeah, we'll go from there. Guys, I just fully got out of Amazon because I was actually going to restart my PC here just to see if that wants to fix the issue. So I was like, let me just lighten up on all the positions that I don't care about. But not this GNS, baby. GNS, I'm like, you know what? The PC can wait. This is going to the downside.
That looks good,
Let's just see where this goes. Yeah, NSRN or NRSN, whatever it is. NRSN, oh, go figure. I actually literally punch out and then it starts to go up. Man, okay, whatever. I would still want to be long this, but I just don't want to be, I kind of like trust the stop, but I don't because it's one of those names, you know what I mean? I'm not going to punch in yet, but this is going to give ample opportunity if it does actually like rip up and go to the high of the day. So I was light on the position anyway, so it's not a big deal, and I'm basically taking a break even on it. But yeah, if this one does get to 3, there'll be a lot more opportunity on that one. So yeah, keep an eye on NRSN. You know, if it can clear, call it like 275-ish, then it gets interesting for like 280, 293. But if it doesn't, if it still stays below the kind of range that's showing you, which is, you know, below 265, then, you know, it's just kind of channeling and it's probably going to stay in this range for the time being. So, you know, I wouldn't necessarily take the approach of like long below, short above VWAP just because it's a small cap, not something like a large cap like Amazon that I like doing that on at key levels. But yeah, that 93 for the time being on Amazon is pretty nice. Sort of adding, taking some off, adding some more. Kind of sad that I didn't add more, to be honest. And then out. Now it's going back to the 50 period. It's, you know, yesterday the longs paid me and I did well on it, but it probably was easier to be short. So I'm wondering if we get over the 50 period again, is it worth a look short as opposed to long? The overall market did dip into 3,900 and then give a little bit of a pop. today is a little bit more of a choppy day than yesterday. You know, yesterday was a very clear trend day to the downside, all the way down, breaking 4,000, channeling just below 39.80, and then continuing to the downside. And then, you know, here we are, fast forward, now at 3,900. I do think that we get multiple red days. So obviously yesterday day is invisible, but yesterday red day, today red day, I'm assuming red day. It would be a pretty sick recovery if we close green on the day. And I also think tomorrow, red day into 38.50, which is a big move, but I do kind of feel like the market's been waiting for a kind of decision to be made. And now that we're showing that we're going down, you know, everything's going down, all these key levels to the upside rejected. You know, Tesla 140, 150 rejected, now we're back down. 130 could not break again on Tesla to the upside. Amazon 100 rejected, now back down. Netflix is going to come up. You know, if Netflix goes up, maybe that helps the market go back up. But maybe it goes up and then reverses the whole move intraday. I mean, that's another possibility. So yeah, it would be interesting to see what happens there. Gain Tortoise, pretty nice name there.
I like that name, yeah.
Hopefully you're having a great day. Luca and Sharif, great combo for Trader Host. Kudos to both of you. Thanks, man.
Yeah, man, I'll take that. Absolutely. Got the guy to my left, killing it on these large caps and getting that top. This is exactly what I was talking about, guys. I mean, I just want to, when I said I was looking for a reversal candle on GNS, is exactly what I'm talking about. Look at that. So you get the big wick to the top and the rejection off too, and then the big red body. Obviously, you know, being a dollar stock and it moving like 15 pennies is going to obviously cause the halt, and that's what it does in this case. Didn't get a chance to punch in, was too busy celebrating on EDU, but this is exactly what I was looking for. I would have only gone a quarter size again because it gets above VWAP, so to me it makes it scary to short around these levels. So yeah, great trade there. Sorry I missed out on it. All right, looking at Lucy, this one really gave you an opportunity to kind of get short. This one makes a 210 high, consolidation sideways, VWAP rejection, and the nice big like 30 penny move off that 180 top there. This one would have been a nice one. Didn't get into this one. I gotta start using more resting orders, man. Jeez. All right, so those are the plays that I'm looking at. You heard Luca talk about NRSN. I've been looking at that all day, basically on the side chart. Don't have a play on it for the moment. Waiting kind of to see what this GNS does when it opens up. EDU, I'm kind of out of. I'm completely out of for the moment. I'm not gonna play this trend, even though I do see a little bit of a nice trend brewing here on EDU, which is 50 period rejections. Look at this. We break below the 50 period over here, so then you have like basically a trend change. Sometimes like, you know, I kind of look at this as the break of the middle line in the Bollinger Bands. I know I don't have my Bollinger Bands on, but you know, you get that big rounding peak here. This would be like the upper ends of the Bollinger Band, and then you have that big breakdown where it crosses between that middle line on the Bollinger Band, and then you're kind of running below on the low end of the Bollinger Bands the entire time. And you basically short off that middle line. And so I kind of feel that that's almost the same way. Any short off here off the 50 period would be interesting. Maybe I'll get in with like super small size next time it retraces. It's got to make its way up to around 45, maybe a little bit below, for me to get interested on that. But let's send it up to Brendo, who's at the big desk with Happening Now.
Hey guys, lunch hour on the East Coast, Eastern time zone. Anyways, let's get caught up on what is happening now as far as the overall market. Here's a red board to show you once again, 0.82 right now, 0.81 for the S&P 500, the Dow 0.68 to the downside. That's off the lows, but still struggling today. Look at small cap land. Yeah, pretty negative here, 1.15, 1.55, and 1.17. for the Russell 1, 2, and 3000s right now. NASDAQ Composite and the 100, 1.1 for both, essentially, at the moment. If you were with us early on this morning, we got you ready and set for the day, talking about Apple, talking about Coinbase and Roblox. Yeah, Morgan Stanley with the downgrade on Roblox today to underweight 2 days after that huge move to the upside on positive. Monthly and daily active user numbers, JP Morgan with a very cautionary note on Apple today as well. Very rare to see JPM cutting Apple to the downside. 0.4 right now for Apple, but trying to hold these pre-market levels, guys. This is a quiet kind of a day right now for Apple. Back to you.
Thank you so much for that, Big B. Beer Money Scalper, GNS long off the halt. Worked like a charm. Well done. I'm assuming you're long off that halt. Yeah, guys, I covered basically the majority, and then I was like, let's just see how 72s. So the rule is with halts, for myself at least, is look where it halts, right? If it halts at 73s, there's probably residual size after it opens. This thing opens at basically 65, runs back to 73s. There was some size there if I am remembering correctly. kind of gets chewed away, pops back to the upside. So yeah, I kind of saw that coming, so I basically covered majority, and then I was like, let me just try to hold in case we take it and then, you know, go back down. I was aiming for 50 period and below covers for the rest. But yeah, running to the upside, I was like, no. Get me out of this one. No. I've seen this before. Get me out of this one. So yeah, we probably go back to 2 now. You know, anytime something fails like that off 2, what you really want to see as a short seller is like into another halt, and back to where it started. So the fact that we didn't do that sort of tells me that this thing is not done. You know, we probably could easily break 2 now at this point. So yeah, let's see what happens there. I am considering a 2 break to the upside. I mean, now, if it goes to 2, breaks 2, and then flushes for like an over-under, I'll take the L. I'll take the L because, you know, I feel like the L is warranted. So yeah, let's see where that one wants to go. It'll probably be a 5-minute halt. So that one will just be on my radar as I'm watching. Just a heads up there, Amazon is slowly just making its way up to the 93.30 area, which I believe is the 50 period, or just above here. Market curling back to the upside, maybe going to go for that VWAP test, not really too sure. I said maybe I'll take shorts on Amazon if we're above the 50 period, but now that we're here, now that it's giving this look, I don't know if I actually love that trade, but I am going to give it a try with small size. So I'm willing to average into the short, just kind of going into what the bottom was, which is right here, so 93.50-ish. The thing is yesterday, even though yesterday was a bigger down move, so that's the only difference, but yesterday it did the exact same thing. And where is it? Because I want to bring this up. This is a pretty good point. We had the bottom-ish area, which was like right over here. We curled back, and then it did a bunch of kind of sideways action, and then finally failed. So I'm sort of, not to, you know, I'm sort of, maybe I'm seeing things. Maybe I'm trying to see something that's not there. But I almost feel that today, you know, we show the bottom, we curl back up, we get up here, we do some sideways action, then go back down. I like that setup. That's why I'm short. I'm going to build into that. If it keeps going, I mean, it'll be at 94, and I'll be wrong. So, yeah, we're going to roll with that trade and see what happens next. I know a lot of people are focused on GNS, obviously, for that 2 level. So let's see what happens when that opens. I'll be all over it. Yeah, Flow Checker is great, man. John, Flow Checker is a free website for anybody that doesn't know, flowchecker.com. I can show you guys. It's a free website. You basically go and you say GNS, what is the float? You know, it compiles all the data from all these free websites. Take it with a grain of salt. Obviously, things can change if it's reverse split or if they did an offering or whatever. But yeah, this is showing 10 million. So, you know, you traded a 10 million float before, let's say. You know it's a 10 million. Expect that kind of feel to it and then watch it. And, you know, if it gives you the same feel, okay, it's confirmed, right? NRSN, for anybody that was wondering. You can even do this one. You know, 6 mil float, less of a float, more of a chance to be soaked, more of a chance to do its thing and do its dance. So yeah, we'll see where this wants to open though. GNS. This could be interesting if we actually get that 2 break. That's definitely something that I'm watching. John and another John in the chat. John with an H. Good afternoon, Luca and Sharif. Just looking for trades. Yeah, you know, looking for trades. I've traded way less trades than yesterday, but the day has just. Roblox at 34. Yeah, let's have a look here at Roblox. Roblox at 34. Sean just calling there in the background. Oh, that's really interesting, actually. 34 here. So let's see. Yeah, it's actually a pretty nice range for anybody watching this. You know, topish area at 34. This is like
period too.
Yeah, this is like super clean there. I don't know if you you know.
No, I'm not. I'm just commenting.
Yeah, you're saying 200 period
on my
the
3-minute chart.
On the
so
3
yeah,
minute,
yeah.
okay.
Well, you know, take that with a grain of salt. Obviously.
Well, no, that's a really good look there.
All right, so yeah, this looks good. I guess I'm waiting for GNS to open. Wasn't really ready. Let's go into this. Okay, EDU making another big move down. I'll get back to that one. Seeing a whole lot of blue here on Tesla. I think this tape is a bit messed up. Let's switch to RBLX. That's on New York, Sharif. You should know that. There we go. All right, this one down 5.5% on the day. You heard the catalyst earlier with Brennode there in the morning. Come on, let's go, baby. Yeah, there we go. Rejecting off that 30, well, not exactly 34, 33.92. Now back into the 70s. It's it's a good look. I mean, you got a big move up off that 33. I want to say 33.03 bottom, basically a dollar range there. So this is playing the range like a T, I guess. If you punch into here, let's just punch in. Quarter position, there we go. We'll take a quarter. We're late to the party though. We're going to add a quarter position. Maybe we retrace into the $half area. Where do we get short? We got short 71s. Okay, 71s, all right. Not great. We'll wait for this one. I'm going to be looking in front of the $half, maybe to scalp a little bit here. We'll see what this one does. It looks good though. NRSN now holding above view up. This is super range bound, and it's not really giving you any opportunity for a breakdown. It's up 100% on the day. So, you know, I shorted this earlier with a completely different view as to how it was going to act, to be honest with you. So this one, I'm going to wait really until I see a decided break to the upside or the downside, but definitely not going to take any preemptive moves like I have on it before, because this one's super range bound, and I guess it could kind of rip your face off real quick. Back to this RBLX short. Yeah, you know, I'm going to nurse this one, and we're getting some mid-60 prints here. I'll be looking to take some out in front of that $half. In fact, let's put a resting profit taker. Let's go 58. So how much would that be? That'd be like a 13 penny winner. Luca saying we're going into an uphold. I'm betting on GNS.
Yeah, guys, GNS. So I took the 2 break here. I am filled 203. You know, not a bad fill, not a good fill, but I'll take it. And we're up halting now at 208. So 208 up halt, that's interesting. Let's see where this goes. Like, please just like, you know, open at 75. Like, open at 75 one time, and that would be awesome. That's not even possible. Yeah, Big Tone, GNS is a halt. Beer Money Scalper, GNS is a beast. Oh, it was you who said you were long off the bottom. Nice job, man, nice job. Well done on that trade. We'll see where this one opens. Ben saying, Luca, my first up halt to be in. Best of luck, Ben. The one thing I'll tell you with these halts is they are Wild West, man. They're Wild West. Anything can happen. You know, it's an up halt, so you'd imagine that it's going to continue to go up. But at the same time, it's an up halt, and I've seen up halts like print down. So, you know, obviously watch your positions there. We'll see where that one wants to open. Just a heads up, I covered a little bit of Amazon at the 50 period down over here. That was a really nice short. If this wants to continue, my next target is the 93 area. So call it 93, like 10s-ish or give or take. You know, if it keeps going back to the upside, I will just recycle and add back to that short. John Sproul running over shorts. Yeah, shorts are not happy. I was a short. I was a short seller. Yeah, well, and I was happy, and then I was not. So I said, no, I'm gonna join the party.
I don't know what you were upset about, bro. You covered for a profit there.
No, but I was, because I wanted it down at VWAP. Okay, that's what I really wanted. But it's all good because now I'm long, and you know, let's see where this one wants to go. Jason with the super chat. Thank you so much. $5 super chat. Great show, dudes. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. Hit the like button if you guys are. Yeah, doing an okay job. Oh, Neil, thank you so much, man.
These guys, look at them over there with their food and good comments.
Makes me smile.
Appreciate that, guys.
Yeah, guys, heads up on Tesla as well. It did run down to that 125 for the test and bounce. So I kind of like, now that we sort of sold off already, I kind of like the 125 area for like the longs. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And then I do know that it can go below, like to the low, right? So obviously depends with the overall market. What does the market want to do? I am short Amazon, so I'm not going to short Tesla. But I almost feel that if Tesla can dip back into that 125, it did it the first time, bounce. If we can get below 125, you know, you have a nice 50-cent sort of bottoming area here that, like, you know, if we get there, maybe it dips below the 50 period, then it rips back, test the 50 period again. So we'll see what happens with that one. I do have a bid out on Amazon just to catch that if we do get a flush down. It's looking pretty good, so hopefully that one continues to work. And let's just go back quickly.
RBLX, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Did you take that trade?
Hey, baby.
Let's
I
go.
took that. That's printing, guys. We take a little bit out there. Where did we get it out?
Nice call.
We got it out 59s. Yeah, good call to Sean on that one.
Yeah,
with an obvious top there. Boom. Taking that one to the sell side. There we go. We got another profit taker waiting at 53s. We momentarily had, what did we get down there? We got 56s, I think. So still a little bit of ways from the next profit taker. We already have some out. So we'll let that trade develop as it is. You know, where do I get out here? Do I let it go against me? That's a good question. Because I'm holding such a small position and because I've already scalped some out, I'm willing for this to go a little bit against me, maybe above that $0.75 area, but we'll see. I mean, this one had a big move up, and, you know, if that's any indication, it may have at least half equal amount of retracement. There we go. Now we're seeing 56s come again. on the bid, but a quick retracement. All right, let's go and have a look at what GNS still not open. Okay, so where are we at? We're 3 of the 5 minutes still, so a couple of more minutes on that one. EDU really giving you a simple trend to the downside. I mean, like, look at what this is doing. It's retracing not exactly to the 50 anymore. It's kind of stopping below the 50, but it's giving you that opportunity to short these pops with consistently lower highs and consistently lower lows on EDU. Nice little channel to the downside. That one is looking good. Back to RBLX before we send it back to Luca. Yeah, you know, it's going to have a momentary green wick candle here and there, but I think that we should at least see the $0.5 here. Or VWAP. VWAP around, I want to say 342, Luca. So this one printing at the moment, not much else going on in my world, to be honest with you. I'm keeping an eye on some of these big tech names as we find a bit of a bottom here, at least momentarily for the market. We're printing newer highs. It looks like 39.16 coming in on the market. You're seeing that reflected on Google, bouncing to the high side. Likewise with Meta, they've been relatively strong all day. Apple's in a world of its own. This is the middle bottom chart here. It's kind of just moving sideways, while the charts of Microsoft, Amazon, and Tesla look oddly similar. The down sloping from the left to the right trend, whereas Meta and Google look alike. And again, Apple in its own world, Luca.
Yeah, this is going to open now in 5 seconds, so let's see where it opens. If we break back below 2, I think I'm going to get myself out of it. Maybe even 08s, probably 08s, but you know what? I'm going to give myself room. If we break back below 2, I'll be out of that trade. But if this, for whatever reason, keeps... Yeah, no, I'm going to get stopped out of this. That's fine. Oh, it's a down halt. Okay, like, can I get out of it, or... Probably not. Yikes. Okay, yeah, no, that is not the right place to put a stop. Okay, yeah, max pain here, all good. Hold for the dream until the dream turns into a nightmare, and then you get smoked. Okay, guys, yeah, this is hopefully, this is now a nightmare. I am now in a nightmare. Michelle, ouch. Yeah, ouch is right. So, you know what? I was thinking I should maybe put my stop. This is a good example, guys. As I live the nightmare that you are watching live here.
I'll be to laugh, obviously.
It's all good, man. Funny, it's all good. Bro, yeah. As you know, 208 is kind of the halt price, right? So it opens, pops, some size at 208, same kind of thing, right? Same thing as this, where the down halt is like 173, and then you watch, okay, 173 residual size. Yeah, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe.
You know what it is.
Yeah, man. But that once that 208 broke, I think that was like the 208 flush into 2. So you have 208, you have 2, and I was like, okay, let me throw my stop at 98s to trigger. Because I'm like, I don't want to, like, you know, get out at 99s. Maybe it'll be like a bamboozled. So I go 98s, and 99 is the down halt. Like, wow, that's so bad. Yeah, man, I probably, I mean, I don't know. Hopefully somebody short this thing now.
Let's go, baby. RBLX printing. Thank you for that one, Sean. This one heading back into the $0.5. We get some out. Where do we get some out? 54 is okay, decent. Nice little, like, I want to say 18 penny winner. Nothing really to write home about, but riding the trend here. Quarter position, small position, so, you know, can't...
Yeah, maybe Renza.
Not really like going to ring the bell on this one, but it's good. Holding 10% of the position left, 2 outs, and basically break even is my stop. And my break even is 33.71. So let's go ahead and put that stop in, 33.71, and then we're going to cover everything at 33, and we'll give it to like 73 in case it goes ham and the spread gets thin. All right, guys, we're seeing higher highs here on the market. I'm not calling any bottoms or saying that we have a reversal or anything like that, but hey, let's play. Let's look at what we're being given here. 39.20 was the last little wick up there. I'm looking at the 3-minute chart on the ES March contract, and if we can, looks like we're double topping maybe off there unless we break it. Then the next level to look at, I'm gonna say it's that 39.28, 39.30, and then obviously the high of the early morning was that 39.33. Could we go green today? Wow, that'd be interesting if we could switch up. We're currently 28.5 points to the sell side. That's 0.7% to the negatore on the ES. And yesterday was a big day. As you guys saw, we had retracements on the Dow, NASDAQ, and the S&P. I think the NASDAQ got the best of it. Was it like the least of the 3 that was down yesterday? Do you remember? I know the NASDAQ. I'm pretty sure the Dow was down the most yesterday, right? Was it?
Yeah,
okay, I don't remember. Anyway,
that's
not really important. Saad Mahmoud saying, Sharif, I'm sitting on the ask at 39.20 and it reversed on me. Okay. So, hey, man, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you're, yeah, you know, it didn't quite get printed there. Where did we get up to? 39.1975. Yeah, you know what? It's going to be a top. I mean, if you wanted to take that reversal because of this 1009 print here that we got up to 39.20, I mean, don't put it right at the level. Put it a little bit below. Put it a quarter point below, a half point below. I mean, if you're really looking to take, like, how much are you looking to take here? Maybe 18 points, 19 points, right down to maybe 3,900. Then what's a quarter point or a half point here? So I don't know. That's just my style. I wouldn't put it right at the level where you want to get short. Dow 600 yesterday, Andy says, yeah, I think you're right absolutely about that. I just don't know percentage-wise if it was the biggest of the bunch. All right, so we're talking about the market moving here, and we're seeing that, again, reflected on Meta and Google the most. At least that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing, I'm seeing a bit of a bottom also form on Amazon, at least for the moment, getting off that 92.86 bottom. Now we're printing 93.50s in that area. You've seen a bit of a bottom on all these. They're all starting to curl back up, some more than others though. Do you have any play on any of these, or are you still on GNS?
No. Yeah, no, I'm just going to wait for that to open. I'm going to kind of reevaluate, and then if it's down, I'm just going to punch out. All good.
Got it.
Somebody's saying APGN. Anybody watching this? This is something that I forgot to speak about. So they were obviously up in the morning, and I think one of the traders called it best, saying, you know, they have a registered offering and they need to raise money, you know, not looking too good. Right off the morning, when was this? Like 8:40, giving you that over VWAP pop. It couldn't even get it there at 9:30, right? So sometimes, like, I mean, it's kind of funny how sometimes, you know, 9:30, you get the volume and you get the pop. So let's go to NRSN. As the kind of example that I'm giving here. 9:30, so it's like it dips, it pops. 9:30, there's enough volume for it to move. Okay, I'm out of GNSN. Yeah, that's an L. You know what, guys? That is an L. But yeah, no, exactly. Ring the fail, I think, on that one. GNSN. Going into another downhaul, guys. By the way, for anybody that's watching this, maybe I'll take small size on this downhaul. Let's see if it actually, no, I changed my mind on that. Okay, yeah, so that's an L there. Guys, when you're trading these names that go crazy, keep in mind your size is your risk. Your size is your risk because it could get away from you and then it goes into a halt and then you're kind of, you're stuck in that, right? So, yeah, Michelle, I know you know. Now go long. Yeah, joking around on that one. Anyways, going back to NRSN. Somebody was saying that this was popping back to the upside. So by the way, the only thing to note here is that when it stays in the channel, like, respect it until it doesn't. That's the only thing I'll say there. But, you know, right off 9:30, breaking, doing the volume, and then flushing, right? 6 million float. APGN, you know, registered offering. I didn't really look into the details on that, but didn't have enough volume for it to even get to, you know, above 260 to do that sort of over-under flush. Just kind of failed right off the open. Right now, $1.90, it's kind of dead. Volume's always the tell. I am no longer watching it, but thank you for calling it out for whoever did, because it was a good note there how this thing didn't even have the steam or the volume to just go up. It just down right away, no volume, kind of dead is what it is, and you know, that's the end of that one. So I mean, that's that I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I just wanted to bring that up quickly. I did reshort Amazon on the pop here. So very, you know, in the money by 3 cents, nothing crazy. I'm just not really, I thought this move up was going to do a little more sideways action. Now it's giving me a feel of a little bit more of a chop around. So I kind of want to just, let me just get out of some over here. And then if we pop again, I'll add back to that. Or if we keep flushing, I'll cover the rest. Shib sucks, saying, yeah, hopefully you're not an investor in that. Recession by mid-2023. Are you blind to what is going on? We've been in a recession. Oh, I think you're like, we're commenting, talking to somebody else there. Yeah, no, it's, I mean, when they change the definition, so technically a technical recession, or whatever you want to call it, is what, 2 quarters of GDP going down? So we've already hit that last year. I mean, I don't know, man. They could change the you know, the definition of these things. I just think, I look around and I just think times are tough. I think we're in a recession. So that's kind of how I look at it. But yeah, those are my thoughts on that one. And yeah, there was something else that I wanted to, oh yeah, Rainmaker saying, yeah, halts are, you know, halts are a pain in the you-know-what. Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, everybody remembers, I think the first halter of the year, I want to say of the year, or even going into last year, was AMAM. And it was a pain in the ass, or I shouldn't even say it was a pain in the you-know-what that day. And let's just see if GNS wants to do the same and be a pain in the butt. Just a heads up for anybody looking on Day Trade the World, looking at the TAP, when it's on the Amex names, it is not going to be accurate. So sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. But yeah, just a heads up there for anybody wondering. Let's look back here at Tesla. Where are we? Did we dip to 125? No, we actually popped. So I'm going to have a bid out for small size closer to 125 for the ad, and then we'll see if that one wants to work. Transitory recession, 401k trader. It's about transitory as my mother-in-law visits. She lives here now. Yeah, that's okay. I won't, no more comments on that one there. Yeah, guys, let me know what else you're trading. Just do it. I like that name. Just do it. TMPO 272. Is that 272 TMPO? TMPO. Oh, this one's kind of picking up. Let's see where this one is right now. Oh, this one, there's always, I love how like one thing starts to move and then it kind of dies off and then you get another thing that starts to move. This one, let's see if there's any daily levels on this, because the first thing I do when I look at small caps, guys, is pull up the daily to understand where are levels of resistance, where are going to be these capitulation points that things kind of go crazy and fly and whatever, right? So the first thing that stands out to me on this one is a 350 into 4, and I always use 50-cent increments. When it comes to stocks that are at like 2, 3, 4, just because they tend to, you know, 253, 354. I mean, you guys, I'm sure if you've traded them, you kind of know what I'm referring to. So yeah, that 350 is kind of that first level of what I see as resistance. And then I'm going to say 350 into 4. You know, if this gets over 4, then, you know, maybe 420, I would say. But then 5 being the interesting level. So we're obviously very far away. That would be a 100% move from now, and we're already up 50%. So I do get that. That'd be a crazy move to the upside. But I do like to map all the levels right away so that if we do get there, then I can kind of reevaluate and say to myself, okay, these were the levels, stay calm, and stick to the plan. So going back to GNS just very quickly for this example, it's like 2 was the level on the daily, right? So don't mind this dark pool. But 2 was the level on the daily. And so you have this kind of 2 level right there. It goes over, it goes back under, and now like we probably come back down to $1.60 if I had to guess. So yeah, let's see where that one wants to open. And okay, we're now open. It's at $1.85. So yeah, I mean this one easily could get down to $1.60. We'll see how that plays itself out.
Yeah, what a disaster. Well, I mean these ones, they scare the you know what out of me. So I don't get involved in these halting stocks. But what I do get involved in is this Roblox short. We're going to drop the cash. Thanks to Sean Katina for that. There we go. What a reversal that was. I went and I refilled up on some tea here. I got my like little egg snacks that I eat on the side. And I come in and I'm filled. I'm filled through the break of 40 there. We get some 42 prints. It makes its way down even further. Now we're printing the low 30s. I see 32, 31 coming in here on the bid. So this one looking to give up like the goods. The market also actually took a bit of a reversal off that 20 top, at least for the moment. We'll see if it retraces back down again, but that 20 top coming in to play, and some of these the curling patterns on some of these big tech stocks, they stopped when that retracement happened. So looking at Meta here, still looking at it above VWAP. Meta is the strongest of the bunch today, and with Google. So these ones looking good. Got no plays on them though. All right, let's see what the chat is up to. Netflix. All right, we talked about Netflix ad nauseum earlier on. I think we're going to leave that one to be. Let's see what other people are sitting in the chat here. Uber playing the range, boring but profitable. Sure, okay, I'll leave that to you. SQQ, we know the short, the Qs. What else? Other people talking about TMPO. Is that a thing? Let's find out. TMPO. What's this one? Is that? I wonder if it's a small capper. Tempo Automation Holdings. What's this one up to? Okay. Am I seeing this right? How did I miss this? This is a good one. Up 47% today, 276 high. Whoa, look at that flush. Okay, let's bring that up here because TMPO, is that NASDAQ? I believe it is. What a flush down. Just as I was talking about it, 276 top. Come on, charts. There we go. And then look at that flush down all the way to 2.25. Dropped 50 cents in a few seconds. If that, wow, that's super algo. Now up 35%, but holding VWAP, rejecting off that VWAP. VWAP's at 233. Now we're back into the 40, so it's being bought up at the moment on TMPO. What's this all about? Tempo Automation Holdings formerly Ace Convergence Acquisition Corp. Is a software accelerated electronics manufacturing company. The company automates manufacturing platforms, optimizes the complex process of printed circuit board assembly services. Okay, is there a catalyst on this? Tempo Automation trading higher after Northland Capital initiates coverage. Okay, so it looks like it's an upgrade by Northland Capital with the stock to an outperform and a rating of a $3 price target. Okay, so there it is. That's coming to me. That came in, where did I get it? Okay, so that's earlier in the day. That was like back in 8:40 in the morning. So I guess that's the catalyst on that. Nothing new per se at the moment, just a whole lot of volume coming in. Big retracement down. Yeah, I've got no play on this, to be honest with you. It's going to have to be below VWAP and consolidate sideways before I'll get involved in the short. Otherwise, I really don't have a play. The only other play I guess I could see offhand is maybe a bounce off this VWAP, but you know, I think you might have exhausted that hand with this retracement back up into the 40s. Not sure. I don't have a play on it, but thanks for letting me know about that. I'm going to put that in my side chart. Let's replace RBLX here. TMPO. This one made a big boy move, Luca, while you were gone. Look at that flush down. Look at that, how ugly that is. Okay, but I think we have Brendo at the big board, though, Luca. I think he's got volume leaderboard.
Yeah, interesting day setting up here, guys, as we continue to grind back to the downside. 1.15 right now for the NASDAQ. Just looking at the volume leaderboard, it's actually a little bit light today. So across this entire thing, lighter than usual. We're used to seeing 2, 3, 4, 5, even already at 100 million shares at this time of the day. Only 2 right now. GNS and Tesla just crossing right now that 100 million mark on the session. On this board, you're looking at 10,575 as far as U.S. listings are concerned. As of right now, 3,044 positive territory, 6,566 to the downside, about 970 flat. This is pretty even right now, new highs versus new lows. So market kind of chopping around here, not really certain of direction. Mullen on this list near the top once again today, just about to head over possibly that 100 million mark. TQs, there's that NRSN, huge volume today and a huge move for NRSN. SQ, Zila, Soxel, CNCE, and XRTX, although that gave everything back in a hurry today. Still trading a ton of volume, 38 million, guys. Back to you.
Thank you so much for that, Brendan. Yeah, as I was talking about TMPO 5 level, then I go for a quick walk, I come back, and I just look over at Sharif's thing, and he's like, and I'm like, wow, this thing flushed that much. Yeah, man, as much as they go up, this is why short selling on small cap side of things is very, very attractive, at least to myself. You know, it's kind of slowly to the upside and then flush to the downside in like that 1 minute candle. So, you know, obviously you want to see that as a short seller. No, I'm sorry, I'm just reading saying hot mic. I don't think it's a hot mic, guys. Maybe I was.
He didn't say anything, guys. He was just saying a couple of words before we sent it to Brendo. Yeah, but he's Luca Hot Mic now.
That's Hot Mic.
Luca Hot Mic.
Hot Mic. I might have to change I might recycle my my nicknames over the over the coming months.
You got a few.
Yeah, exactly, guys. Let's look back here at Amazon. It is popping to the upside, so I'm gonna take a little bit more here short. I'm willing to kind of average into this. I just feel like at this point now it's sort of, you know, doing this little channel here and respecting it. So I'm kind of short it up here and then cover back into the bottom of that. Hot mic while Brendo was talking. Yeah, maybe there. I don't even remember what I was saying, but yeah, all fun and games. Let's look at Google, because Google is now closer to 93, and it didn't break 93 before. You know, the question is, does it break it now? I am going to take a short right now and then see if this wants to break 93, add to it. You know, anytime after 11 that large caps are sort of trending, they're up on the day, you're always playing a dangerous game when you are shorting them. You know, sometimes I get myself into sticky situations, but let's just see where this 93 goes. It was good the first time, could be good the second time.
Beer Money Scalper saying, I watch for the Luca Hot Mics, baby. That's why he's a viewer. He's not interested in the trades, to be honest.
Just the hot mics.
Just the hot mics. Sorry to interrupt you, Luca. I thought that was nice.
No. That's funny, man. I love anytime you got guys. You know, keep keep active in the chat. If you guys have questions, if we missed, keep asking. Eventually, we will get to those. I have no idea what's going on here. Okay, let's go to Apple and see if there's anything on this one as well. I kind of want to pick up a few positions now, and okay, never mind. Maybe you got something going there, Sharif.
I got nothing, dude. I mean, I'm out of the trades. I've traded 3 things. You guys know them: EDU, RBLX, and Tesla. I said that Tesla.
Yeah, dude. I'm just done. I'm not trading the rest of the day.
Okay. Okay. It's all good. Yeah, it happens, man. It's one of those days where things don't really work out the way you want. But anyway, EDU, I've got no trades on it. Now it's kind of made its move, at least for me. I was looking for that consolidation sideways and then that breakdown. I got it, I took it, and I'm out of the trade. Now it's kind of giving me, maybe rejections here off VWAP. I'm seeing some higher lows printing on it, so not sure what to make of it. I've got nothing going on. That TMPO, though, was giving an opportunity. I'm looking at this one. Now I'm looking and I'm kind of starting to salivate. I haven't salivated quite yet. I'm getting excited, and here's why I'm excited. You guys know I love this move. This new high, this rejection, the break below VWAP, the consolidation sideways, and then the continued breakdown. That's what I'm looking for on this one. We've got a few of the elements, but not all of them. We're above VWAP. At least we are on this chart. Let me double check the other chart here. Yes, we are. So on my other chart as well, I got VWAP at 234. What do I have it here? Yep, 234. So there's good confluence between them. All right, so what I'm looking for, I may miss a piece of this. I may miss a piece of it because I'm not shorting it above VWAP. It's kind of shown itself to be a little bit too aggressive. So this one makes a move to the high side. I want no part of it. So I'm going to take it once it fits my criteria, and that is to be in that maybe 230-ish range, 225-ish, consolidate sideways, and I'll take it down. That's my move on TMPO. While I say that, though, GNS continuing to make a move down, rejecting too. But as Neil was telling me when we were back there, it literally went up to the price where it would be 10 points above exactly where it stopped. So someone with a lot of money and a good algorithm that can do a lot of math real quick calculated that and basically took it up there, stopped it out, and now we have a move down. And, I don't have to tell you, look at the chart. We're about to test that 1.5, so almost a 50-penny move. Obviously, with these $2 and $1 stocks, you've got to size in a little bit more. Let's see what the chat is saying, though. Adam Deleuze, hope I didn't butcher your last name. Sharif, Luca, loves a sell against the trend. Thoughts on shorting oil stocks with WTI crude rising right now? Sure, we're going to look at oil in a second. I actually had a look this morning on it. I'll get to that in a second. Dave Campbell also saying, Sharif, going long on Tesla. All right, hey, man, I pray for you. I wish good for you. Obviously, I want you to make money, being a viewer of the show and always. Javier Diaz saying, Sharif, that's exactly what Apple is doing right now. Yeah, it is. It's consolidating sideways. I'm looking right at Apple. What? Very, very boring stock. Dave Campbell saying Tesla is a long. All right, I got you, Dave. I got you. I'm just, I'm not punching in quite yet, but I do see the higher lows on Tesla. Let's bring in the Tesla chart so the viewers can follow here. I'm looking at the Tesla chart, guys. This is the 3-minute chart. We got a 124.30 bottom, say let's 124 in the third, and now we're seeing almost a 126 test here. You got a break of 126 at this on this pop up to 126.40. Can we print newer highs? That's the mark of a good trend. We're still below VWAP. VWAP's around $1.27. So I won't be taking that trade, but thank you, Dave, for alerting me to that. Adam says I pronounced it perfectly. Thank you. Good. I didn't butcher your name. That's always nice when that happens. All right, TMPO, before I send it back to Luca, it made that big move up, rejects it off the 50. But again, I'm waiting for this to break below 30s, maybe into the 30s, and then hold as long as it's below VWAP. Luca, what's up?
Yeah, guys, no, I'm just having some technical issues here, so I'm trying to reload stuff. That's basically why I'm frustrated. Ben's making me laugh, though. Ben's saying lost his life savings on GNS. Saved up a long time for that $4. Yeah, no, not even close, man. But honestly,
get flushed down the toilet.
I laugh when the comments come through. So, to be honest, I appreciate that because you're sort of cheering me up here. I'm just the charts just keep failing on me, and I'm I don't know what to do. Do I reload this? What is the solution here? If anybody knows, feel free to let me know. If not, then I just kind of roll with what I got here. I can always, and then obviously, thank you so much for the kind words. Somebody was saying, don't give up, Luca. You got this.
Hey,
Scalp
baby.
Demon. I'm I know, but the charts, they keep disappearing. What is happening? They don't want us to win, but I will succeed. You bet that. Yeah, no, GNS, going back to this very quickly, it is now like through the 50 period to the downside. As a short seller, obviously this is kind of, I mean, it's still maybe still holding trend, but any time that it's on the upside, so on the up move, call it the front side, if you are shorting, you have to understand that there is still a possibility that it could still go up if it is holding trend. So you can look at the 5, you can look at the 15 if you want it to zoom out. Let's start with the 15 on this thing. Technically, it is still on the front side because if it holds that $1.50, then goes back to the upside, it's still holding trend, right, on the 15. So on the longer time frame, good example. You can zoom into the 5, look at this, and say, okay, yeah, now maybe it's starting to break. However, VWAP is still $1.30. Then you have the $1.50 period, $1.50 on the 15. So all things considered, it still is. I mean, we could bounce and get back, right? But intraday, if you feel that you are good at it, and you're like, I know that it's turning, I could see it, the volume's dropping off, it did a lot of volume up here, I sort of feel like it's done. That's kind of my gut feeling. And but it wasn't done here, because then it would have been done. We went back here. When it broke 2, it gave you the over-under. The biggest thing that you guys have to look at when you look at these things, again, I said this before, but I'll say it again, because now hindsight, it's basically confirming what I was saying, which is kind of nice. 2 is the level. So 2 to like 230. And it sort of gave you that over-under. And like even now, when I trade these small caps, if a $2 stock, you go for a 20-cent move, that's a 10% move. That's not bad. I classify that as a B setup. If you get, 20%, 30% move, I would say that's an A setup. So that would be a 40-cent move. And so if you had the short at 2, risking off, call it 250 if you're using, 50-cent increments, or even 220, this going into $1.60, that's a 40-cent move. That's giving you 20%. And so 20% move, that's kind of an A setup for mean reversion. It's sort of reverted 50% of the move. So the move starting at, call it $1, going to 2, going almost down to $1.50. That's, call it 50% mean reversion there. So pretty good. So you have the level of 2 on the daily. You look at it, you watch. It halts, it fails, it goes back up, it makes a high, it does a lot of volume, then halt to the downside, halt to the downside. That's what you want to see as a short seller. So guys, if at first you don't succeed, be patient. I obviously had the 1-2 fumble jumble over there where it wasn't as good, but not bad, man, not bad. I mean, obviously I wanted the short, couldn't flip. But yeah, I just feel like that's a really good example for people because these setups sort of show themselves time in and time out, right? So if you're asking yourself, how can I build a strategy? I'm new to day trading. I want to get into these things. I don't have that much money, so I want to stick to small caps. How do I actually make money? What should I do? This is something that is, it doesn't matter the name of the stock. It doesn't matter, a lot of other things. It'll happen time and time again. I mean, we see it, so I basically call it like I see it. And these moves where it sort of moves into key daily levels, then does a lot of volume, and then reverses, you can replicate this over and over again. So there's no perfect way to build a strategy. As long as you're making money, I think you're doing a good job. And so kind of look towards that, look to build these repeatable strategies. Make sure you're looking at, if you're looking at small caps, institutional ownership, the float of the stock. Look at these resistance levels. Do they have shelf offering that's going to hit the market anytime soon? What do the fundamentals look like? Do they need cash? All these things will help you with that kind of mean reversion to classify this one is good. This is A+, and then this one is good, but it's a B+, so I'm going to take, B+ size. So yeah, factor all that into your strategy, build your playbook, be self-sufficient. Don't just follow my trades because, guys, I was, execution matters, price matters as a day trader, and this one is the one that got away. But I will get it next time. I'm confident on that.
We are printing high of days on both Meta and Google now. They're both very strong. We've been saying that ad nauseum all morning. I'm sorry if I have to repeat myself, but it bears repeating. There you go. This is the Meta chart here. We're at days high 135.83, making a nice little bounce, double bottom there on VWAP, and then retracing. That's a good look on Meta. Likewise with Google. Google looks, to be honestly, stronger than Meta today, if I'm being honest here. 93.18 high, 90.63 low. You don't get that huge of a notional range on Google typically. It trades in a tighter range, but I don't know. I'm just speaking for myself, and maybe I'm kind of out of line here because I don't trade Google all that much, but I feel it trades a bit more predictably than some of these other ones that are, they're a bit more aggressive in how they trade. So good look there on Google, both on Meta. We're not really seeing the corresponding move being made on the futures. In fact, it kind of looks still to be more headed to the sell side, even though we kind of did try some new highs here at that 39.20. We got a double rejection off there. But unless we print a new low, in which case we have to break 39.01 and 3/4, then we're at least, we can say we're in a range at that point, and we're not really trending down. We'll see. TMPO is the stock I'm looking at here, and that is a small cap. Obviously, we talked about that earlier, up 45%. Now it's kind of making a move back up. So this stock, in my eyes, is still bullish. It has not set up for a short. I won't be shorting at these levels. I'm going to wait to the break of VWAP at around 236, but this one is setting up the way that I like. The only problem with this one, though, is the volume is really starting to drop off, and you're seeing that reflected on the liquidity. Sometimes you can just kind of gauge by how the chart looks. You can kind of have a look at how the candle wicks look, and you can tell if there's areas or periods of illiquidity. I kind of feel like that's what's happening at the moment on TMPO. So, hands off. Let's wait for this one to set up. Luca was saying, you don't take, you got to have different criteria to take B class setups, C class setups, et cetera, and you obviously have to size in accordingly. All right, let's get to some super chat. Gaj, we actually had some discussions in the group chat here as to how to pronounce that, and then we noticed that you just, you're kind of using straight brackets to kind of gauge, Gaj, yeah, okay. Gauge.
Hey, when you're multitasking, it's not so easy.
I know,
so,
right?
yeah.
Hold on, but is it Gauge, G-A-G? Okay, yeah. Gauge, sorry, $2 super chat.
I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing with you because
all
I do
good.
it all the time, all the time.
What kind of effect will $8 billion worth of puts expiring tomorrow on Tesla have on the stock? That's a good question. I mean, $8 billion worth of puts tomorrow expiring on the stock. You're the options expert. I got to defer to you on this one.
Sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, absolutely. Gauge, I hope I got that right. What kind of effect will $8 billion worth of puts expiring tomorrow on Tesla have on the stock? I don't even know if that's
What's
accurate
the strike?
or not.
Or I guess we can't just ask if you still want.
I can. Hey,
okay,
I'll pull it up on here. I got it on here. So
yeah,
we'll pull up
I'll be very general because that's kind of like a general. That's a good question. So it depends if this is all at one strike price.
We'll go with the one with the most liquidity on here. Hold on.
Yeah. So for example,
It's
you're asking about
expiry, right?
Tesla, right?
Tomorrow, tomorrow Friday expiry.
And this is
tomorrow is Friday. What am I
Tomorrow's
saying?
Friday. Yeah.
Okay.
We're having a day.
Yeah,
guys.
we are.
We're having a day.
Yeah, we are, guys.
Brad's in
This
the
is
back
the one.
laughing at us right now for everything that we do, which is fine. Feel free to laugh, no problem.
Let's sort by volume
Okay,
here.
back to the question here.
Yeah.
So the first thing and this was on Tesla, correct?
Yes.
That he's asking?
Yes.
So the first thing is if it's at one strike, then it's interesting, but you also want to map that against like the relativity of what it's used to. So for example, maybe I don't know why it's not loading here. Nothing is loading for me. Okay, no problem.
The puts with the
all
most
right,
volume,
we'll just go with, so it depends if it's at one strike. So I'll give you a scenario. Let's say there's $8 billion worth of puts at the 120 level, right? And I'm assuming this is notional value, 8 billion, because that sounds about right. So is that a large amount or is it not a large amount? I think 8 billion is a lot because I remember, I'm trying to think back to like what gamma squeeze worthy is. I almost want to say like, 8 billion would be how many shares, do the math. So I'll just do this on the calculator here. Let me just do this calculator. 8 billion, so 8 billion.
A Billy.
WWE News?
WWE News. Okay, so let's have a look at
While I
that
do
quick.
this math.
Yeah, let's just go here quickly while Luca does the math on that, because hey, it's worth getting right. WWE, let's go into that. Are we getting any movement here on the stock? I'm not seeing anything with respect to the actual stock, but Vince McMahon reaches settlement with ex-referee. Here's the Seeking Alpha News. You are at my page. With ex-referee who accused him of rape. That comes to us via the Wall Street Journal. WWE Entertainment Chairman Vince McMahon has entered a multi-million-dollar settlement with a former wrestling referee who had accused him of rape. The Wall Street Journal reports the settlement wrapped up last month with Rita Chatterton, the first female referee of what was the World Wrestling Federation, who had accused McMahon of raping her in '86. The deal avoids a public fight, particularly as WWE is discussing a potential sale or another strategic move. Yeah, we've heard about this one. We've heard Saudis are interested in picking up WWE, I don't know if they're going to pick up a controlling stake or a majority stake, what the situation is with that, but we've been hearing a lot of rumblings lately about WWE going private, Luca, with some Saudis there.
Yeah, I know, definitely with the Saudis.
Saudis, yeah.
The Saudis
are investing in everything.
They're the new
bro.
bank of the world.
They're investing in everything.
They're buying everything.
We got a lot of cash.
They're paying. They paid Ronaldo.
Oh,
They
yeah.
offered Messi 400 million for a year or 2 years.
300, almost, 400 million. When you
For
do
a year.
the math from euros to dollars, it's 400 million. Yeah.
400 million.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I wish I could make 400 million in a year. That'd be amazing. That's my goal.
That's
guys.
like the
400
least of what they're doing. Every time I look at there's investments, it's Saudi this, Saudi that. I don't know if you know they're building like a mirror city in the desert. It's already under construction.
line.
Yeah. They're putting billions, Sean said, into Lucid, right? I mean,
They-
I don't know. I like the car. I'll personally like the car. I don't think it's scalable. I don't. It's very expensive. It's a $300,000 range. It goes from 100,000 to over 300,000.
Yeah.
So it's
Let me
not
just
exactly-
quickly get back to the Tesla question.
Sure.
So it's basically, let's say there's 650,000 contracts at the 120 level, right? So that's approximately $8 billion notional on that one. That's notable. I would say that's notable because it's around 64 million shares. And Tesla does, 100 million. It's shown that it's doing 100 million, 200 million shares traded a day. So, 64 million shares, that would be a lot. I don't know if that's correct, though. Like, do you see 640
Okay,
on
here's
Tesla
what I was going
puts?
to show. Here are the puts on this
Yeah,
side.
show me
It's
open
tomorrow.
interest because I feel
so
like
the open interest
I feel
is
like
right
that
here.
question is
This
like
right here.
all the puts outstanding.
Okay, so the open
which is
interest
like a
with
lot,
the,
but it doesn't
the
mean
level
anything.
with the most open interest is 125.
Yeah, no, but go down.
Okay.
Go to 120s.
120. Okay, so then I got to go up.
Okay, yeah. So I
right
think
here.
that question. So
120 right
so
here.
to
It's got a lot actually.
Yeah.
It's got more than most.
Yeah. So
Look at that, yeah.
well, that's So 50,000, but that's not. So the question of 8 billion notional. I think that's combining all the put contracts that are expiring on Friday, that are maybe all of them, which would be 8 billion. That's not really relevant, to be honest. What you want to look for in options, in my opinion, what I look for is potential gamma squeezes that can happen. And so a lot of people throw that term around, but what that essentially means is that if I was a dealer and if I was selling options, out of the money options. So right now, if I was selling 120 puts on Tesla, and I was like, let me just sell 1 million contracts and get paid for it, right? But I don't actually have myself covered on that. If we get to 120, then now I have to, sell shares at that price, meaning I have to hedge myself. And so there might be a gamma squeeze into the downside as we get closer to that price. So gamma squeeze can be to the upside, it can be to the downside. It's basically a magnet effect into an even dollar level because there is just large leveraged positions that might, keyword, might be unhedged. The dealer could sell a lot of, put options, call options, whatever, anybody could. They could be already hedged. So as you get there, you might think, oh, look, the side, there's so much notional expiring, they're going to have to hedge. But then it gets there and there's no kind of squeeze. And that reason being is because they might already be hedged, right? So gamma squeezes tend to happen when they're very, very unexpected moves and extended moves into an area. So I'll give you another scenario. Tesla is not close to 150. Anybody selling 150 calls for tomorrow is probably laughing, thinking to themselves, like, I'm not hedging that. And basically, if you're selling call options, then you have to deliver the shares to the buyer of that call option if it goes above the price of 150, right? So if I were to sell 150 calls to somebody else and Tesla stays below 150, they just pay me, I make my money, they expire worthless for somebody else, and I keep the money. But if they go over 150, I have to deliver the shares, right? So every dollar over 150 is pure pain for myself, right? So in this case scenario, I would sell, let's say I sell, 1,000 contracts at 150. If we get to 150 and I'm just like, well, I didn't think this was going to happen. Now I actually have to buy the shares and I have to buy them tomorrow. And we're at like 149. That could be gamma squeeze. I could be the person that's buying and gamma squeezing this up to the upside. So it's not one person that does this. It would be a combination of multiple dealers and multiple people selling these things. And then they get there and these people are not hedged. And then they get scared. And then it's like they have to hedge. Is there enough liquidity in the market? Maybe there's a seller at 150 that actually sells into that person that needs to hedge, and then boom, no gamma squeeze. So your question, I think, is kind of leaning into the, there's $8 billion notional worth of puts. They expire tomorrow. What does that mean? Is the stock going to go up or down? You want a simple answer. There's no simple answer to that.
Yeah.
The reality is that the options market is, $1 trillion market. It's taking bets on bets, and sometimes gamma squeezes
perfect. I'm
happen,
using it right.
sometimes they
Thank you.
don't. It's very confusing to somebody listening to this for the first time. I understand that you're not going to get it the first time, but it's one of those things that if you keep listening and you keep studying and you keep kind of learning, it'll make more sense as time passes. I'm flying through this quick because it's just like, we're trading shares here. We don't really talk about options.
That's amazing.
But
man.
I don't mind taking the time to explain. So the short answer is no. There's no easy answer. It is not going to go down because of that. And just looking at the puts now on Sharif's side of things,
1 second.
there was like 47,000 open interest for the
what price?
120 level. So what you would do is like just very simple math here that I'll kind of show everybody now on the calculator. Is like you take the 120 strike, you go okay, $120 times 100 contracts. I'll pull it down here. Times 100 contracts. Okay, that's going to be 12,000 shares. So guys, look at 47,000 contracts times 100 shares per contract. That's 4.7 million shares. That is at that level, particularly at that level that's expiring tomorrow. And then you go this times 120. So that's the notional. So $500 million of notional is at 120. Is that gamma squeeze worthy? I honestly don't think so. I don't think so, but maybe. But then the real question is this: how many times do we get to an even dollar level on Tesla and we see 1,000, 2,000 lots just sitting there on the bid at that level? And so, if we actually get to that level, 4.7 million divided by 100, this is lots. Is there going to be this many lots at that level? No. Like there'll probably be, if anything, there'll probably be like that many lots. So, it could be gamma squeeze worthy. It might be, it might not be. You got to make the assumption that at least some of that is hedged because people are not dumb. There's no free money in the market anyways. You can build a strategy around that for sure. You could say to yourself, I'm going to look for gamma squeezes. This is going to be the criteria for it. If it's over this amount, if A, B, C, D lines up, then I'm going to take that trade and go from there. But at the same time, it's not always going to be the case. It's not always going to work like that. So yeah, there's that. So I personally don't think it's gamma squeeze worthy in my opinion. I would look for like large sums. So like that was like 500 million, like it is a large amount, but I would look for like 1.8 billion, like 1.3 billion, like on Tesla to be gamma squeeze worthy. I remember there was like 1.6 billion, and this was gamma squeeze to the upside. And I remember there was like 1.3 billion notional expiring, and we were $1 away. And I was like, okay, this is gamma squeeze worthy. We're gonna literally explode to the upside. This was like back last year, and we didn't. We tanked right off the open, and nothing happened. So yeah, it's kind of interesting how like you think a gamma squeeze is gonna happen, and then it might happen, and you're like, oh, gamma squeeze is gonna be a strategy that I use. Then you do it again, and it doesn't happen, right? So you gotta just you gotta see it a lot of times. You can't see it 3 times and be like, I know what I'm doing. It's like trading, man. It's like trading and seeing a setup. You see it 3 times, it works, but you didn't see it 400 times, right? How does it look after 4,000 times? Maybe you only won 3 times and then you lose all 3,997 other times, right? So
true.
So yeah, there's that. So just keep in mind that take these things with a grain of salt. I never think that I'm smarter than anybody else. That's the first thing. So yeah, I always look at something and then I say, what am I missing? Because I'm definitely missing something, sitting back here, relaxing, drinking my espresso. So there's that. So hopefully that answers your question. Hopefully, I'm sure other people have questions along those lines as well in relation to options. Kind of boring stuff, but definitely could be lucrative if you figure out a strategy around it.
And Gage saying, appreciate y'all taking the time to answer that. Really good info. Haha, no simple answer for sure. So appreciate that, Luca. Okay, the chat was also making us aware. Come to my screen if you're able to for a second. Energy stocks are moving, and yes, they are. Excuse me, they are. It looks like Oxy, near high of days, 65.12 is where we're printing now. 65.27 is high of day. Yeah, it's only up 1.1%, but having a look here at the CL, which is the, I believe, West Texas Intermediate contract. This is the March contract. Yeah, nice little bounce there. It looks like we got to the low of days around, midnight, 2 a.m. or so, and we've been trending up ever since. This is the 15-minute chart, by the way. Looks like we made a 78.45 bottom, 81.49 top. We heard Jamie Dimon on this morning in Davos saying that he sees inflationary pressures continuing with respect to oil now that the China's opening up and they've kind of relinquished their hold and foregoing that whole zero COVID policy, and it's going to basically mean more demand from their part. And, you know, they're also exploring bringing in Western-style mRNA vaccines to, you know, mass vaccinate their population so that they have to do less of these shutdowns, kind of like what we're going through here, you know. They see, I guess, the model working here, I guess, and they say, okay, well, let's just go with that. And in either event, what kind of pressure does that have on oil? Probably to the upside. We've had China acting as a, you know, I want to say an energy of disinflation for the last little while, and I don't know if that's going to continue. That was his thesis anyway, going into the new year, 2023. So we'll keep an eye on oil. I know oil's been kind of decent. Let's look at the daily chart here on oil. Have a look at what the daily's been giving us. Yeah, no, it's still a downtrend though, guys. I mean, like, look, we really haven't made the kind of newer highs you're looking for. And to say, you know, that we definitely have a trend change here. Like, obviously, this is the March contract, so, you know, but there is a continuity. I think that there is a continuous contract here. CL, and then we go down to futures, and I saw one that says infinity. Yeah, continuous March. Okay, so let's see what kind of volume we get on the continuous. Oh, yeah, we got way more volume on this continuous than we did on the other one. We're talking, like, hundreds of thousands more. Okay, so this is the one that everyone's using, or, I mean, kind of looks like that. Anyway, so... yeah, definitely we need to create something above this 92.50 a barrel to really say we're printing newer highs on the futures of oil. So nice little rant there. Let's see what we're looking at in terms of these big cappers. Nothing really happening for the moment. The market's kind of doing nothing. 39.13 is where we're at on the market at the moment. And the small cappers, even Google and Meta kind of have seized their advance to the high side. They're kind of retracing a little bit off their highs. Not by much though, guys. Meta and Google both still near high of days, but not printing any higher. Microsoft trying to get a little bit of a, you know, movement here, going to the 50-period moving average here on my 3-minute chart. Nothing really to speak of though, so we'll leave the these big cappers for now. Let's see what the small cappers are up to. Is anything making a move? All right, let's bring in the chart here. Okay, so, oh, the market's popping. Just as I say the market's not doing anything, the market starts popping. All right, I'll just mention this quickly. TMPO now, given us that move that we were talking about, that retracement down of VWAP. Now what we want to see from this area, at least what I want to see, is this move down. I want to see this printing down like that, breaking VWAP, and then moving to the side in and around here. And then we'll take this one short, maybe into $2. We'll see what this one does. But giving us the right setup for the moment, let's see what this one has for us into the afternoon. Luca.
Yeah, guys, that Google short over 93 was a banger. I let it go because for personal reasons, nothing personal. But yeah, whoever has that still, somebody called it in the chat saying, I think it was, I can't remember who, but somebody was saying, yeah, Google short over 93. If you had that, you are printing now. I just got out of it because whatever. And here we are over 93, not even breaking 93.20, and then actually failing into the 50. So very solid. You know, if you had that, great. Congratulations. Not too bad. Somebody's saying input on Tesla. Oh, by the way, somebody was asking, Luca, do you have Twitter? No, I do not. I have Instagram, and Bears vs. Bulls posts it somewhere around. You can look for that. It's the Italian trader with less followers because I'm not as popular as the fakes out there who buy their followers. But yeah, no. And anyway, somebody's saying inputs on Tesla over here. Back at VWAP, kind of interesting. I like the long at 125 that I didn't get, and at this point now the bid is not there anymore. I wonder if 127 rejects, because we sort of spent time up there. The 130 level is way better, obviously, like 130 top over there. But I'm kind of wondering, 127 kind of, but it's a wide range. I almost don't like the short at 127. I would much rather. I mean, the market's going up now. You know, 1, 2, is it going to be third time's a charm for the reject and then back down? Or do we actually curl back, break 39.20 to the upside, and then skyrocket all the way 25, 30? I mean, that's a possibility, man. And if that happens, then Tesla's going a heck of a lot higher, I think, than 27.50. So if anything, I kind of like the 128, kind of blow off to 128, short back down, if that wants to set itself up. But we'll reconvene if it does get there. Yeah, we'll go from there. But I think we're going to go over to Brendo right now for the energy update.
Hey guys, yeah, 1 o'clock. Let's get you up to date on what's happening as far as oil and energy markets are concerned this afternoon. Make sure, if you haven't done so already today, hit that like button and also subscribe to the channel as we get ever so close to 375,000 subscribers. For the most part, a green board on here today. There is gold in here as well, but resources are to the upside, including both ICE and NYMEX crude. Light sweet crude. Anyways, it was all about inventories once again this week. Data showing rising inventories once again with the holiday back to start the week. We had both natural gas and oil, but that also was smaller than expected, leading to the fact that maybe there's more demand, underlying demand anyways. So 1.2 right now for crude oil on the H23 contract coming back into 80.50, which was a bit of a pivot early on this morning after a down move both yesterday and overnight. We're trying to get back to the upside today. 1.2 for crude. Guys, back to you.
Thank you so much for that, Brendo. And guys, when I was talking about the market pumping, I was thinking 5 minutes, 20 minutes. I wasn't thinking 20 seconds, guys. Look at this move. Literally breaking from 39.17, going up now, probably going to get that 39.25 test. I have no idea what's happening. Is there news on this? I have no idea. But I almost want to say that, like,
everything's pumping.
Yeah, like we broke 39.20, and now we're like, we're really getting to go here. Going to get. I'm lost for words here, and my charts don't even want to stay open because they're like, we don't know what's happening. Oh my God. I have no idea what to get long here.
Dude, you
I wish I was long something.
You killed me, dude.
I have no idea. Maybe I'll just punch long in the market and see what happens
take
here.
over.
Yeah, but sorry, you were saying, Sharif?
No, man, I'm just laughing because, like, anyway, all right, guys, we just made a new high. That 39.20 was the high we were talking about before. I think we just got up to 22s, 23. So printing a new high and definitely a higher low here. So it's going in the right direction. You got Meta, you got Google that just made new highs again. 135.92 for Meta. 93.20 now for Google. Google continues to print new highs. We're trying to figure out what the reason is for this launch. I mean, I looked to see when Leo Brainerd was speaking. She's slated to speak at 1:15, so not quite yet, maybe 10 minutes or so. I don't know if she started early or whatever, or some of the notes of her speech or whatever got released. You never know with these things. Anyway, we'll try to get it to you when we find out, but Brainerd is slated to speak today at 1:15. All right, so TMPO on the back burner for now. It's still bullish. It's really holding that VWAP very aggressively, and I want no part of it for the short until, you know, it really shows me something here. But it looks like it might be a big cap dominated late afternoon as we're getting a bit of a move on the market here. Even if we don't have a sustained move up and we flush down, at least we get the volatility here. And yeah, I don't know what to get into at the moment. I've got no play on any of them. I had Juan Ayala kept asking me in the chat. He's like, you know, aren't you really, you know, how do you not short Apple at 135? Looks like you got your opportunity, Juan, because I think it made its way all the way up to 134.99. Yeah, it rejected 135, and then it rocketed back down to 134.77. So you had a quarter already. You made 25 pennies there if you took that short. You know, we're seeing a topping tail now come in on the futures and on some of these big caps. You never want to see these topping tails. They're candles, they're reversal candles, and they're not really good for sustained trends. So I got clapping to my right here. I guess Sean was short, long, short.
I got one out of the short and right back in.
Right back in, he says, and then you know, clapping. Obviously, you know what that means. So yeah, these big cappers, I've got no play on them. What's the chat up to here? People yelling HKD, HKD. All right, let's bring an HKD chart. I don't know what it's been up to today. We're about to find out. HKD. Remember, guys, this one went to 29 hundo, or what was it, 32 hundo? Someone remind me, guys. I don't remember. It was a lot. 2,500.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
So here we go.
The good old days.
The good old days. I remember that.
Didn't somebody was long and sold it at 2,500?
I can't.
Who said she was going to eat her hand? Has she been back? There is, guys, just a quick update. There was somebody in the chat, and I don't know if she's here right now. If you are, feel free to let me know that you're here. But she was long HKD, and she said if it goes to 2,500, she's going to eat her hand. It literally went to 2,500. Algo's gone wild. They're like, we want to see it. We're printing 2,500 for one share. It did it, and then, now it's back at 11. She hasn't been back. I assume she's on the
one
beach.
share, I just got that part.
Retiring on the beach or whatever. That was really funny. I don't even remember who it was. Damn it. If somebody else remembers, feel free to let us know. But yeah, that was kind of funny there. But yeah, I know.
HKD is making a move, Luca. I mean, it's
making
not like anything
Every day it gives a
fantastic.
little-
$11 bottom, not even 11. At 10.95 bottom, now we just popped all the way up to 40. We're getting some volume coming in here. I got 3 volume candles, each with about 45,000 shares each. Do the math, so 150,000 shares in the last 3 minutes. So volume obviously starting to spike here, and that stands out here on the bar chart. You don't have to be a super analyst. Oh, you guys can't see it. Let me make that a little bit higher for you so you can see the ball. There's the volume. Ooh, no, you still can't see. There we go. Now you see the volume really picking up there.
Yeah.
Have a look. Absolutely. So HKD making a move. I don't have a catalyst on HKD. Let me have a look here quick to see if there is a catalyst on it. Usually it's just some algo being turned on or some reason. All right. Am I seeing anything here? AMT, AMTD, nothing really on HKD, to be honest with you. Yeah, there's nothing here. So we'll leave that to be. I won't be trading HKD, Luca. I don't know how you feel about it. I'm trying to keep my eye on some of these big cappers as the market tries to find a bottom here, at least for the moment. We got a big reversal candle show, but now we're kind of retracing back near the highs that we just made on the ES March contract. We made a 23 high. We're back up to 20. That's an ugly candle. I mean, that's why these shorter time frames are so much noise. You get shaken out. I mean, what does a 5 minute look like? Let's have a look at the 5 minute. Would I have felt the exact same way if I'd seen that kind of price action? No, I wouldn't. The 5 minute shows me a bit of a different picture. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I like the trend where this is going, obviously, and someone who's holding, why not? Let's cheer for the upside for a change. Oh,
yeah,
okay. You want me to continue? Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
No, just quickly to comment. Who was it? Chill Vibes. Yes, 5K likes. Luca eats his hand. Like, come on. No. 7,500 likes, guys.
What would you do? What would you do though? Okay, we'll get into this discussion.
Wait a second.
Yeah,
because
good.
you said this. You said you're gonna wear a Big Bird costume.
I would.
And I will wear a Cookie Monster costume.
That's what I thought would be good. Yeah, 7,500 likes.
7,500 likes. We should tier it and then just kind of 7,500, 10K, 12.5, 15.
What are we doing for 7,500 though?
70. We could do Big Bird.
Yeah. The company pays for it. We'll do it.
Yeah. In the back, if you're watching this, Cookie Monster costume and extra large Big Bird costume.
I'll trade for 3 hours in that costume. I'll do it as long as I have my hands so I can punch into positions. I can't be wearing these big bird hands.
Hey, Prad. Phil coming through. 5K likes. Luca shaves Prad's head.
What do you think about that? He's not even responding to us. Okay. We might get a snide comment in the chat later, guys, but who knows? Elmo.
Oh my God.
I don't know if I wear Elmo.
Shave your eyebrows. Guys, keep them coming. Yeah,
guys,
I'll pick one of them.
We have to function in society. Really,
I can't shave my eyebrows are big. So if I come in with no eyebrows, everyone's gonna be like, oh, what's going on over here?
Woo! Tempo flying to the high side. Come to my screen for a second there. 280. Wow, that is an ugly wick. Look at that move up to 285 and then immediately retraces back to 265. That probably stopped a lot of people out there. Oh goodness, what a move on Tempo there. A lot of volume coming in on that last candle, but a tight spread. 1 penny. I don't know how that did that. Is that accurate? Yeah, it is. It's reflecting on my chart as well. 285 to the high side. I want no part of this to the short side unless it really breaks down, and it's showing you no inclination of breaking down, at least for the moment. Tempo up 53%. Longs are paying right now. Look at that double bottom and that rejection on VWAP, or that bounce off VWAP, I should say, twice. And then the break of this little W thing, I want to call this the neckline, the upside down neckline. It breaks right through that, but wicking a lot of people in. I don't know if that stopped out a lot of shorts. It didn't really squeeze at that point. It retraced immediately. So you got to assume there was a lot of profit taking or being met with a lot of people initiating new short positions. Let's have a look at Tempo on the daily, because we didn't really analyze it on the daily all that much to see where some of these resistance levels could be coming into play. Let's bring in the daily chart here. Again, I'm looking at Tempo, guys. This is the daily. Wow, look at that consolidation range. I want to say from the entire spring. So this was a SPAC. This had to be a SPAC probably because 100%. Right? It's got to be. You're looking at that. It's a tight range in $10, so that's usually a SPAC when it's ranging at that $10 range, and then look at that. It wakes up to 15, and then whoo, sayonara, sub $1. In fact, actually, it was 50 cents. Yeah, where do we get down? We got to, 60 cents or so. What big whoop. Anyway, the point is we've been on a move up lately. It looks like the move started my Christmas Eve, January 6th. We had the biggest first green day in a while, and then it's been kind of on a tear on the way up. I know I looked at this earlier, TMPO, but it's worth reminding myself what this is so I can kind of get an idea of what I'm about to trade here. Tempo Automation, okay, so this is the company that does the streamlining of the process, the manufacturing process. Okay, I don't see, it just got an upgrade today, but that was earlier in the morning. I guess that's the culmination of this move. Somebody knew something we didn't know, and that's why it had like all these nice little upgrades. I'll have to go back on my news blotter to see if we had earlier catalysts for that, because today's catalyst is big whoop. All right, so Tempo doing its thing, and we'll continue to watch that. I won't be taking it long. I'm looking for a setup short, Luca.
Yeah, I just want to call out some of these funny comments because you guys are making me laugh here. So some of them I will not read, but
the one about Brainer.
No, well, it's so 5K chug a bottle of maple syrup. That sounds painful. That sounds like
I love maple syrup, but I wouldn't chug a bottle.
Yeah, that's like that can't be
looking
done.
at us.
Yeah. Oh, Neil has an unlimited supply of maple syrup.
Okay.
Yeah, no. What was the other one? Oh, Sharif. 10K likes for Sharif to trade topless.
Oh my
Gotta
God,
give the
guys,
girls what
we
they want
gotta
to.
keep it. We got family. We got families here. It's a family show.
Yeah, come on. Come on.
We're trying to be good, guys. Put
Gain
something
weight
funny
saying
though.
5K likes Rick and Morty. I feel like it's like the I like the outfit combos.
I could do that.
Yeah, we could easily do that.
Yeah.
That one I like. Yeah, Santa Monica, 5K likes for me to shave my eyebrows. Never gonna happen.
Never.
Never. Like these are my eyebrows. They don't. It doesn't. Do they even grow back?
Why would Michael
They
McDonald?
do grow back. Yeah, but they're not gonna be the same. It's just gonna be.
Yeah.
No, I know they. I'm just kidding.
That's funny.
Yeah, but they don't grow back the same, which is like the key there.
Michael McDonald
Better.
saying.
I don't know. Better. Thicker. Mine are. They're already thick enough, guys.
Yeah,
can you
likewise,
like
man.
zoom
I'm not
into like
doing
my
that.
eyebrows over here?
Can you zoom in?
Yeah, I don't even know, but I got thick eyebrows over here. Luca afraid to look like the Mona Lisa, kind of. I mean, do I get the same value? Maybe I gotta start OnlyFans? No, I'm just kidding. Batman and Robin, pretty cool. Yeah, no, I'm just talking jokes here. Mario and Luca, I like that one. Mario and Luca. Somebody's saying kiss. Kiss.
No, dude.
Oh, you guys are
What
funny,
did I
man.
say
You
to
guys are
that?
funny. I don't even know. I'm just going through them so fast here.
All right.
Yeah,
Someone
okay.
wants us to stream live from the parking lot in the cold. Why would we do that, guys? Let's go. Let's get something a bit more clever. You guys are more clever than that.
Yeah,
Put
yeah,
the ideas
be
in the
clever.
chat. Let these likes count up today too. Where are we at, Luca? Let me just double check real quick.
Yeah,
Let's
hit
bring
the
in-
I know I hit the like button for sure.
All right, so
today
did I.
because I'm having a great time.
Hold on, guys.
Wait, we're at 5,500
We're at 5,500 likes.
How is that
We
even
just
possible?
broke Neil's record.
What?
Whoa, we're at 5,500 likes.
Let's go.
Are we at
I
5,500
don't even-
likes?
I don't even
We
notice
are.
that.
These guys are smashing the like button. No, we
Well,
said
they-
7,500.
We
man.
said 7,500.
Yeah.
Okay,
You guys can't.
7,500 likes.
I bet you
we
they
might
can't
be-
do it. I bet you they can't do
That's
it.
2,000 away, guys.
No.
75. They want big for.
They can't do it. They can't do 7,500. I know. I can't happen.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it
they
can't
want
happen.
Big Bird, guys.
Yeah.
7,500 likes. We gotta go shopping tonight, baby.
Oh my goodness. They can't get 7,500. I'm willing to bet
Holy-
right now that it doesn't happen. We won't be wearing Big
Oh
Bird.
my
You
God.
won't be wearing the Cookie Monster.
Honestly, guys-
it's not gonna happen.
Guys, last time I was like, there's no way that you get to 5K likes. How
We're
much
at
time do we have left? here?
5,800.
There's 45 minutes. I'm gonna
Oh,
start
boy.
looking for a Cookie Monster
This is
outfit right
bad.
now. Because, I kind of believe in you guys now, you know?
Oh my god, the chat lighting up, guys.
That is hilarious. You guys are crazy, man. You guys are crazy.
Anything going market-wise. All right, guys. TMP. Oh, I don't know if I want to champion this on 6,300.
Anything is possible.
How is this
amazing.
happening?
It's over. I'm
6,300.
already looking for a costume, guys.
No, I
Yeah.
kind of want to. No, obviously I'm going to follow through with it. But I didn't think that you guys
I
could do
love it.
this.
I love it.
This is what you get. Neil is so happy right now. He's like
Big
gloating.
Big Bird
Big
is
Bird. I'm
coming.
gonna have to wear a Big Bird cut.
67. Oh my God.
6,900.
Oh my God.
Dude, are you kidding me?
Oh my
7,100. No, no. Why'd I open my mouth? 7,200. It's over. Okay, so it looks like we're doomed on this one. 7,300. Here we go.
Guys.
Let's go, guys. Let's just get the other 200 and get it over with. Looks like we're 7,400. Okay, there we. Oh my God. 7,600. Oh my God. Prad's in my ear. Looks like we're doing it. Okay,
yeah,
so
guys,
let's
share my
start
screen.
looking for
Share
it.
my screen quickly.
Oh my God. 8,000 likes.
There
Oh
we
my
go,
God.
guys. I was already looking. 8,000 likes.
Oh
That's
my
a record.
goodness.
You
Oh
guys
my-
are the best. Thank
Dude,
you so
that's
much
a
for the
record
likes.
by far.
We are men of action. So start shopping, Sharif. Hopefully we can get this going tomorrow.
We're gonna buy you guys costumes.
We are guys.
know, we
they're- like
kinda
we are.
got
We
into
are.
it,
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you
Oh
so
my
much.
goodness.
Always appreciate that. I was like, wait, 5,500 likes? How is this even possible? There's like 4,000 people watching. This is, and then I'm 5,500. I'm speechless. I'm
how
speechless,
did
and I'm coming in a Cookie Monster outfit because that's amazing.
Oh my God.
That's all right.
What did
all
I
right.
do? Okay, let's go. Big Bird costume. Oh, this is gonna be so bad.
I just got to decide: do I want like the big one, or do I want, maybe see what happens there. That is, I wish I
How
would
am I
check.
gonna
I'm trying to like
trade with
reload
this
my
thing
system
on?
to kind of fix the charts there, but it's.
Look at this. Come to my screen, Bradley. How am I gonna trade with this thing on my body?
That's the best thing
Like,
I've
look at
seen.
this. This is
That-
huge.
you guys just made my day.
He's
That's
very,
amazing.
very
You have
furry.
no
I'm
idea.
probably gonna heat up like crazy in this. Oh my God! Look at the little ducky feet. Oh my goodness. And like these aren't even hands. Yeah, I'm gonna have to punch in with these like little pointy things over here. I have no idea how this can happen. Yeah. Oh, where are we at now, Bradley? 8,100. Wow. We got. So
That was
you know
like
what
instant.
on that.
That
Wow.
was instant.
That I can't believe it went
Oh
up
my
that
God.
quickly.
And everyone in the
Guys.
back, they're in a meeting. They have no idea.
They have
what
no
just
idea
happened
what
there.
happened right now. Yeah.
They're gonna.
No.
Let's keep it a.
You think so?
There's only 4,000 watching.
Bro, the like count went from 5K
How is
to
that?
8K in 3 seconds.
Whoever did
Someone-
that, you're the real
Someone,
MVP.
yeah, someone just.
We're coming in the costumes. That was
huh.
amazing. I don't even know how that's possible. Anything is possible, man.
Oh my
These bots.
God.
But you know what? That I'm not lying when I say that made my day because I was very, very frustrated. Not gonna lie. But now I'm having a time, man. I'm having a time. So thank you so much. And again, we are men of our words. So bots or not, we're coming in costume there.
Dan Emmons. I hope I'm saying your name right, and please correct me if I'm not. I'm not. He's saying dovish talk coming in from Lael Brainerd. She got on the podium, I believe, 5 minutes ago at 115. It's 120 now on my watch. So we're seeing a pop on this market. We saw another newer high come in. Look at this. Another newer high that we just printed here, breaking through that, I think, 39, 23 3/4. So, yeah, newer high is being printed at the moment. Lael Brainerd, though, known more for being dovish than hawkish. Obviously, she was one of the candidates that was to replace President or Chairman Powell, but Biden decided to go with the renewal of what's his name's contract. So we're talking right now about these likes, and Sean and Pratt are into
the
that
likes
at the
have been
moment.
halted, guys.
The likes have been halted.
The likes are halted. Brad's in the back, like, what's going on over here? How
The
is this
likes are
possible?
halted. This is
YouTube's gonna
hilarious.
catch on.
Oh my God.
All I know is that was an experience to be a part of. I will never forget that. Sharif's face.
Yeah. Oh my God. I gotta go back and rewatch that. Oh my goodness.
That I am like lost for words.
Someone's saying
here.
Roddy the Rock,
That was so
Rudy the
funny.
Rock, Sharif, welcome to Chat GPT bots. I don't know. Can Chat
It's the
GPT
AI.
can write all sorts of software. Guys, you know what I did? Not that I read computer language or anything. I don't know C, I don't know C++, I don't know Visual Basic, I don't know any of these Python, nothing like that. I know how to read HTML and a little bit of CSS and a little bit of Java, but I asked ChatGPT to write me some software in C. It did it. I copied and pasted it, and I sent it to a buddy who basically executed it, wrote it, and it works well. So it's kind of crazy how that's even possible, guys. 8,200 now on the likes. We're also making newer high of days on the futures, 39.26. Really? Yes, not high of day, but recent highs. Sorry, that was the wrong thing to say. New recent highs. We're seeing Microsoft retake VWAP, Luca. We're seeing Meta print newer highs of day now, 136.16 on Meta, 93.20 on Google. We're seeing Tesla reclaim VWAP. We're seeing Apple decidedly above VWAP and blowing through that 135 level, now 135.07. Very clearly, the laggard is Amazon, below VWAP at the moment, down 1.92% on the day, 93.62 is where it's at. Everything making a bit of a bump here as Brainerd gets on the mic and blows hope back into this market. Luca.
I know people might believe that it's impossible, and if you bought the likes for that and threw them in, you're laughing at me saying this right now, but I just want to say anything is possible. Stick to your dreams. Good things will happen. I mean, you know, I hope if they buy me a cookie, you know,
if the
that's
company,
that's a
the
I think it's a record. I mean, it's a record.
We don't have
guys.
to buy one. We can rent one. I mean, I don't know what the situation is going to be. We'll figure it out, guys. We're going to do it.
Yeah, that's,
we said we're going to do it means we're going to do it.
Regardless, you guys cheered up my day. I was having a rough day. But I am feeling so much better now, man. So much better. Hopefully now the charts don't want to crash. Hopefully they're feeling better as well.
Are they crashing when you're changing the time frame?
It's you know what it is.
Something
sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good. That's the main issue here. So guys, that's the reason. Because I know somebody was asking me before, Luca, what's going on with Amazon? It was at the level. Why are you not short anymore? It still was a good trade, and I would have covered into the 50-period flush. That was kind of the game plan. I covered because, the charts were just doing their thing. I'm like, you know what? I've had it up to here with this. I'm just done trading. You can't trade well when the tools are not working. Usually they're good. I mean, this is like a one-off right now, so I'm sure everything will be back to normal and good to go for tomorrow. But for the time being, I mean, maybe they're good now. I was trying to reload my system, and while I was reloading, we were getting the likes coming through, and I'm like, okay, I might as well look for a Cookie Monster costume now because
apparently they're already doing that in the back for us.
Yeah,
they're looking for a costume rental place with Big Bird, and we're gonna have to get this done. Juan Ayala wants me to paint my face or pierce my nose.
Yeah,
my mom would she wouldn't want to see me on the weekends.
Guys, I got no piercings and no tattoos. I have no plans to get piercings or tattoos. And I will not do it even for 200,000 likes. Because after seeing this, I feel like if I say one thing out of nowhere, Prad's coming. Double like. He was in the
back in the building. He was so happy.
As soon as you said Big Bird, Prad logged into multiple accounts and started hitting the like button.
Prad's behind this. He bought it.
Jeff saying Fahad rigged it. I don't know, Fahad, if you can hear me. Fahad rigged it. Yeah, maybe Fahad had a hand there, or two or three, or I don't know how many accounts he's got over there. Prat, for anybody that doesn't know, Prat is on the ones and twos over there.
Baby.
And he's always shouting out to us. Sometimes when I stop talking and I do this, it's because I'm looking at him laughing. He's saying a couple jokes.
Chat lighting up Prad's name, baby. Yep, they know exactly who he is. All right, let's get into any trades here. I don't know, Luca. What do you got on board?
I feel like Amazon, so something I'm looking at is that Amazon level. I like the short at that level for a move back into the low of the day. It is down on the day. The market did pop up. It ran to that 39.20. That was a quick volume spike and reverse now. The chances that we go back down to test like a 39.10, in my opinion, are relatively high. Like I don't think that we're going to rip to the north side, and not after yesterday. I still do think that the downside is in. So that's kind of my thoughts there. Michael, how about a GME tattoo? Absolutely not. No. You know what? If I made like $5 million on like GME
in a heartbeat,
then I'll get a tattoo of it. Because then I have a story. You know, I roll around, I show my forearm. Someone's like, "Oh, you got a GME tattoo? What are you? You're doing it for the movement?" I go, "No. I just made $5 million last week.
There you go, baby.
Least I could do is put that on my wrist and never forget." But yeah, no, other than that, I can't see myself getting a tattoo. That one would be explainable to my family.
Yeah. Oh,
like
that
I could
one
go
I'd have no
home and I could be like, "Hey guys, give them a bunch of presents," and then as they're distracted, "Hey, by the way, quick tattoo over here."
By the way.
Yeah, no, you know, old school Italian parents, they
Banks.
don't approve of these tattoos. I'll say that much.
No, I'll tell you that. Banks, apparently Banks making a move up as well. Thank you for the chat for letting me know that. Let's have a look at some of these banks. It looks like they're being led by Goldman Sachs, was making a move here off the bottom. I think 346.5 is where we're at. Now we're up 1.22% since the open. Not on the day. We're up 0.34% on the day, but we're printing new highs. We're printing new highs, about to print anything above that 350.50 will be a new high of day. There we go. We get a print above there. This one's headed to the high side. It looks, I don't know what the catalyst is on some of these banks, but they're making a move back up. You got JP Morgan is still relatively red on the day. Is there anything with Goldman Sachs specific? Let's have a look at the news blotter here. I'm not seeing anything concerned. What is this? Davos, Goldman Sachs CEO concerned about debt ceiling. That's not a catalyst, obviously. I'm not sure what is going on. I'm seeing Citi as well making a bit of a move, 1.17% to the high side since the open, but down 0.42%. But printing new highs, guys, 49.24 now on Citi. It's done 7.5 million shares on the day, so you know that's a fair amount of shares. Yeah, I don't have a play on these banks, but anybody who is you know, maybe swinging them or holding them long term may want to know about that. All right. A look at BAC, someone says, sure, let's have a look at BAC. Let's bring in the side chart. BAC, Bank of America. All right, yeah, that's nearing high of days as well. It's down 0.89% on the day, but 33.45 is the high, and it's printing at 33.40. So we're 5 pennies off the high. It looks like we made the high earlier in the day. It was around, I want to say that 10 o'clock area. Looks like we made a nice move up before retracing really aggressively down into that 32.89. Not much of a range though on BAC, guys. 33.45 high, 32.89. That's not even $1. So, you know, and kind of hard to trade when there's not really volatility on there. But TMPO, I just want to keep mentioning that because I've got my eye on this one. I'm waiting for a short setup to come in. Now we're testing VWAP again, okay? We're coming down to VWAP. Do we bounce again for a fourth, or I want to say third straight time? Third straight time. Here's the first bounce, second bounce, and here we go. Now, this one breaks below VWAP. I'm not taking it right away because it could just be you know, a momentary break and then a retracement up. It's up 38%. A lot of eyes are on it. It's been trading very, very wildly, as you can see. I'm looking for a sideways consolidation. It's going to have to make a move down, move sideways, and then I'll take the breakdown. And then, you know, if you've been watching me do these trades lately, you know that there's usually typically retracements on these. So I'll get in at a certain price level. So let's say I get in at 235. I'll add maybe if it retraces back into that 246 for the VWAP rejection, and then a move back down. So I don't typically get in a full position immediately on these flat bottom breakdowns, but you know, eventually we'll size in accordingly on that one. Another person saying here, Mike H saying CTRX broke up. Let's go. Okay, that one we were looking at earlier. Let's bring it in again. CTXR, excuse me, CTXR. That one is Citrus Pharmaceuticals. We were talking about that one earlier. That's a dollar stock, right? Up 6.92%. This is not the type of stock I'm going to trade. There's obvious liquidity issues looking at this. Kind of barcoding, trading more like a buyout than a momentum stock. So I'll steer clear of that. But if you're in it and you know you're printing, good on you. I mean, who am I to judge that? I'll stay away from that. AXP long. Someone says here, Logan. Flip says AXP. Let's have a look at AXP. If I can type it in, maybe I can load it up. AXP long. This is American Express. All right, not typically a name we trade, but AXP down 1.85% on the day. It is close to day high though, guys. 147.62 is where we're printing, and 147.75 is where we made high of day. That wasn't that long ago. Everything seems to be trending up here. You know, the market in general is moving up, bouncing off that 3,900. We're looking at 39.25 now, where we're printing on the ES March contract. So, yeah, we're moving up in the right direction. Meta just made new highs. Google still kind of near day's highs. Meta seems like the stronger of the bunch now, up 2.5%. Sorry to digress here off AXP, but I don't have a trade on AXP. And, you know, okay, so I'll have a look at the daily. Maybe that'll give me a better perspective here on American Express. Let's have a look. Yeah, AXP still looks like a downward trend. You're seeing You know, these lower highs come into play here, and you know, you could obviously draw this kind of trend line. You need a break of this, obviously, area here, and then a break of this 163. I'd say 163, break of 163, and then a continued move up. Otherwise, it's still a downtrend on AXP. Luca.
Yeah, guys, just a heads up, BBBY running into that 369 and, you know, flushing right away. Somebody said, yeah, wall there. I mean, I think that we get through it. Looks like we're pushing through it right now. Interesting volume spike, though, and I think it was Neil who called that out. You know, does this have the steam to actually get back to 4, or is this the pop to be shorted and then, you know, back down into the lows? You know, that 350 kind of bottoming area is pretty interesting. It showed that, you know, bounce, kind of dip below, then 1, 2, 3, finally to the upside. I would imagine any shorts to be had on this thing, you know, in terms of a mean reversion, would be, you know, kind of short and then target 350. So I'm going to let that one go just because it's in a very, very tight range there. Something else that was, I should say was, because now it's back down, is GNS. It was at 180, I swear, and this is why charts are good, because I can actually say that it was there. It was at 180. I was like, GNS is going to go back to the upside, and I look and I'm like, well, no, now it's at 160. Nice little flush there. You know, popping, running the 180 stops, or not even, just touching 180, and then now just like flushing to the downside. Big move down. I would say watch that 150 level. It did break it, but not by much. It broke it, and I think it triggered like, you know, 149, 148-ish was the low, and then bounce. This is a really good example. If you guys are taking trades like around like an even dollar level, or around, you know, a 50-cent level, for example, on like a GNS, a 150 level, just keep in mind that maybe having a stop, maybe, can't speak in certainties, maybe having a stop at like 149 is not a good idea. Because, you know, or even if you're thinking, oh, I'm going to short this, you know, 149, wow, okay, that's all red. I'll pass it to you in a sec. But 150, you know, breaking 150, triggering 149, and then popping. Doing it again and then popping. So, you know, it's not always best to have stops at 49s, 51s. You know, if it's a new level that hasn't been touched before, okay, great. So, for example, the 2 level to the upside, it was good because it never broke. It broke the first time. It has the potential to squeeze. But if it popped and then dropped and was coming back, you know, maybe it's not a good idea, right? So just keep in mind that, you know, you don't want to really use hard stops at these levels if they've been through that price before, because it could just be pure games. There could be algos that are dancing around doing their thing. But yeah, something to note there is that 150 area on GNS. It held for the kind of double bottom bounce. Does it kind of curl down and hold, or do we actually rip through VWAP and go?
Luca, tempo, flushing, TMPO, making that big move down below VWAP. Now it's setting up in the way that we want. So, I mean, obviously you could have taken this VWAP break. I didn't want to. I felt that it was really relatively strong on the day. I want to wait for this setup. So here's what we're looking for now. We got the big flush down, and now we're below VWAP. Let's look for that consolidation sideways and a retracement, probably in this case, because we kind of got away from VWAP there, about 25 pennies south of it on a $2 stock, mind you. Okay, so that's a good amount of move. I'm going to be looking to add on the retracements to VWAP. So now I'm focused. I'm going to start getting short. Probably start adding at 230s, 235, 240, until about that 243, depending on where VWAP is at the time. Let me just make sure that I have the same VWAP on my charts. 245 on the side chart and 243. So bears noting there's a bit of a 2-cent variance between VWAP on my charts. So keeping that in mind, you want to use a general area instead of an exact area or exact number. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I'm looking to start getting short here for that move down. Now, let's look at some more technicals on TMPO, because we want to see where areas of support can show up on this stock. So let's go to the 30-minute chart real quick here and see where we're going to encounter areas of support. So right offhand, obviously, I can tell you that there's going to be support at that 175, 180 area. You have the last few days, that's been a real range. It's kind of where we closed yesterday. It's where we opened today. There's a very likely to be buyers at that position based on, you know, the whole psychology of support and resistance. I'm not going to get into that at the moment. Bears speaking about on a different day. So 175 is where I'm seeing it more from the macro view of 30 minutes. Let's zoom in a little bit to the 15, see if there's any other levels we can glean on the 15. Not offhand. I don't see any real major levels offhand. There's all sorts of levels here, but nothing stands out. Let's go to the 5. What do we got on the 5? All right, so an interesting area here at that 2. So obviously the whole dollar, typically we'd respect that just because it's a whole dollar on a small stock. But there is an area of consolidation at 2, and it was made after the bell. So this is all between 9:30 and about 11 o'clock. So for a period of 2 hours, it hovered around that $2 area. So you got to assume we're going to encounter buyers at 175, 180, and that $2 level. So why is this important? Because if we're going to get short, we got to have profit targets. Like where are we getting long? Where are we stopping out? Where are we taking profit, etc.? These are the questions that I ask on my trades, and I think you should too. So this one moving sideways, I'm going to look for retracements, maybe into the 30s, maybe into the 35s. That's where I'll be looking to get short. But as I say that, Luca, the market is on its way up now, continuing to print newer highs and higher lows. We're now, obviously not on the day, recent, now 38.2850. Really coming off that 39.0175, the bottom that we made on the day. Still not at high of days, obviously, but I'd like anything above this 39.33 break. That would kind of put us green after the bell rung. So that would be green after the bell or green since open.
Darwin saying, what would Big Bird do?
What would what?
Big Bird do?
What do you mean? What would he do in this situation? Is that how I'm going to have to think as a trader now? Like, before I punch, what would Big Bird do in this situation, right? Like, that's hilarious. Guys, you guys kill me. Okay, so this is good. Take it over, Luca.
Guys, yeah, my stuff is just not working here, so I'm not trading. My charts just, they don't want to stick around.
We're flying to the high side. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, I feel like the longs are good. I'm looking at the market. It's actually going to the high of day now. So it is a little bit of a, V-shape, inverse head and shoulder recovery. I think the tell was as soon as we broke that 39.20 and had that initial rip up, we were talking about like, okay, what can I get long, right? I'm like Amazon, Apple, something, and then sort of obviously distracted by the likes coming through.
Yeah.
And Big Bird and Cookie Monster, having a good time here. But that kind of dip by, I initially thought, maybe we could go back down, but it's sort of chopping around. I'm not really paying attention, but I'm looking back at like Amazon as an example, and this thing is now back at 94. So yeah, the 93 longs were good, and they actually gave you the move up. And thank God I didn't continue to short this thing. I am basically chilling. I'm probably done for the next 20 minutes. But for sure, I can look at stuff and answer any questions if you guys have. Feel free to continue to hit the like button. Thank you so much for everybody that actually hit the like button. We do appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching the show. Always a lot of fun coming on here. I want to quickly check where's GNS as well. This thing's still at $1.60. Not really doing too much. I mean, NRSN as well. NRSN. I know I did punch out of that one. This is at 223. Where it wasn't. That's low. Yeah, no, 3 was. So it actually failed back to the downside. So I would have gotten stopped out on that. And I'm assuming it broke trend because I remember the trend was like 260 to like 250. I think I had a stop in place. Let's see if this wants to stay up here. NRSN. NRSN, the bottom end of the channel, that like 230-ish area. So this is, now it's guys, volume is always the tell. Obviously, it's hindsight bias now, so it's easy to sit back and say, oh, yeah, volume's the tell, it's done. But I just feel like in the moment, you respect the channel until it shows you that the channel is done. You kind of have the understanding that, okay, it's a 6 million float. Maybe there's a chance that it could squeeze to the upside, but if volume is done, is the algo done with this name? You kind of watch the tape, you gauge it. This is what will get your questions answered. Now we're sort of below the channel. So the only other thing that I would be looking for in this case is if there is still a lot of shorts that are involved in this name, it dips below, it makes it look like it's really good for shorts, has a flush down, reclaims, goes back up, then high day. Personally, I have not been seeing the high day clear out time and time again with small caps. It tends to roll around when things really get moving, and there's like maybe 5 to 10 names that are, doing volume and going crazy. In this case, kind of in this market, it just feels like there's a select few that are doing it. So it's just happening less. So I would say that, like now that it's kind of down, it's easy for me to say like I'm forgetting about this name. I did have the loser on it. Just let me pull this up. This was a break even. I'll fix the color of that in a sec. But yeah, basically long break even, then giving the pump to the top of the range, but showing you that the short is good. And to be honest, I'm kind of I'm kind of laughing that like it didn't make the high. Because it's, I mean, like, you know, anybody who's a trader, I know like a lot of people watch the show, but anybody who's like a trader in the chat, you know, how does this get to like 265 and then not go 267, like run the stops, volume spike, and then fail? Like, how does it not do that? Like, I mean, if the bots are on this, why? I mean, maybe they're not on this. Maybe that's why I didn't do that, right? So, yeah, but Rekka, you know, it would have been a trap to even break 270 to the upside, like break it, you know, do the volume exit, then go down. Like, how many times do we see that, right? So going back to like, what was the other one? Oh, damn, I can't remember it now. Oh, no, it was this one in the morning, yeah. Like what they did in the morning where they pop and break the highs and then flush back down, it's like, why didn't it happen again? So because that didn't happen, it's sort of just like, it's weird. Like, it's a weird kind of like, I don't know why that was the case. Normally you do see it. You see it happen. So, yeah, no more thoughts on that one. Yeah, it's a trap, Justin. It is a trap.
Man, I just want to mention Tempo. I just went to the bathroom real quick, guys. And, you know, I come back, and Tempo did exactly what I thought it was going to do. Yeah, well, that was the idea, Luca. We were waiting for the break of the up a sideways consolidation and another leg down. That was the idea. I didn't get it. I didn't have resting orders out. That's on me. But the play is right, and, you know, it sucks that I couldn't take advantage of it. But there you go, Tempo on the way down. Now we're staring $2 in the face, essentially. We identified $2 as a level of resistance in addition to that 175, 180 area. Dan, by the way, you're not telling me if I'm saying your last name right. I've asked you to confirm it with me. Emmons, how do I say it?
Emmons.
He says Emmons, right?
1397
on tick. Okay, so let's have a look.
So nicely.
TICK, okay. What is that? I don't understand what that means. What's 1 plus 1397? Do you know what that is?
Sorry, what?
Have a look at that 1397 tick. What is that?
I don't know.
I'm not sure. Dan, can you explain to
1397
was the high of this move. Okay. Emmons, the M is correct. Emmons, as in M, is correct. Okay, Emmons, I got it.
Emmons.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, because you're obviously an avid viewer, and we want to be able to say your name correctly. It's the least we can do. So thanks for confirming that. All right, I'm still not sure about this tick thing. What's the tick? Help me out with that. What am I looking at here?
Well, the high of this
Tick.
move.
TICK? I'm not getting anything. Tick. What's tick?
No, it's like the tick.
Okay, I have it right here. I got it. Okay, so let's load that up. Okay, so here we go.
Oh, yes,
got
yes,
it.
up stocks to down stocks. That's on TradingView, right?
Oh, I got it, actually. That's cool.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying there.
Tick
Yes,
nicely.
yes.
There we go. I got it on my chart here. What was he saying? So what was the high there? 1397. Okay, so I have a bit of a different number there. I have the 1 minute candle. Let's have a look at the 15. You want to take it over for a sec while I just figure
sure,
out
guys.
how to use this?
That you know, it's pretty interesting there. Maybe lining up with that what Dan is talking about there. But blow off top on the market. What I'm just calling here on the 5 minute. It's you know, breaking 39.33, breaking 39.33 to the upside, and then quickly removing, kind of retracing back to the downside. I always laugh when I see this on the ES because this is like, in terms of like small caps, it's like, oh, is it going to be a high a day clear out? For anybody that doesn't know, pretend this is a small cap right now. You know, it makes the high, it sells off, it goes back, it does a high a day clear out, it runs the high a day stops, then it dies off. But again, this is the ES. So high a day clear out is not necessarily a thing that you would say on the ES, obviously, I know that. But I still call it like, you know, blow off top, whatever. Very strong, I guess, you know, from the bottoms, nice move to the upside, nice 20 to 25 point move to the upside, so pretty interesting. I would imagine the market probably tests like the highs again and maybe like floats around and keeps going. We'll see what happens there. Yeah, Jason, wait, what? 8,300 likes, is that a record? It is a record.
Absolutely.
And I don't know why or how that was possible, but anything is possible. Follow your dreams. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. And somebody else was saying, what was the drink? Sorry, what was the name in the chat of somebody bringing up that we should drink a drink if we get to something type, Igor, it was you, I'm pretty sure, saying something about a black drink. So if you're watching this, please put that drink in the chat. I briefly looked at it. I just want to look at it again, not to say that we could drink it. I don't even know what that drink is, but it kind of looked interesting, so I just want to Google it again. So if you're watching this, feel free, Igor, to put that in the chat again, whatever that drink is, if it was you. If it's not you, then I'm sorry. Another heads up, CVNA, guys. It did a pop into VWAP there, kind of fading back down. the thing with CVNA, and this is what I was talking about yesterday, you know, that 8-level short was a banger, man. Like, that was a banger. It finally gave you the flush, you know, finally going back into low day. And I sort of was telling myself this yesterday. I was like, look, CVNA, you know, and let me pull up the 15. Hopefully this wants to load here. But, you know, over 8 short. Let me just remove the fills just to make it extra clean for everybody to see. You know, over 8 short is a banger, man. Like, over 8, if you could have short this thing over 8, it spent like a fraction of a second there, like over, under, over, under, over, under. Like, these are the shorts that you want. You want to, you know, offer 8.19. It pops to 8.19, you get the fill, and then it instantly goes back down. Like, those are the easy shorts. So, you know, that's what I would say there. Oh, he said black velvet drink. Yeah, okay, I'll Google that quickly as I continue this explanation.
Man, I'm going to keep my eye on this tick thing from now on.
But yeah, now
this
it's finally
pretty cool.
Yeah, it is. If you are trading the market,
I'm looking at
it's
it
definitely
here,
something to watch.
I've never
there.
used it before, but
you
I'm
can
definitely
pull that
gonna
up for
incorporate
everybody else to see if you
Yeah,
want.
I did. I showed it up. And Dan, in case I tagged you in the chat there, I don't know why you and I have different values on this one. This is the tick NYSE. I also have tick NASDAQ. I'm seeing a high here of 1088 on that spike that you said, you know, was basically to get short on. Where we're seeing a lot of topping tail candles here on some of these big cappers. Topping tail candles are usually candles of reversal. You're seeing that on Microsoft, a little bit on Apple, some on Amazon, and even a little bit on Tesla. So you're not wrong in that regard. I just want to know why you and I have different values. You said 13 some odd number, 1365, I believe. I got 1088 unless we got different data points there. Maybe I don't have all the gateways, but tick, super interesting there. All right, I'm gonna have to get back to TMPO here. This one, again, giving you opportunities to go to the downside. I feel like this one's probably going to retrace before it breaks down again. We're getting extended away from VWAP. The same things that apply to a breakout on these small cap crappers apply to the breakdowns, right? You don't want to be extended too far away from your moving averages and you know, or other indicators that you're basing it off. So let's see if we can retrace a little bit. We'll definitely probably have a little bit of resistance into 25s. So because that was the area where we consolidated before. So I may add, how much time do we have left? We have 11 minutes left on the show. I may add here into 25s, and then I'll have another add maybe into that 40s area if it makes its way back up there. Let's see what kind of moving averages this price action will respect. Sometimes we see it retracing to the 50 and then rejecting off there. It really depends on, you know, what the character of the small cap, or we're gonna have to use what it respects, not what we want it to respect. Dan saying, I posted in the Discord too the tick chart from Thinkorswim. Okay, so it looks like we have some different prices, Dan and I. I'm using IBKR, obviously you're using Thinkorswim, so I'm not sure if different sources equals different numbers, but I like it. I like it a lot. I didn't even know that I had access to this. I recently added a lot more data packages, if I can call it that, to my platform here. I get the futures, I get all sorts of different contracts, indexes. That all costs more money, obviously. But yeah, it's obviously worth it to me. I'm invested full time in this, so the money is well spent. Dr. Crusher saying there is a regular tick and a composite tick. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna have to look more into this tick thing, man, because I gotta start using this. It's very interesting, especially if we're scalping and for momentum where we're looking for reversal points. I think this could be really good. You clearly saw here on this tick that it made a new recent high. Look at that. This is what I think what Dan was talking about. He has 13 some odd on his chart. I have 1088 on mine. The fact of the matter is it was definitely the highest of the bunch. And then look at that flush off that wick high, off 1088, moving all the way back into the negative territory here into around minus 400. So interesting use of that. I definitely want to incorporate more tools into my tool chest there. Luca.
Sorry, guys. You guys in the chat are hilarious. I read some of these comments. I don't know if you saw this one come through. Aboriginal Alien from before. Your dreams are leading you to becoming Big Bird trading on a prop floor in front of a camera. Crazy dreams. Yes, that's all I have to say to that one.
Thank you.
Pip Hunter saying, how many trades you take today? So I am at 130. I didn't take as many trades. Yesterday I was at like 550. Today I only 130. I sort of stopped trading after things kind of went wonky on me. So yeah, definitely less fills for myself. It is a down day for myself, but not a huge down day. Not a big deal though, because yeah, hitting that 8,300 likes, man, that's crazy. And somebody was saying, let's get it to 10K. Guys, if you're watching this and you haven't hit the like button already, try to get those likes to 10K. That would be awesome to see. I mean, why break a record a little bit? We already blew through the record. I mean, I want to believe it's real, so I'm gonna roll with it's real. We did it, 8,300 likes. But let's get that to 10K. That would be awesome. And,
until otherwise proven, it's real.
Until otherwise, exactly. Innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's see. I'm gonna roll with 8,300. Was great. Thank you so much to everybody that hit the like button. You know, some people, they log in and they log off very quickly, so you might not see it on the viewers watching now. And then the drink was Black Velvet, which I did Google over here.
And what did you get?
Black Velvet. So it's a mixture. It's apparently Guinness mixed with champagne.
Okay,
And, Michelle was
wouldn't
saying
mind
it's
that.
yeah. Michelle was saying it's Guinness mixed with.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Black Velvet drink, or cocktail, I should say, but it's gonna come
right
up
there.
anyways. And yeah, it's like basically this. So it's like a cider mixed with Guinness. Like, is it bad? Because Igor, if it was you who was saying it, saying drink this like when you hit 7,500 likes, I'm like, well, I feel like I'll just drink this.
I'll drink one thing. I mean, how bad could it be, Luca?
This.
Yeah, I know.
I'll just drink this. Like, it looks good. I love Guinness. I like
Especially
champagne.
on a Friday?
Yeah, it looks. I mean, it can't be bad, right? It can't be bad. I mean, I can't imagine this. It's like a nice mixture. Oh, you know what you guys need to try if you haven't?
So the black velvet, we think that the guy means it's a Canadian, it's a cheap Canadian rye.
Okay.
Oh.
That's what we think he means that we have to drink.
So just updating you there, Sean saying that we think that what's
I
meant
type
by
in
Black
rye,
Velvet
Black
is a
Velvet.
cheap Canadian
Oh,
rye.
the-
There you go.
okay,
Luca's
okay.
got it on the screen now. If you want to pull that up, there we go. So that looks a bit more.
I'll try that too.
I want to try the other one. I know.
try
I was
both.
going
I'll
to
try
say
both.
the other one.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
We'll roll with both of those. And you know, while I'm at it, just to kind of wrap this up very quickly, Irish car bombs. Great. Irish car bombs are great.
What
guys.
can you say to that? What can you say to that?
Guinness, Jameson,
Oh my God.
and Bailey's. So this is nice. You put a little bit of Guinness, you know, and then you mix the Jameson with the Bailey's
I
in
would
a
not
shot.
mind that at all.
So a 50-50, then you drop it in. True alcoholics. We're in Toronto.
What was that
True
vodka and Red
alcoholics over
Bull
here.
thing called? Jaeger bombs.
Jaeger bombs too
Yeah,
are great. Jaeger bombs,
yeah.
you don't want to have too many though.
No.
Jaeger
I've
bombs
tried.
are great, but Irish car bombs are awesome too. In the
tried that.
winter time, it even shows you here what happens. You basically like drop it in, it explodes, and you got to drink it right away.
Oh, so you drink
Or-
all the fizz.
Yeah, you drink it right away, or else it tastes like milky,
got
like
you.
yeah. I'm sure some of you guys in the chat, yeah, it's like chocolate milk. It's so good. It's so good. When I had my first one, I had 5. I had 5 that day. I was like, bring them out. Let's go. Yeah. It's
All right. 10K likes,
likes
and both of you eat 1 spoon of Vegemite. Have you ever tried Vegemite?
Vegemite. No. What
It's
is that?
like I think it's from Australia. Fact check me on this, chat, but I'm pretty sure it's like a spread from Australia,
okay.
and it's supposed to be like either hit or miss. You either really like it or you just. Didn't you eat it before, Sean, on the show?
Russell Jackson sent 40 of them to Valeria.
Oh my goodness, 40 of them.
Russell Jackson sent 40
Okay, so
Vegemites to Valeria.
Sean is going to bring.
That's pretty funny.
Sean is
there.
going to bring the Vegemite. 8,400
Salt.
likes now, Luca.
Yeah, 8,400. Thank you so
likes,
much. You guys are the best. You're the real MVP. If you're ever
You
wondering
are.
who you should look up to, look in the mirror. That's who you should look up to. Look up to yourself. Vegemite, great. Oh, there's another thing I wanted to talk about now. Oh man. Now I totally forgot.
The market is turning a little
what's the
bit
market
here,
doing
Luca.
here?
Nah, I mean, like, look, that ticks thing looked to have been quite accurate because look at that. We kind of made a high there at 326. You know, we're only 336 almost, 335. I want to say 39.35. I say 335. 39.35 and 3/4, and now we're moving back down into the low 20s, 39.24 and a half. But we did make a new high on the day, but we rejected off not a new high, but a new high since the open, which was at 39.33. Oh, there you go, Vegemite. So apparently it's supposed to be really salty.
Look at the link. Read the label.
Okay, let's go. Read it out loud.
All right.
How much sodium?
Yeah, let me just see. So B vitamins. So it's vitamins are in there. Where is the salt on this thing? Can I even see
Sodium content, baby.
Oh my God. Average per serving, 165 milligrams.
What percentage of daily intake is that?
It's
Does
7%, but average per serving, how much a serving
yeah,
is probably a
probably
little,
like
little
tiny bit.
Yeah, let me just give it a smell. I gotta.
Let me give it a smell. Can I smell that?
Try it.
It's not
Try
good.
it. I can't try this. That's disgusting.
It smells like chocolate.
No chocolate. That smells like.
It smells like dark chocolate, doesn't it? What do you smell there?
Yeah.
Is there a bit of dark chocolate
Trust
to
me,
it?
it doesn't taste like
It kind of.
anything.
Oh, it smells
We had it on
salty
the show
though.
before.
It doesn't taste like
sent it
anything.
in.
I feel like you're setting
They
us
eat it
up,
on
Sean.
crackers, but it is
Really?
It's edible.
Okay. No, for sure. I've heard about it. Vegemite sandwiches all the time.
And people eat this.
People eat it. It's Australian, I think. Is it Australian? Am I right about that? Yes, it is Australian.
know.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Sean, get me a knife or a spoon or something.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
This is like, you know when it's so bad
Oh
that you
my
can't
God.
stop smelling it? That's what I have right now. I'm
It's
like, I have to.
salty
It's like, why is
chocolate.
it
That's
like
what I
this?
smell, guys. I smell salty chocolate. Am I off on that? Does anybody see
I like
that?
peanut butter. This is
Yeah.
why I said,
Put it in your
if
mouth,
you eat
this
that,
guy
no
said.
shots fired. You like what you like, man. You like what you like. No shame in that. That's for sure. But I'll choose peanut butter over that 10 times out of 10. But I'm curious to try that.
Yeah, I'm Australian. I love it on toast, says Farmer Trev. All right.
Do you
all
like
right, Trev.
you toast it and then
Yeah, we're waiting for cutlery to
I know,
try it.
what's-
We don't have much time though.
Yeah, no,
3 minutes
I gotta
left,
try
yeah.
this. I gotta try it. I mean, guys,
2 minutes
you know
left.
I like peanut butter, which is like, I know it's a weird comparison, but that's like my go-to. Huh? Yeah, I know you can't compare. I know you can't compare. I know that. I understand that. It's yeah, guys. It's for anybody that like. I'll just open this for you. I don't know if you can see this here. It literally looks
Looks like chocolate.
Yeah, it looks like chocolate.
Yeah. It looks
Sharif
like
says
Nutella
it smells
spread.
like chocolate.
There is a salt
There's
aspect of it.
I taste
get
the
it.
salt when
Yeah,
I
so do
smell
I.
it.
Yeah, so do I. So do I.
I taste salt when I smell this, guys.
8,400 likes, guys. 8,400 likes. You guys did this today. We had
man.
our biggest like count ever, and as a result, if in case you're just joining us, this guy to my left, the Scalp Demon, will be in a Cookie Monster outfit,
I'm a
and I
Cookie
will be
Monster
in the Big
scalper.
Bird
Let's go.
as a result of me wearing that red shirt and someone calling me out saying I look like Big Bird. So we're gonna do that for you guys. We're gonna do it. We're gonna find a proper rental place. I don't know if we're gonna rent it, buy it, what have you. The company will take care of that. And when we have a time and place for that, we will announce it. But we're gonna stick to our word. We're men of our word, right, Luca?
Yeah, 100%.
100%, there you go.
Look, you said Big Bird, and right away I was like, I am a scalper. I will be the Cookie Monster scalper for a day and take all those fills. So yes, we will definitely do that for everybody. You guys are the real MVP. Thank you for that. If you are, if robots, if you're watching this, I mean, I know you could buy likes and stuff like that. That was crazy though, but I want to believe
Robots.
it's possible. It is possible. Anything's possible. Follow your dreams. Crazy to see that our dreams are going to lead us to be live on YouTube in a couple costumes.
Yep.
Yeah, lots of fun. But thank you so much to everybody that actually hit the like button and is enjoying the show. You know, we do this every day live if you're tuning in for the first time. My name's Luca. This is Sharif. We take care of the midday, and Sean Neil Brendo for the morning and closing show. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Absolutely, baby.
Absolutely, absolutely. Always having a good time when I come on here. It is now 2 o'clock. We got 5 seconds to go. I can't wait to try this.
Vegemite.
You know, sorry you guys aren't going to see my face, but it's probably going to be the same reaction as the way that when I smelled it. But thanks for tuning in, guys. Always a pleasure. Until tomorrow.
Take care, guys.
Take care. Ciao.
We'll have to get the Vegemite update coming up here this afternoon from Luca. Welcome back in, guys. 2 o'clock on pretty exciting afternoon here as we head back to the upside currently after, we make new lows on the session. A little bit of support finally coming into play. Here's how things are shaping up right now.